Previous. Ch. 110,660.09% next. Number 1 Chapter 1 The First Lottery. If there are typos in the chapter, please let me know. Bagua will correct them as soon as possible. If there are chapters you don't like, you can skip them. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Ding. Experience 10. Feeling the system voice ringing in his mind, Jiang Huai shook the slender green branches on his body in boredom. 3 months. Unknowingly, it has been 3 months since he was reborn as a willow tree. From the initial disbelief to the awakening of the golden finger, and then to the current carefreeness. In the past 3 months, with the help of the golden finger, he will receive 10 experience points every day, but he is still just an ordinary willow tree with a level of 0. Nothing else. From level 0 to level 1, it takes a full 1000 experience points. At his daily growth rate of 10 experience points, he still lacks 100 points even now. There are roughly 2 ways to increase experience points. The first is the system gift, which increases 10 experience points step by step every day. The second is to develop believers and forces. The more believers there are, the stronger they are, the better their talents and qualifications, the greater the opportunities they get, and the more experience points they are rewarded with. The same is true for power. The greater the power, the more experience points they will receive. However, as an ordinary willow tree with a level of 0, he currently cannot hear or see, let alone people, even ghosts cannot be found, so this smooth road is naturally out of the question. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. On this day, 10 days finally passed in a hurry. Dew accompanied the morning light, and the warm glow illuminated the earth. Ding. Experience 10. Congratulations to the host for having a full experience value of 1000. Do you want to upgrade immediately? After these days of accumulation, Jiang Huai's experience value finally reached 1000, which can be upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Without hesitation, Jiang Huai immediately chose to upgrade. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Successful upgrade, reward lucky draw once. The system voice sounded. After reaching level 1, Jiang Huai's body instantly became as sturdy as a water tank, and his height increased by 10 meters out of thin air, reaching more than 30 meters. Comfortable. Feeling the vitality emanating from his body, Jiang Huai couldn't help but want to let out a long sigh. This feeling of comfort is far from being described in words. It went straight to the depths of his soul, as if the sky had cleared after the rain, and thousands of Tao rhymes flashed through his mind. But he couldn't speak yet, so he could only enjoy it in his heart. Open black lens bracket race. Mutated willow close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. LV1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket annual rings. 10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of believers. 0 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket magic power. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket items. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spiritual power. 100 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of lottery draws. 1 close black lens bracket. After reaching level 1, Jiang Huai's body shape not only changed, but also a personal panel appeared in front of him that only he could see, which briefly recorded his information. After browsing it roughly, Jiang Huai directly clicked on the lottery. The lottery is over. Congratulations on winning the 5 senses and the primary detection skill. 5 senses. After use, you can permanently gain vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Except for touch, the effective range of vision, hearing, smell, and taste is within a radius of 300 meters can be upgraded with level. Primary detection skill. Can view the basic information of any item cannot be upgraded automatically effective. I actually won this. Looking at the introduction, Jiang Huai couldn't help but be ecstatic. Let's not talk about the detection skill for now. The important thing is the 5 senses. Although he doesn't have to worry about starving after being reborn as a willow tree, he has lost his visual and auditory senses, and his whole body is muddled, like a walking corpse. Now that he has gained the 5 senses, he can finally witness the world he is in with his own eyes and feel the most natural changes. Use the 5 senses immediately. Restraining his excitement, Jiang Huai immediately said in his heart, "Buzz." The next moment, a slightly cool and cold touch instantly hit Jiang Huai, and it was like an electric shock. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, within the range of vision, crackling small water drops fell from the sky like thousands of small paratroopers. Far away, ancient trees towered, blocking the sky and the sun. Streams and waterfalls crisscrossed, like a fairyland on earth. However, due to the distance limit of the 5 senses, Jiang Huai could not see farther away. But even so, it was enough for Jiang Huai to be happy. He saw, heard, and felt. This feeling of being able to control his body again made Jiang Huai so excited that he almost cried. God knows how hard it is to be without hearing, vision, and touch for 3 whole months. After a long time, Jiang Huai came back to his senses and looked at the second magical power. The changes brought about by the detection technique are not so obvious, but it can detect basic information about anything, which is also a good help. The days after that, Jiang Huai's life is undoubtedly much more interesting. Every day, he either looks into the distance or watches the passing animals playing. Although the range is only 300 meters, he is also happy. The five senses are different from ordinary perspectives. They can feel the movements in all directions. This peculiar vision that is almost an all-round perspective gives him a very unique feeling. Especially, after observing for a while, Jiang Huai realized that the world he was in was probably not the Earth. After all, he couldn't remember any forest on Earth that was as dense and deep, mysterious and vast as the one he was in, with towering and huge mountains rising and falling one after another, just like prehistoric times. He couldn't remember any snake on Earth in his previous life that could reach a terrifying 30 meters in length. Even the largest python known on Earth, the titanoboa, was far behind. This day, Jiang Huai, who had just finished photosynthesis and, filled, his stomach, was about to take a nap, but a rustling sound suddenly sounded. Jiang Huai just glanced and retracted his gaze. He knew who was coming without having to guess. After a while, the rustling sound disappeared, and a huge black shadow slowly appeared. It was not surprising to Jiang Huai, it was the huge black python that was more than 30 meters long. The other party was shiny black, and looked quite similar to the black-backed snake in the previous life, but its body was much larger. It twisted its huge body and slowly crawled over from the side. After arriving next to Jiang Huai, the giant snake chose a position with an excellent angle to the sun, directly spread out its entire body, and sunbathed comfortably. Since the giant python found that the position where Jiang Huai was the most comfortable to sunbathe, it has almost become a frequent visitor here. It comes here for a short rest every day, unless the weather is bad, windy and rainy, and it is almost unshakable. When they first met, Jiang Huai was shocked by the giant python and almost didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Fortunately, over time, after seeing that the snake had no malicious intent, Jiang Huai followed it. After basking in the sun for a long time, the black giant python finally woke up from its nap contentedly, swallowing its tongue and crawling leisurely towards the bushes on the side. Although this guy was huge, he climbed up very fast, but disappeared from Jiang Huai's sight in a moment. The other party's nest was built not far from him. He had secretly taken a look at it as soon as he gained the five senses. It was just a deeper and larger open-air pit. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Jiang Huai still took a look out of habit today. Something seems wrong. This time, Jiang Huai was about to retract his gaze, but he paused. Just next to the giant python's nest that day, several young shoots that had just broken free from the soil caught his attention. Unlike other seedlings, these young shoots were strangely golden in color, shining with a metallic luster under the dim light, quite dazzling. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary products. Number 2 Chapter 2 Spring goes, summer comes, autumn turns to winter. Not only did Jiang Huai discover these golden young shoots, the black giant python also saw them. And from the look on its face, it seemed that it had long known that these golden seedlings would take root and sprout here. Jiang Huai paid more attention to them, but only a few times. He was just a willow tree, and even if these golden young shoots were really rare treasures, he couldn't use them. Besides, these strange young shoots grew in the giant python's nest, and it was obvious that the giant python was their owner. Although Shi Hao, the snake, looked a little scary, he had a simple personality, and he had been with him for such a long time, so it was reasonable for him to keep them. Jiang Huai looked away and continued to look into the distance. In the distance, a huge red sun stood high, rendering the sky red, as if it was covered with a layer of phoenix rosy golden crown, and everything on the ground was shrouded in the gorgeous blurred rose color, which was magnificent. This magnificent scene purely from nature made him a little obsessed. However, before he had time to sigh, a crackling sound of rain woke him up directly. The rain came very suddenly, with a chill unique to late autumn, without any signs, but it was not too heavy. The autumn rain continued, and it continued. Although willow trees are not afraid of rain, this feeling of being wet still made Jiang Huai somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, it rained quite a lot during this period, almost every few days, and the feeling of discomfort was not as strong as before. Although he didn't like rain subjectively, rain is the source of life for most plants. Jiang Huai is no exception. His roots are deep in the soil, thick and strong, as dense as a spider web, and are now madly absorbing the water accumulated on the surface of the soil and accumulating nutrients. Time flies, and time passes easily. Time has passed for a few more years, and where can I find the vicissitudes of the future? In the rush of time, 3 years have passed in a flash. In the past 3 years, Jiang Huai still did not find any trace of human beings, and his experience increased by 10 points every day. Although it is not much, it can't stand the accumulation of time. From level 0 to level 1 is 1000 experience points, and from level 1 to level 2 is 10,000 points, a tenfold increase, and the same is true for the subsequent levels. After 3 years of accumulation, Jiang Huai has gained a total of 10,800 experience points, and can finally upgrade again. After consuming 10,000 experience points, he directly came to level 2. Like the first upgrade, this time he was also given a lucky draw opportunity. Jiang Huai was too lazy to keep it, and used it directly as usual. The draw is over, congratulations on obtaining the skill, Body Forging Sutra. Body Forging Sutra. Practicing it can strengthen muscles and bones, strengthen the body, and the small success can have a force of 10,000 catties, and the great success can reach a force of 100,000 catties. The great success can actually have a huge force of 100,000 catties. Jiang Huai was very jealous, but what made him depressed was that he had no way to practice it and could only pass it on to his believers. As long as the believer's faith value reaches 60 or above, he can directly teach him various skills and magical powers, thereby gaining a huge amount of experience points. As long as the person has received the gift, no matter who he is, his faith value will reach 100 in an instant and become a loyal believer. The system only says believers, but it doesn't say that believers must be human. Looking at the giant python crawling over leisurely as usual, Jiang Huai suddenly had an idea. Once this idea came out, he couldn't get it down. Subconsciously, Jiang Huai used the detection technique to scan the other party, but he was stunned. Race: Nether King Python, rare ancient relic. Age: 13. Faith value: 80. Skills: none. Magical power: none. What? The faith value of this giant python is as high as 80 points. You don't know until you test it, and you will be shocked when you test it. It was completely beyond Jiang Huai's expectation that the faith value of this black giant python was as high as a terrifying 80 points, far exceeding the 60 points stipulated by the system. If it was 20 points more, it could even become a loyal believer. A snake can actually generate faith value, and it is so ridiculous. Jiang Huai was surprised, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. He could only attribute it to the fact that all things have spirits. He simply stopped thinking about it. As long as he was his believer, it was enough. He had a believer, but Jiang Huai was a little hesitant. Is it too much of a joke to let a snake practice? But he finally got a believer, and he felt unwilling if he didn't try it. With the idea of trying everything, Jiang Huai decided to pass the body strengthening sutra he had just obtained directly to the black python. This black python was of extraordinary origin and was considered rare by the system. Maybe it could produce unexpected chemical reactions. In the void, a willow leaf slowly floated down, turned in the air, and landed on the forehead of the black python. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant python that was taking a nap suddenly woke up. In a trance, it felt that something else seemed to be stuffed into its somewhat barren brain. It swallowed and spit out information, looked around, and there was no movement at all, only the wind blowing the grass. Shao Hei, the opportunity is given to you, you have to stand up and move. The deeper you practice, the more experience I will gain. Although the first believer was a snake, Jiang Huai still had some expectations. But it was obvious that the black python did not feel his fiery hope. In Jiang Huai's expectant eyes, the black python shook its head, looked away with a puzzled look, straightened its body again, and continued to bask in the warm sun comfortably. Enjoy it. Looking at the black python falling into the land of tenderness, again, Jiang Huai was speechless. Well, he should continue to look for another lover. There is no time in the mountains, and the cold is over and the years are unknown. In a blink of an eye, it has been another 27 years of spring, summer, autumn and winter. This year, the mountain was closed by heavy snow. The long snow-like goose feathers fell for 3 whole days, and the sky and the earth were white. It was not until noon on the 4th day that it gradually stopped and had a tendency to stop. In the coldest days of winter, everything was quiet, as if they were all sleeping in the cold air. The black python, like in previous years, stored enough food in its body, and found a dry cave to hibernate early when the cold winter came. It is worth mentioning that 6 years ago, those golden buds that had grown up a long time ago finally bore fruit, with a total of 5 fist-sized fruits that looked like agate. The black python swallowed those fruits immediately. After swallowing those bright fruits, the black python seemed to have opened up some spiritual wisdom, and actually practiced the body-building sutra that Jiang Huai had passed on to him. And it made great progress. Not only did its entire body become larger, but its scales became tighter and harder. Number 3 Chapter 3 Humanity. Shao Hei's body became stronger, his scales shone brightly, and both his attack power and defense were greatly enhanced. More importantly, after successfully practicing the exercise mantra, Shao Hei directly brought more than 1,000 experience points to Jiang Huai, which was equivalent to more than 3 months of hard training for him, which made him very excited. In addition, after Shao Hei became his fanatical believer, an inexplicable connection suddenly appeared in his mind. Through this connection, he found that he could actually have a brief communication with Shao Hei. It's just that Shao Hei's current IQ is still limited, and the communication between the two is still limited to the simplest words. However, Shao Hei learned some of his instructions very quickly, which makes Jiang Huai very happy. It's comforting. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Towering mountains. About a few kilometers away from Jiang Huai, there is a low and flat mountain call, which is completely silent. Sudden, several figures broke the rare silence. The leader was a young man, wearing animal skins, with disheveled hair and a tired face, walking slowly. Behind the young man in animal skin, there was also a woman dressed in animal skin. The woman's appearance was not absolutely beautiful, but she was more natural and simple, especially her pair of clear, dark, big eyes, which added a bit of charm. A man and a woman, wrapped in thick animal skins, were trudging through the snow. Ameng, Do we really want to stay away from the tribe? The woman pursed her purple lips that were frozen by the cold, and said tremblingly. Her physical energy was almost exhausted from the long journey along the way. The tribe has been annexed, we have no choice but to escape, as far away as possible. The young man in animal skin said firmly. Just some time ago, his tribe started a war with another tribe over territory and food. Who would have thought that the leader of the other tribe had reached the Cave Heaven realm? The Cave Heaven realm possesses an extremely powerful physical body, strong and terrifying, with energy and blood buzzing like a long river. It can also engrave the corner of a tribal sacrificial totem or a ferocious beast on the body, which is enough for even the most ordinary Cave Heaven realm. Possessing tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. What is the concept of tens of thousands of pounds of strength? Even a boulder wouldn't be able to bear it with one punch, let alone their mortal bodies. The scales of war are unbalanced. Even if they try their best, they are still no match for each other. The opponent is too powerful, their energy and blood are like a rushing river, and their bodies can be shattered with just one punch. Finally, the tribe was defeated, the leader died in battle, the young men were slaughtered, the old and children became coolies, and the women were captured by the other side and used as slaves, turning them into fertility machines. The beast skin youth and some other tribesmen tried their best to escape. However, due to the enemy's follow-up pursuit, they unfortunately dispersed on the way to escape. Ameng, I'm afraid we'll be entering the depths of the wilderness if we go any further. The old clan leader said that there are terrifying beasts inside, some of which are even more terrifying than the leader of the fire tribe. We can't move on. The animal skin woman let out a breath of air and held back the man who wanted to move on. The towering trees ahead were visible to the naked eye and became denser, blocking the sky and the sun. The woman's instinct began to warn her that she must stop here. Then let's rest here for a while. The young man with the animal skin nodded, took out a pack of folded animal skins from his arms, found a flat piece of snow and spread it on it. These snow packs are incredibly tight, so there's no need to worry about sinking in. After doing all this, he took out a few frozen salty and hard-dried rabbit meat from his arms. Ameng, why don't we stay here? Not only is this place far away from the fire tribe, but it's also in a good location. We haven't encountered any ferocious beasts along the way. It's suitable for us to survive. The animal skin woman suggested. As she said, the terrain here is not only flat and open, but also blocked by mountains on all sides, and there is no shortage of water. It is definitely a unique place to live. Even the previous tribal sites were far less good than here. The beast skin young man looked around and found that it was indeed the case. Humanity. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Huai found these two figures and was a little excited. Although the man and woman were thousands of meters away from him, the 5 senses he possessed could continue to improve with his level. At level 1, his hearing, vision, and taste can reach 300 meters. Now at the second level, these abilities have directly reached 3,000 meters, enhanced 10 times, and every move of the opponent is within his sight. In more than 30 years, this is the first time Jiang Huai has seen a human being. In terms of appearance, the opponent seems to be in the primitive era. He is dressed in animal skins and has a few weapons ground from the bones of unknown beasts. Obviously, the level of technological civilization is not too high, but the words cannot be too absolute. After all, even in his previous life, there would be some primitive tribes in some inaccessible mountains and old forests. As for his appearance, he has yellow skin and black hair, more like an Asian. His facial features are no different from those of modern people, and he is even more handsome because of it. In sight, a man and a woman stopped moving forward after stopping to rest. They found a huge tree hole with a hollow inside, stuffed some dry thatch inside, and lived directly in it. This is a unique way of living for their tribe. It not only saves trouble in keeping warm, but also prevents raids by certain carnivorous beasts. With a temporary place to stay and several days of hard work, it didn't take long for the young man and the woman to fall into a deep sleep. Jiang Huai did not alarm the enemy. He decided to observe for a few days. Although he was eager to develop his own believers, he could not accept everyone. At the very least, these two people could not offend anyone they could not afford to offend, otherwise once the other party came, he might also be affected. He was far from strong enough now. The only 2 magical powers he had obtained could not protect himself, so he needed to stay alive. In the next few days, the young man and the woman stayed in the tree hole all the time. Except for meeting physiological needs and hunting, they rarely came out. The young man's hunting skills and experience were very good. Even in the cold winter, he could get a lot of small animals almost every few days. The two did not have fire, but they brought a lot of coarse salt. Every time they killed the prey, they would smear the salt on the surface of the prey, and then put it on the snow to pickle. After pickling thoroughly, it could be eaten raw. The snow began to melt on the 19th day. On this day, Jiang Huai finally accumulated enough experience points to reach level 3. It takes 100,000 experience points to reach level 3, which took him nearly 30 years. 30 years is enough for an ordinary person to grow from birth to 30 years old. Fortunately, he has a long lifespan. Every time he breaks through a level, he can gain at least tens of thousands of years of life. Otherwise, he may not be able to wait. Jiang Huai's mind moved, and the 100,000 experience points he had finally accumulated were immediately cleared. Number 4 Chapter 4, The Wreckage. Open black lens bracket race. Divine Willow close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. LV3 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket annual rings. 35 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of believers. 1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket magic power. 5 senses. Detection technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills. Body forging sutra. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket items. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spiritual power. 300 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of lottery draws. 1 close black lens bracket. After reaching level 3, Jiang Huai's body shape changed again. His height directly reached a terrifying 300 meters, and his width was as thick as dozens of people hugging. In particular, the majestic vitality like the ocean made his originally bare branches sprout dense willow leaves again. From a distance, the huge tree canopy covered the sky, and the thick vines like dragons hung down from the sky, like a green waterfall. Unknown wild flowers dotted around Jiang Huai, and the strange fragrance of flowers spread, refreshing and refreshing. This change was very exaggerated and shocking. Fortunately, Jiang Huai's abnormality was not too conspicuous in this vast sea of mountains. There were more conspicuous trees around him, and there were quite a few of them. Those giant trees were lush and green, towering into the sky, without any trace of the cold winter. Some of them were even blooming and bearing fruit. In the past life, they were definitely priceless and rare treasures. Once they were on the market, they would surely attract countless rich people to chase after them. But in this deep mountain forest, they were as common as they could be. In addition to the changes in his body, his 5 senses were enhanced again, from the second level of 3,000 meters to 30,000 meters, equivalent to a radius of 60 miles. Within this range, no movement could escape his eyes. After the lottery was over, he was given a chance to draw the lottery as usual. Jiang Huai naturally used it immediately. This was the part he was most enthusiastic about after upgrading. The lottery is over. Congratulations on getting the magical power. Secret Corpse Control can be upgraded with level. Secret Corpse Control. After consuming a certain amount of mental power, you can control the corpses buried within a radius of 30 miles. The strength of the corpses will directly affect the degree of mental power consumption. When the mental power is exhausted, those undead who can never set foot on the road home will be reburied in this vast wilderness. The bones are like sand and snow. General, don't go to the hometown platform. They will swear to guard all of this, even if there is no corpse left. The introduction of Secret Corpse Control is several lines longer than the items obtained in the previous 2 draws, and it is more detailed. Obviously, the quality this time is extraordinary. Finally, there is an ability to actively attack. Jiang Huai quickly browsed through the introduction of Secret Corpse Control, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Let's not talk about the effect of this ability. At least this is his first ability that can actively attack, and it is also the first ability that can protect himself. With a calm mind, Jiang Huai planned to try the power of this ability. This ability is strong, but not strong either. The literal meaning is not difficult to understand. Everything depends on how many skeletons are buried in a radius of 30 miles. What kind of skeletons are buried? If there are only a few, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, buried around, then this ability is absolutely useless. Fortunately, this ability, like open black lens bracket 5 senses close black lens bracket, can be upgraded with the level and has growth potential. It is a potential stock. Even the worst ending has the possibility of turning around. Ellipsis. The use of the secret technique is not troublesome. Jiang Huai only needs to silently recite the 2 words, control corpse, in his heart. Simple and easy to use. When the 2 words, control corpse, fell, the originally calm ground suddenly shook. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. It was like a heart beating regularly, and like a stone falling into a calm lake. In the void, there was only a deafening roar. The next moment, about 100 meters away from Jiang Huai, the ground cracked, dust flew, and there was a huge sound. Then, from the depths of the dark underground, 2 huge skeletons slowly crawled out. These were the skeletons of 2 giant pythons, more than 100 meters long, with bones as black as ink. When they walked, they kept making collision sounds similar to steel. Although they had turned into white bones, they exuded a terrifying aura and vented their power in life. Looking at the 2 skeletons of giant pythons that came into view, Jiang Huai was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He originally thought that Xiao Hei's body was big enough, but he didn't expect that these 2 were even bigger. When standing upright, they were equivalent to more than 30 floors high. Even if a truck was placed next to it, it would look as small as a toy. Unexpectedly, such a terrifying existence was buried next to him, which really made Jiang Huai excited with a little surprise. And at the moment when these 2 skeletons of giant pythons appeared, his spirit value instantly dropped visibly. According to this level, Jiang Huai can control them for 3 minutes at most, which is enough to show the terrifying strength of these 2 skeleton pythons. In addition to these 2 skeleton pythons, the rest are just some ordinary birds and beasts. However, they have become rotten after years of precipitation. They can be broken apart by a strong wind. Ordinary people can easily deal with them. They are useless. The number of such skeletons is not small, but they are useless to Jiang Huai. They just increase his mental consumption in vain, so he simply removes the control over them. These 2 skeleton pythons, why, look familiar. Jiang Huai stared at the 2 huge creatures in front of him with burning eyes, but after watching for a while, he found that these 2 skeleton pythons were inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. It seems a little similar to Shi Hao. Jiang Huai suddenly remembered, although these 2 skeleton pythons had long lost their flesh and blood bodies, his 5 senses were strong, and even some tiny details would be infinitely magnified in his sight. The physical signs of these 2 skeleton pythons were very similar to Shi Hao, except that one was large and the other was small, especially the back, which had a layer of raised hard bone cuticle, covering the snake head to the tail. This was something he had never seen on other snakes. Could it be that these are Shi Hao's parents or adult pythons? Jiang Huai was a little surprised. But if these 2 skeleton pythons were really Shi Hao's parents or adult Nether King pythons, how could they become like this and be buried under the endless black soil? Died of old age, Jiang Huai was a little unsure. With the intention of exhausting all his mental energy, he carefully examined the 2 skeleton pythons from top to bottom. Finally, this time, he found something unusual at the 7-inch point. The 7-inch points of the snake bones of the 2 skeleton pythons actually had a black hole the size of a hair that was extremely difficult to detect. The black hole pierced through their 7-inch hard bones and pierced the entire snake body. Even after a long time, it still flashed a cold light in the dim light. It is easy to guess that this little golden dot is most likely the culprit that caused the death of the 2 skeleton pythons. However, considering the size of these 2 skeleton pythons, they were definitely the undisputed overlords of nature in the previous life. Who killed them? Jiang Huai pondered in his heart, and inexplicably had an unprecedented sense of crisis. Number 5 Chapter 5 The Arrival of New Life. If this world is not an ordinary world, but an extraordinary world, then all this seems to be explainable. Why are there giant pythons that are 100 meters long? Why are there rare and precious herbs that can make animals wise? Extraordinary, extraordinary. These 2 words suddenly weighed on his heart like a heavy burden. This is actually what he least wants to encounter. For a long time, sighed slowly, regardless of whether this world is extraordinary or not, developing one's own strength is the kingly way. If one's own strength is strong enough and there are enough trump cards, one will naturally be fearless and push forward all the way. Just as he was thinking, an unprecedented feeling of fatigue suddenly came over him, like a tide, instantly flooding Jiang Huai's body. The time has come, and his 300 points of mental power have been completely exhausted, and there is nothing left after being squeezed out. And without the control of mental power, the 2 skeleton pythons were immediately wrapped in mud and sand and buried again in the ground. Jiang Huai also fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, Jiang Huai's recovery ability is very strong. He can recover more than 300 points of mental power in less than a day. If he reaches a higher level in the future, his recovery ability may be even more terrifying. The next day, at noon, Jiang Huai became lively again, and his mental power was restored to fullness. The first thing he did when he woke up was to take a look at the young man and the woman in animal skins. The 2 were still hiding in the tree hole, surrounded by dry grass to resist the deep winter of snow and wind. Almost all the large beasts around had entered Shi Hao's stomach and became nutrients for his hibernation. Jiang Huai was not worried that they would have any accidents. The only uncertainty should be this bone-chilling winter. Fortunately, the breath of the 2 was stable, and they obviously survived. Ellipsis. The bitter winter still raged on the world, and continued for several months. During this period, there were several heavy snowfalls, and finally reluctantly withdrew from the stage in the belated spring breeze. After the beginning of spring, the ice and snow melted, and the gurgling streams crisscrossed like jade belts, blending and merging with each other, forming the living water that can be seen everywhere in the deep mountains. Between heaven and earth, the temperature gradually began to rise. The young man and the woman in animal skin who had been hiding in the tree hole all winter finally came out. The frozen bacon they had stored before was consumed a few days ago, and they didn't catch any prey in the past 2 days, which led to hunger for several days. Fortunately, they all persisted and waited for the spring full of vitality. This day, as far as he could see, Jiang Huai suddenly found that the woman in animal skin had a whole circle bigger belly. The woman was pregnant, and it was obvious that she had been pregnant for several months. Judging from the size of her belly, it seemed that she was pregnant with a baby. Jiang Huai was a little happy. The birth of a new life represents the first addition to the population of his territory. Although the young man and the woman still live thousands of meters away from him, Jiang Huai has already regarded them as the population of his territory in his subconscious mind. With the arrival of spring, the number of prey suddenly increased. The hunting skills of the young man did not fade at all because of the cold winter. They were still superb. There were new harvests every day, and the food of the woman became richer. This time they no longer used salt to pickle raw meat. Instead, with the unremitting efforts of the young man, they finally used the principle of drilling wood to make fire to light a fire in front of the tree hole. Spring is different from winter. The temperature in spring cannot reach the dry and low temperature required for pickling meat. If it is pickled with salt again, there is a high probability that it will deteriorate. With the addition of meat, the woman's body became visibly plump, in sharp contrast to her previous skinny body. Time flies, and it is fleeting. Unknowingly, several months have passed. Before the spring of the second year, the child of the beast skin youth and the beast skin woman was born. Accompanied by a series of shrill cries, several small natives were welcomed in this unknown mountain range. What shocked Jiang Huai was that the beast skin woman gave birth to 3 children in one breath, 2 boys and 1 girl, all of whom were very healthy, and each of them was not small in size. It was unknown where they absorbed nutrition and developed so well. But unfortunately, for such a long time, the beast skin youth and the beast skin woman still did not leave the tree hole too far, so Jiang Huai's idea of passing on the skills had no chance to be implemented. As for the assessment of these 2 people, it had already ended. No one else appeared for such a long time, either they had no enemies at all, or they had enemies but their strength was not very good. After all, the beast skin woman and the youth were just slightly stronger ordinary people. If they couldn't even deal with ordinary people, the enemy was obviously not that strong. Since they were not very good, Jiang Huai naturally had nothing to worry about. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Time flies, and 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The long time has left indelible traces of time on the faces of the animal skin woman and the animal skin youth. The temples of the 2 have turned slightly white, and they have entered their 30s, and there are a few more wrinkles on their foreheads. In the past 10 years, the animal skin woman has given birth to 5 more children, 4 girls and 1 boy. Together with the previous triplets, she has 8 children. The oldest is already 15 years old, a boy with a strong physique and a sturdy figure. As for the youngest, she is only 1 year old now, a little girl, and she is also the most favored on weekdays. In order to make it easier to live, they found a larger and wider tree hole nearby, which was made up of densely packed and tangled tree roots. In order to prevent water from leaking, the woman also deliberately laid several layers of huge unknown leaves on it. This day, in front of the root hole, a young man sharpened the spear in his hand again and again. The boy was the eldest son of the beast skin woman and the man, named Lin Zhuang. As his name suggests, although he was only 15 years old, he was as strong as the beast skin man. As early as a year ago, he could fight against beasts such as lions and tigers. Son, remember not to go forward. Going forward is the depths of the wilderness. There are terrifying beasts and fierce beasts in it. Even your father is far from being a match. The beast skin woman kept reminding the boy. Learning and being able to hunt alone is a step that every tribal man must go through. The boy could do it a few years ago. The woman was just habitually reminding him a few words. Don't worry, mother, I'll just look around here and definitely not go deep. Lin Zhuang nodded, holding a spear in his hand, and walked quickly in one direction. However, this time was different from the previous time. After walking a distance, the boy suddenly turned around and walked towards the depths of the wilderness that the animal skin woman didn't allow him to go to. A young calf is not afraid of a tiger. He wanted to see what was in the depths of the dense forest. The boy was very confident in his martial arts. He could use traps to kill beasts such as lions and tigers, and even if he encountered more terrifying beasts and birds, he could get out in time. This was the unique arrogance of the boy, and it was definitely not a few words of advice that could make them remember. Number 6 Chapter 6 Lin Zhuang's Spring. It's not easy. After waiting for more than 10 years, I finally have a master who doesn't follow the rules. On top of a mountain, looking at the young man who was constantly approaching in his direction, Jiang Huai felt like crying inexplicably. To be honest, he had never thought that the beast skin woman and the beast skin young man could be so cowardly. After living here for 15 or 16 years, they actually refused to come to him at all, and their activities were limited to the surrounding area. Not only that, the 2 even moved back a certain distance and resettled their home next to a stream. Good thing, they have a disobedient son. Ellipsis. On the mountain road covered with fallen leaves, the boy's figure got closer and closer, arriving at the top of the mountain where Jiang Huai was. After climbing over here, the real depth lies behind. The young man was ready to move and wanted to find out, but how could Jiang Huai let the fat in his mouth escape? In the air, a drop of water fell in the air like emerald, and slowly dripped on the back of the young man's neck. A chill suddenly hit him, as if someone was whispering in his ear. Who? The young man was alert and quickly looked around. Apart from the sound of wind and running water, there was no one else at all. In the end, he could attribute it to himself being too suspicious. It must be because my grandma always talks about how scary the depths of the forest are, so I got scared. The young man muttered inwardly, but the direction of his steps betrayed him. Hiss, hiss, but just as the young man turned around, a huge snake head in the shape of a triangle, raised high, broke into his line of sight. What a huge snake head it was, with a pair of scarlet eyes staring straight at the boy, like a red lantern hanging high, full of evil meaning, and a bit bigger than the boy's head. Lin Zhuang had never seen such a terrifying and exaggerated beast before, and he almost collapsed to the ground in fear. How could there be such terrifying monsters in the depths of the wilderness? Compared with them, ligers and tigers are as weak as ants. The young man pursed his lips, feeling the majestic power emanating from the giant python, and a deep regret suddenly flashed through his heart, regretting why he didn't listen to his parents' advice. Hiss, hiss. The giant python didn't care what the young man was thinking, and kept swallowing the letter, getting closer and closer to the young man's head. Lin Zhuang could even clearly smell the fishy smell emanating from the snake's mouth. Is this death? The young man's face was full of despair and he couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands. It's not that he doesn't want to resist, but under such a terrifying beast, what can he do even if he resists? It's nothing more than a dying struggle before death. What's more, at this moment, his legs were so weak from fear that he couldn't muster any strength even if he wanted to resist. Snapped. At this critical moment, in the air, a crisp sound suddenly came. Lin Zhuang's fingers subconsciously opened a slit, revealing a pair of crystal black eyes. Wherever he looked, he saw a thick and vibrant wicker suddenly stretching out from a distance, hitting the python's tail like a sharp sword. The giant python screamed strangely, and the slender shinzi drooped to the corner of his mouth, and then glanced at a willow tree hundreds of meters high behind him. With a look of fear on his face, he hurriedly fled to the side, and disappeared in Lin Zhuang in an instant without saying a word. In sight. What a great acting skill, Xiao Hei. I feel like I'm losing your talent if I don't award you a gold medal. Seeing the black python's final expression, which was like the finishing touch, Jiang Huai gave him a big thumbs up in his heart. This giant black python is none other than Xiao Hei. After more than 10 years of development and the addition of the body refining manual, Xiao Hei's body size has grown very quickly and has reached more than 50 meters. Not only has his body shape been developed, but more importantly, his intelligence has improved by leaps and bounds. He can now understand some of Jiang Huai's words. Simple instructions and executed with great accuracy. This time he came out to scare the boy mainly to cooperate with Jiang Huai in a play. Others are heroes saving beauties, but he is saving little brats. There was no other way. It was stipulated that the other party's faith value must reach 60 to transfer skills. Jiang Huai really couldn't think of any other way and could only make this decision. Let's talk about the 60-point faith value first. He first has to make the boy his believer. Fortunately, although the idea is very old-fashioned, the effect is good. Yes, you saved me. Lin Zhuang, who was still alive after the disaster, looked at Jiang Huai's position and rubbed his eyes fiercely. There was silence all around, except for the gentle breeze. No one answered him. Although he did not receive a response, Lin Zhuang still looked determined. Just now, he could see clearly through the gaps between his fingers. Just when the giant python was about to swallow him, a wicker fell from the sky and hit the black giant python, saving his life. And the owner of the wicker was the vigorous giant tree hundreds of meters high in front of him. Master Lu Shen is here. While speaking, Lin Zhuang knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily several times. In the vast wilderness, calling the god Zongdai is the most respectful expression in the heart. The word, sir, is an elegant name, which means emphasis. It also expresses one's inner admiration and does not necessarily refer to human beings in general. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. From then on, Lin Zhuang would sneak over every day, either to share with Jiang Huai some of what he saw and heard in daily life, or to complain about his stereotypical parents. Jiang Huai selectively filtered the former, but he was particularly interested in the latter. It's really stereotyped, and I haven't even gotten into it for so many years. Ellipsis. Time passes by in such trivial and inadvertent ways. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed by in a hurry. This day, Lin Zhuang went up the mountain as usual. In order to avoid arousing the suspicion of his parents, every time the boy came to Jiang Huai during this period, he would kill a few hares on the road. Thanks to the skillful skills that the boy learned from the animal skin man, he would gain a lot every time. As for the little black python, it is too big. Foods such as rabbits and pheasants are just like a soybean to it. Not only does it not fill its stomach, but it also fills its teeth. It is not in his diet at all. This has also led to the fact that small animals are everywhere in this mountain range, but large animals are relatively rare. Lord Lu Shen, this is a wild vegetable cake made by my mother. It is made from powder ground from the roots of bark grass and ground grass. It tastes particularly delicious. If it hadn't been for the 100-jin heavy pig caught by my father this time, the wild boar. I can't even eat it if I want to. The boy kept talking about what happened during this period. Although he was talking to himself, he also enjoyed it. For one thing, he felt twice as safe by Lu Shen's side. What the young man didn't know was that as he talked during this period, the number above his head that only Jiang Huai could see was growing rapidly. 58, 59, 60, ellipsis. The faith value of your second believer has reached 60. Do you want to transfer the power immediately? Almost at the same time, the system sound sounded. Jiang Huai had been waiting for this moment for even longer, so he naturally didn't hesitate. In the endless void, Jiang Huai's mind moved. A willow leaf that seemed to have never appeared before suddenly swayed in the wind, and then slowly fell down. Number 7 Chapter 7 Lin Zhuang's Spring Part 2. In midair, the willow leaf curved. Impartial. It happened to fall on the boy below. Then disappear. The boy who was talking loudly suddenly paused. Next moment, the young man stood up with a tang sound. Is this a scripture given by Lord Lu Shen? Feeling the sudden strange memory in his mind, Lin Zhuang looked shocked at first, and then full of surprise. There is no doubt about him. Lin Zhuang closed his eyes and felt the Body Training Sutra carefully. The more he understood, the more Lin Zhuang was able to detect the horror of the strange inheritance in his mind. A small one can hold 10,000 kilograms of strength, and a big one can even wield 100,000 kilograms of strength. Lin Zhuang had no idea about the strength of 100,000 kilograms, but he clearly remembered that his mother told him that the murderer who destroyed their tribe and caused them to flee here only had a strength of tens of thousands of kilograms. After a long time, the young man opened his eyes, then took 3 steps and 2 steps, walked quickly to Jiang Huai, and knelt down heavily. More religious than last time. The breeze blew by, and the delicate wicker branches danced in the wind. And the towering willow tree seemed to be able to stand up to the sky and the earth in the young man's eyes. So majestic and mysterious, he originally thought that Master Lu Shen had never paid attention to him, and the rescue that day was just a whim. But it wasn't until this moment that the young man realized that Lord Lu Shen had always been there, watching him quietly from the high sky. And everything today confirmed his conjecture. He passed Lord Lu Shen's test and received Lord Lu Shen's commendation and recognition. After obtaining the Body Training Sutra, Lin Zhuang went to Jiang Huai privately more frequently and for longer periods of time, staying almost all day. In addition to daily chatting, he also demonstrated the body training moves in the Exercise Sutra in front of Jiang Huai. Lin Zhuang's talent was pretty good. Although he was just trying to practice by himself, he was able to practice well. This is the benefit of systematic Qigong transfer. There is no need for guidance from others. Although the degree of understanding will vary from person to person, as long as they are willing to work hard, everyone can learn something. Although it is just a basic body training technique, the Body Exercise Sutra has brought considerable changes to Lin Zhuang. In just half a month, Lin Zhuang's body bones became stronger and his physique became more muscular than before. In addition, his muscles were more explosive, like a cheetah's. After truly feeling the progress of his body, Lin Zhuang worked harder, almost to the point of dancing to the sound of a chicken and forgetting to eat and sleep. Just as the young man was learning so much, 5 years passed by in a flash. Lin Zhuang is 20 years old. That team of couples has also entered the age of 40. The once little brat has become even taller, with a sturdy back and waist, and his upper body is in the shape of a metal-like inverted triangle. He looks like a prehistoric beast, a full head taller than his father. After 5 years of hard work and good talent, the boy's strength has developed by leaps and bounds. He has reached the point where he can easily tear apart large beasts such as ligers and tigers with just a pair of fleshy hands. He is so fierce that he no longer needs traps or weapons. Auxiliary. This day, in front of Jiang Huai, Lin Zhuang was rehearsing the moves in the Bodybuilding Sutra in a precise and orderly manner, and he was vigorously performing the moves. Compared with before, Lin Zhuang's movements were extremely skilled at this moment, and there was no trace of rust or lag at all. Hey, on the field, Lin Zhuang's punching movements were done in one go. He was as light as flying and as heavy as thunder. His shape was like a falcon catching a rabbit, and his spirit was like a cat catching a mouse. He had already achieved something. It is written in the scriptures that after practicing to a small degree, you can have a strength of 10,000 kilograms. Now I should belong to this category. With his fist closed, Lin Zhuang grabbed the huge boulder next to him that was as tall as a person, and lifted it easily. Got up. He didn't have a scale, so he could only give a rough estimate, but it was close. With a force of 10,000 kilograms, with one punch, even a liger's head will explode in an instant. However, despite considerable progress, Lin Zhuang is still not complacent at all. To this day, the image of that giant python still pops up in his mind from time to time. Lin Zhuang estimated that even now it is still difficult for him to deal with that giant python. It can be done with just one sweep of the opponent's tail. His spine was easily broken at the waist. He is still too weak. But Lin Zhuang was already very satisfied. His current strength has increased countless times, and even his father is no longer his enemy. Lord Lu Shen, my father said that there have been some strange traces nearby in the past few days, which seem to belong to other people. My father and I decided to check it out tomorrow morning, so we can't come over to accompany you, Lord Lu Shen. Lin Zhuang put away his moves and said with great respect. Although Lord Lu Shen has never spoken to him, he knows that Lord Lu Shen has been watching. Because of this, he has always wanted to tell his family about Lu Shen over the years, but he did not dare to make any decision without permission. Is there someone here again? Jiang Huai was a little surprised. Why didn't he notice? Subconsciously, Jiang Huai refined his 5 senses to the extreme, and finally, on a low hill, he discovered the outsider that Lin Zhuang mentioned. There were more than 30 people in total, all armed with weapons and full of murderous intent. The leader was a burly man wearing a tiger skin robe, with a full beard and a centipede-shaped scar on his left face that was more than 10 centimeters long, which looked quite scary. These people hid in the messy bushes, covered with branches and weeds, very hidden, and it was no wonder that Jiang Huai didn't find them at the first time. He is not friendly. Jiang Huai looked back and forth at the scarred man several times with a deep look in his eyes. Since the last upgrade, His 5 senses have not only greatly increased the distance, but more importantly, he has also gained a special ability. He can feel the degree of danger of other creatures, and this scarred man gives him a stronger feeling than Lin Zhuang, and even stronger than the couple. But he couldn't stop Lin Zhuang from going. The group was aggressive and clearly came for Lin Zhuang's family. It's a disaster that can't be avoided, so it's better to hit it head on. Of course, the most important thing is that although the opponent is stronger than Lin Zhuang's family, it's actually just like that, Shi Hao can completely defeat the opponent. If Lin Zhuang really couldn't hold on, there were still them. After all, Lin Zhuang was his first human believer, so it wouldn't hurt to take care of him more. Ellipsis. After kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to Jiang Huai, Lin Zhuang hurried down the mountain. No words were spoken that night. The next day, the sky was just getting light and the fog was rising. In front of the tree hole, "Boss, you and the second brother go to the east, and I'll go to the west. Let's investigate separately. Remember, don't act rashly. Once you find anything, you must tell your father before you act." Hanging the long knife that hadn't been used for a long time on his back, Lin Meng's eyes swept over Lin Zhuang and others. "Boss, you are the strongest, but you are also prone to act rashly. You don't care about anything at other times, but you must be careful this time. Take good care of yourself and take good care of the second brother." Lin Meng patted Lin Zhuang's shoulder and said, Number 8 Chapter 8 Lin Zhuang's Spring Part 3. He was both relieved and helpless about this boss. He was relieved because the boss was like him, and even better than him. He was extremely strong and could hunt beasts like lions, tigers and wolves alone without any weapons. He was much stronger than when he was young. He was even comparable to the geniuses in some tribes who used the blood of fierce beasts to temper their bodies. He was helpless because this brat was sometimes too reckless, especially relying on his brute force, and dared not listen to him, the old man, and every time he was helpless. He could let bygones be bygones, but this time it was a serious matter. He suspected that the sudden appearance of human traces was from the fire tribe. "Second brother, remember to remind your eldest brother." Lin Meng worriedly reminded the young man next to Lin Zhuang. That was Lin Zhuang's second brother, Lin Chen. He was also very strong, but not as exaggerated as Lin Zhuang. He was born almost at the same time as Lin Zhuang, so he always wanted to compete with the boss Lin Zhuang. But he was scared of being beaten by Lin Zhuang in recent years. He really couldn't beat him. Lin Zhuang would make his skin red and swollen with a touch, and it would take at least several days to go away. "Father." Lin Chen glanced at Lin Meng with resentment. "Father is really something. With the bare look of the eldest brother, do I dare to remind him? Why don't you say it yourself?" But he could only think about this in his heart. He couldn't afford to offend either his father or his eldest brother. "Okay, everyone, move. Whether you find it or not, you must gather here at noon. Remember to pay attention to safety." Lin Meng waved his hand, and after another exhortation, he immediately took the lead and hurriedly walked towards one side, disappearing in the thick fog. The thick fog rolled like a rushing river, and the figures of Lin Zhuang and others were instantly shrouded in it as soon as they entered. Fortunately, as permanent residents of this mountain range, they have experienced this situation many times, and the roads around them have been marked, so they will not get lost. On a hill, Lin Meng was the first to find the scarred man in his group. Although his physical fitness has been declining with age, his decades of experience are real, and he knows which places are the most hidden and the hardest to find. It's WILLOW. However, when he finally saw the scarred man's appearance, Lin Meng's face was instantly as pale as earth, and he was no longer as calm as at the beginning. He guessed that it was very likely that the people of the fire tribe were chasing him, but he never expected that the leader of the team was WILLOW, the leader of the fire tribe, who almost slaughtered all his people with his own strength. "Leave, you must leave here immediately." Lin Meng didn't dare to stay for long. He knew the horror of the scarred man and planned to leave here quickly in the fog to inform others. But just as he was about to get up, a big hand suddenly attacked, like thunder, at a fast speed, and grabbed Lin Meng directly. "The remnants of the Lin clan, you're here and you still want to run." WILLOW's face was gloomy. He had noticed Lin Meng's arrival as soon as he came. He has now entered the half-step cave heaven realm. How powerful is this realm? How can those ants imagine it? It's ridiculous that this humble ant still thinks he is flawless. Want to be able to thrive in the fog. It's ridiculous. WILLOW waved his hand and threw Lin Meng aside. The people of the fire tribe with swords and knives immediately surrounded him. "It's not easy. This leader has been chasing you for more than 20 years before I found your traces. If it weren't for my brother's request to kill you personally, this leader would have strangled your neck just now," WILLOW said viciously with his hands behind his back and a ferocious face. The fire tribe and the Lin clan were originally hostile forces, and the two sides fought many times. However, as his strength improved, this balance was broken. The entire Lin clan tribe was slaughtered by him, but these people refused to accept their fate and blinded his beloved brother's eyes while fleeing, causing the man who was second only to him to never recover. He has always remembered this deep hatred and has never given up hunting him down for decades. The purpose of going out in person this time is to catch Lin Meng, the remnant of the Lin clan tribe. Unexpectedly, Just after finding some clues, the other party came to the door first, and it was easy to get it, which made the scarred man in a good mood. You gangsters, let my father go. At this moment, a roar suddenly came. It was Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, who were nearby and rushed over when they heard the noise. You are no match for him. Go quickly, go back and take your mother and brother and sister-in-law away from here. Lin Meng's eyes were bloodshot and he couldn't help but shouting hurriedly. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. It doesn't matter if he dies, as long as his wife and daughter can survive. Lin Zhuang naturally couldn't listen. He shouted and swung a huge stone that was more than 2 people tall and smashed it towards Huo Long. Good boy, Huo Long roared. Although he was surprised at the strength of the young man in front of him, his hands were not idle. He swung the huge iron hammer high and hammered the huge stone that was shot at him. Bang! The rocks flew and many fell on the members of the Huo tribe. They didn't have Huo Long's ability. How could they resist the flying stones with flesh and blood? Screams were heard at the scene. Many people from the fire tribe were directly hit by the splashing gravel and their faces were covered with blood, and a few unlucky ones even died on the spot. Okay, I think you are just looking for death. The sudden changes around him made Huo Long furious. These people who came with him were all elites in the tribe. If one was missing, there would be no one. Now he had lost several of them before taking action. How could he not be angry? Huo Long threw away the hammer, leaned forward, and smashed at Lin Zhuang crazily. In the dense forest, the use of any weapon will be limited by space. Only hand-to-hand combat is the most terrifying weapon. Bang bang bang. Huo Long's punches were extremely fast and at tricky angles. Each punch weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Lin Zhuang only received a few punches before he became a little confused. After all, the body training sutra is just a pure body tempering technique, without any fighting skills. On the other hand, Huo Long is not only stronger, but also has more combat experience. As for Lin Zhuang's battles so far, in addition to his strong physique, he relied on his experience in hunting wild beasts every day. It's okay to face other people, but it's obviously too immature to face the leader of the fire tribe who has experienced many battles. The gap between the two is becoming more and more obvious. But Lin Zhuang is also tenacious, and even so he still perseveres. Leave me aside, leader. Huo Long was a little angry. He no longer hid his strength, and the horror of the cave heaven realm poured out. The punch came with a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Such a huge force was far from being resisted. Lin Zhuang flew directly backwards. He couldn't get up for a long time, and his chest collapsed. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 1 WTR Lab. Number 9 Chapter 9 Lin Zhuang's Spring IV. Ants are still ants after all. After succeeding with one blow, Huo Long was not in a hurry to continue his attack. In his opinion, the group of people in front of him have already become his prey, and they cannot escape. He doesn't mind playing with them for a while longer. Rather than killing the opponent in one fell swoop, he enjoys the enemy's despair. Lin Meng, my leader had no time to think about it and let you and others escape. However, when you escaped, you even injured my leader's brother. This matter has always been my chief's heart. Fortunately, after so many years of hunting, all your companions have died under my leader's hammer. Now, it's just you. Quote, Huo Long turned to look at Lin Meng and spoke coldly. He always kept this account in mind. But Lin Meng was so good at hiding that it took him more than 20 years to catch them. But having said that, although you were a loser as a father, the son you gave birth to is really good. He looks like he can only move to the blood realm, but he can fight head-on with this leader for so long. Huo Long rarely looked directly at Lin Zhuang. When they were fighting, the opponent's momentum made him quite frightened. The energy and blood were as thick as a volcano erupting. If he were more diligent, he might not be weaker than him. This leader has always been a person who loves talents. To be honest, if you were not Lin Meng's son, I wouldn't mind sparing your life. But it's a pity that you are not only the eldest son of this ant, but the leader has no choice but to reunite you underground. Quote, Huo Long grabbed Lin Zhuang and threw him directly next to Lin Meng. Lin Chen beside him was knocked to the ground by other fire tribe tribesmen. Father, go up the mountain and see Mr. Lu Shen quickly. Only Mr. Lu Shen can save us. Lin Zhuang's chest collapsed, and his animal skin was soaked in blood, and he said hurriedly. His body training sutra is just a small success. He is far from the opponent who has reached the half-step of Cave Heaven Realm Huolong. He has already reached the end of his strength. There is no Lord Lu Shen here. Zhuangzhi, you must hold on and don't say any stupid words. Looking at Lin Zhuang who was covered in blood in front of him, Lin Meng was shaking all over, clenching his teeth and his eyes were red. Although Lin Zhuang would always contradict him on weekdays, what Lin Meng admired the most was his eldest son. Seeing that the other man was not only seriously injured but even talked nonsense in order to protect himself, the man was not only saddened. Father, you, just, listen to me, go to the mountain, look for Lord Lu Shen to take action. As long as Lord Lu Shen is willing to take action, we will be saved. Lin Zhuang said intermittently that the injuries on his body were too serious, the skin was torn and the flesh was torn, and the internal organs were affected to varying degrees, but he could still hold on. This is entirely due to the fact that the Physical Exercise Sutra can not only increase strength, but also subtly improve the practitioner's physique. Lin Zhuang was a little excited and couldn't help spitting out another mouthful of blood, which shocked Lin Meng. This old man who was already in his mid-50s burst into tears. He had seen some dying people like this before, suddenly talking nonsense and becoming delirious. He has lived here for decades, what is there that he still doesn't know about here? Not to mention Willow God, he has never seen even a willow tree. Furthermore, they are now surrounded by enemies. Not to mention going up the mountain, they cannot even get out of this dense forest. When he thought that his eldest son had become like this because of himself, Lin Meng couldn't help but feel sad and sorrowful, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Father, don't cry, even if the child dies, don't be afraid. Master Lu Shen will definitely avenge the child, Lin Zhuangqiang said despite the severe pain. What nonsense, Mr. Lu Shen, boy, do you think that delaying time can save the lives of your family? This leader tells you, in your dreams, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will not even think of saving you. Huo Long walked quickly to Lin Zhuang with his hands behind his back, his expression gloomy. There is no place in this green mountain that is not a burial ground, and no place is not a desolate place. To be honest, I really want to see if anyone will come out without opening their eyes. But it is a pity that this leader is here. Your so-called Lord Lu Shen is probably scared to death. Huo Long sneered a few times. How could such a clumsy method possibly scare him, the leader of the fire tribe? What a joke. I don't know where this guy came from, but he dared to call himself a god. It's really delusional. You are not allowed to insult Lord Lu Shen. Lin Zhuang's eyes were red. The majestic figure taught him the overall bodybuilding technique. The kindness is greater than the sky. As long as he is still breathing, no one will be allowed to slander him. Insult. This leader not only insulted him, but also wanted to cut this so-called Lord Lu Shen in your mouth into pieces with 1,000 knives. You will be punished by Lu Shen. Lin Zhuang's chest heaved violently. Punishment. This leader has been a strong man in the cave for so long. I have always punished others, but no one without a long-sighted mind has ever dared to punish me. I would like to see how the so-called Lord Lu Shen in your mouth will punish this leader. In this mountain range, this leader is the strongest existence. Quote. Huo Long's face was cold, and he flew forward, grabbed Lin Zhuang's neck, and lifted him up. A strong sense of suffocation came over him, and Lin Zhuang's face instantly turned red. Master Huolong, one person is responsible for what one does. It was all my fault and it has nothing to do with my children. I will go back with you to question the crime. Please show your kindness. You will not care about the sins of the villain and let innocent people like me go. My child, I kneel down for you. Lin Meng, an old man, cried like a tearful person. He is guilty. It would have been better if he just shouted to his wife, children to leave. It was all his own fault. He was used to living an easy life, and he didn't want to move out of here right away. Otherwise, how could he have caused his boss to become like this? Father, don't kneel down to this kind of person. He insulted God Lu. God Lu will definitely never forgive him. Even though he was choked and unable to breathe, Lin Zhuang still did not give in and still tried his best to speak out for Jiang Huai. Tisk, 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 what a man of steel and iron. Seeing that you want to die so much, this leader will reluctantly help you. Huo Long was completely enraged, and the slender scar was twisted with anger. The veins in his arm bulged, and the strength increased violently. He was about to pinch Lin Zhuang's neck bone alive. Call out. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Not far away, suddenly there was an inexplicable burst of violent and dull roaring sounds. It was like some huge thing rubbing against the ground. Next moment, follow this sound. A terrifying giant shadow that was more than 50 meters suddenly appeared in front of Huo Long like a sweeping black wind. Suddenly, a fishy wind blew in my face, and sand and rocks flew. It was a large black python that looked like a small mountain. Number 10 Chapter 10 Lin Zhuang's Spring V. Before Huo Long could react, the snake's tail, like a sharp sword, was drawn out so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Huo Long looked horrified and instinctively wanted to block with Lin Zhuang in his hand, but before he could reach out his hand, a sharp pain hit him. It was Lin Zhuang's second brother Lin Chen. This guy was also a ruthless character. When he saw that Huo Long was distracted, he directly pulled out the arrow hidden in his waist and stabbed the opponent's forearm hard. Huo Long was in pain and subconsciously threw Lin Zhuang out of his hand. You group of ants, how dare you plot against my leader? Huo Long's face was ferocious, and he was extremely angry, but he did not move forward, but retreated directly. Snapped. The moment his figure moved, the huge snake's tail fell directly, like a huge iron whip, and the earth below was instantly torn apart. Huo Long's eyelids couldn't help but tremble when he saw such terrifying strength. You losers, what are you doing here? Why don't you take Lin and his son away quickly? Huo Long pursed his lips and shouted at the surrounding fire tribe people with a ferocious expression. These useless things were all scared by the giant python and ran 8 feet away. The fire tribe people around them came to their senses, shouted, and rushed towards Lin Meng and his son again. Lin Meng was immediately desperate. There were people from the fire tribe in front of them, and behind them there was a giant python of unknown origin but extremely terrifying. Even God was not going to let them go. Chen'er, take good care of your elder brother and block this giant python for us as a father. Lin Meng took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. After patting Lin Chen's shoulder, he stood up. Father. Lin Chen's eyes were red. He was not a child and he instantly guessed his father's intention. Needless to say, I have lived for my father for most of my life, and I have decided to leave. Chen'er, you must wait for the opportunity to take your eldest brother out of here. Lin Meng's back was as straight as a green pine. He has been running away and hiding all his life. This time, he wants to die standing up. Father. Lin Chen looked at Lin Zhuang who was unconscious, and then at his father who was determined to die, and felt a strong sense of powerlessness. He hated his own weakness. If he could be like his elder brother, among other things, at least he wouldn't have to put his father in danger. In the venue, come. This old man who was once in his prime but now over 50 years old roared angrily, including both the black giant python and the fire tribe tribesmen who rushed over. The muscles all over his body were tense, and he was in a fighting posture. The green pine trees behind him were swaying, as if they were marching for him. Although his body was no longer in its peak state, under the indomitable will to die, the old man still burst out with unprecedented momentum. Come on, everyone. Lin Meng clenched his fists and went to die calmly. But what he didn't expect was that the terrifying black python didn't even look at him after it flew in front of him. Instead, it turned around and rushed towards the people of the fire tribe. Lin Meng was stunned for a long time, pursed his lips, and suddenly felt that it was neither moving nor moving. Fortunately, he had been brewing for so long, but in the end, no one paid attention to him at all. Lin Chen was also a little confused. He couldn't bear to look directly at him, but he didn't expect his father to be safe and sound. And the big python never took action against his father or himself from the beginning to the end. Instead, he helped them deal with the invading enemies of the fire tribe. Lin and his son were a little confused. The situation at the scene was too weird. Not to mention that Lin Chen had never seen it before, even Lin Meng, who had lived for half his life, had never seen or heard anything before. Obviously they seemed to be more defenseless, but the giant python chose to ignore them, and instead attack the fire tribe people who were armed with murderous weapons and looked more difficult to deal with. If they were in the dark, it would be fine if the giant python didn't notice them, but they were clearly in front of everyone in the fire tribe, and they could be as conspicuous as they wanted. What puzzled Lin Meng the most was, if he had read it correctly just now, the black python showed a hint of disdain when it passed by him. It seems that he doesn't have a good eye and will block the road. Ellipsis. Rear. The black python's huge body ran rampant and plunged into the crowd of the fire tribe. At the scene, screams could be heard all of a sudden. Under the sun, the giant python's scales glowed a little coldly, and no matter how hard the fire tribe people tried, they could only leave a little white mark at most. On the other hand, the giant python, with its huge body rolling, can easily take away a few lives, just like the god of death harvesting the undead. In just a moment, except for the Lin family, father and son, and Huolong, no one can still stand. You evil beast, you deserve to die. Today, my leader will use your head to commemorate the souls of our fire tribe warriors. Huolong's eyelids were cracked, his teeth were chattering, and his eyes were sparkling. An uncontrollable rage. Although these people are not of much use, they are still the vital force of the tribe. Each one is in the prime of life and they are the main combat force for attacking other tribes. Every missing one is a loss for the tribe. The black python spat out the message with a humane look of disapproval. It was as if he was going to hit me if he said he was not convinced. Huolong was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He had never seen such a mean snake. Die to this leader. Huolong roared and took action directly. He was wrapped in airflow, and he started with full firepower. The power of the cave realm was completely visible. When he swung with all his strength, even the air was blown up, which was 3 times more powerful than before. The giant python was no less powerful. Its huge body was full of oppression. The dense scales alone were enough to scare people. Bang! Without any horn, a man and a snake rushed out almost at the same time and collided fiercely. The huge airflow fluctuations even directly cut the trees around them in half. Mountain-splitting hand. After a blow, Huolong attacked again, and a pair of big hands like a palm leaf fan flashed red light. Only the leaders and clan leaders in the tribe can practice this kind of combat skills. This is Huolong's true strength. The power of the cave realm, the tyrannical blood force can fight through the body, and with combat skills, not only the combat power is doubled, but also people can be killed 10 miles away. His movements were sharp, and his hands, glowing red, went straight to the spine of the black python. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part, and the same goes for the python. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Facing Huolong's strongest attack, the black python did not retreat but advanced instead, and raised its huge tail like an iron whip and lashed it fiercely. Bang! A loud noise came, shaking the hills, and the beasts trembled and fled in all directions, rocks rolled, and dust flew. The next moment, In the air, a figure flew backwards and fell heavily on the rubble pile beside him. It was Huo Long, covered in blood, and half of his body was almost beaten to pieces, and he died on the spot. The horror of the black python exceeded his expectations, and his body was as hard as iron and stone, and even Huo Long's fighting skills could not make up for it. The black python suffered some minor injuries, with several scales knocked off and some blood flowing, but this also made it very angry, and it whipped Huo Long's body a dozen times until the other was completely bloody and then swallowed him whole. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 8 WTR Lab. Number 11 Chapter 11 Night Talk and Sacrifice to the Spirit. Please read and vote. This scene made the Lin family and his son watch with fear. Although this black python helped them defeat the enemy, it was too abnormal, not only in terms of strength, but also in psychology. This is most likely a python with a twisted personality. Ho ho ho. The strong smell of blood attracted many beasts from the mountains and forests. They came from all directions, like a tide. In addition to those running on the ground, there were also birds flying in the sky. For wild beasts, the flesh and blood of these monks is definitely one of the most nourishing foods in the world. Such a big movement immediately alerted Lin Meng and others, but before they could face a formidable enemy, the beasts that had rushed forward suddenly seemed to have encountered some terrible creature, and dispersed again. You must know that all this movement is caused by the giant python, and they will never come over. Even if you eat a meal, you still have them all the time, and you can still separate them clearly. Hiss, hiss. The black python was very satisfied with the performance of those beasts. Although it disturbed it, it also made him gain face in front of those humans. Twisting its body, the giant python crawled in front of Lin Meng at high speed. Then, under Lin Meng's horrified gaze, he opened his huge mouth and spat out an unknown plant filled with mucus. Lin Meng pursed his lips, looked at the herbs, and then at the giant python, and carefully picked up the plants on the ground under the other's eager gaze. When I first took it, I couldn't smell the herbal smell, but I could clearly smell the fishy smell. When he looked up again, the black python had already disappeared from sight. Father, why do I feel so scared? When the giant python completely disappeared from sight, Lin Chen looked at the tragic scenes around him, then glanced at the herb-like plant in Lin Meng's hand, and after holding it in for a long time, he said. Lin Meng did not speak, but the shock in his eyes was definitely no less than that of Lin Chen. Ellipsis. Lin Meng and others arrived home in the evening. Seeing her eldest son in this state, Lin Zhuang's mother Zhang burst into tears. Lin Meng briefly talked about the plot, but did not mention Huo Long or the giant python. Regardless of any of these 2 points, he actually didn't know how to explain it clearly. This night, Lin Meng and his wife had a long talk. Old lady, I plan to take the boss up the mountain in the next few days. Lin Meng said after talking for a long time. Going up the mountain. Old man, are you out of your mind? The boss hasn't woken up yet, and the road up the mountain is so bumpy. Aren't you afraid that the boss's injury will be more serious? Lin Meng's wife Zhang Shi complained. She thought of Lin Zhuang's I can't help but feel heartbroken at the tragic situation. As time goes by, the white hair on the woman's temples becomes denser, and there are a few fine wrinkles on her forehead. It is difficult to connect her with the pretty young and smart girl back then. Old woman, have you ever heard of Mr. Lu Shen? Lin Meng pursed his lips and did not answer directly. Instead, he suddenly leaned towards Lin's ear and asked cautiously. We are together almost every day, but have we ever heard of Master Lu Shen? Old man, why do you suddenly ask that? Ms. Lin frowned, wondering if her man had convulsions. Although there are many trees around here, there is not a single willow tree. Living here for so many years, my man should be aware of it. My father, please tell me, is there something you are hiding from me? Zhang said angrily. My dear, do you know who we met this time? After sighing and hesitating for a moment, Lin Meng decided to tell everything about what happened today. Didn't I tell you, I met a few members of the fire tribe. Zhang glanced at Lin Meng and wondered why her old man suddenly sounded so strange. This was obviously completely unrelated to the previous question. It's Huo Long. Snapped. As soon as Lin Meng's voice fell, the animal skin robe that Zhang was sewing slipped directly from her hands and fell to the ground. There was a hint of fear on the woman's face. Huo Long is actually here. To be precise, he came, but he died again. Lin Meng shrugged his nose and said, he came and died again. Old man, what do you mean by this? There was doubt in Zhang's eyes. Huo Long is very powerful. He is still as terrifying as before. He has 100,000 kilograms of strength in every move. Zhuangzhi was injured by him. However, Zhuangzhi's strength is beyond my expectation. He actually fought with Huo Long for a long time. Only then did he lose. Lin Meng pursed his lips. Although he didn't really want to admit it, he had to say that his eldest son was much more powerful than him. Damn Huo Long, he didn't just destroy our tribe, but he forced us to injure our strong men. Zhang was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and she couldn't help wiping her tears when she thought of Lin Zhuang's tragedy. Her unfortunate son was seriously injured. Although he survived by luck, who knows if he will suffer from any hidden diseases in the future. However, after sobbing for a long time, Zhang noticed something unusual. Huo Long is a strong man in the cave heaven realm. When he entered the second realm of cultivation, he almost slaughtered the entire tribe by himself. Even the old clan leader couldn't resist it at all. He was torn in half alive and his flesh and blood was fed to the big tiger under him. And Zhuangzhi is only 20 years old this year, and he has never taken a beast's bloodbath to temper his body. How can he go head-to-head with WILLOW? Still survived. However, before Jiang had time to speak, Lin Meng saw his wife's doubts and hurriedly said, "My son's mother, I know you are confused now. I am the same as you. I also don't understand why Zhuangzhi can become so strong without tempering his body. But I think, there should be a place that can tell us the answer." After concentrating for a moment, Lin Meng continued to speak, with a sense of decisiveness. "Old man, do you mean the mountain?" Jiang was not a fool. She immediately guessed it after thinking about it, but she really couldn't figure out what this had to do with the mountain. Not only is it related, but it is also very related. "Old man, don't play dumb." Jiang's mind was like being scratched by a cat's claws at this moment. She glanced at Lin Meng angrily and spoke hurriedly. At this moment, she had too many doubts in her heart that needed to be answered. Because a black giant python appeared. Lin Meng took a deep breath. Although the giant python did not target them and even saved them, he still couldn't help being horrified when he thought of that terrifying body. It was too terrifying. Its body was several dozen meters long, and it looked like a fierce beast in the wilderness, and it was extremely powerful. That black python was 50 or 60 meters long, and its scales were harder than rocks. It was extremely terrifying and ferocious. It beat WILLOW to death. Lin Meng was not satisfied until he said something shocking. Beat WILLOW to death. Before Jiang could come to her senses, Lin Meng took out a green plant from his arms. It was the one that the black python had spit out, but he had cleaned it on the way back. Number 12 Chapter 12. Experience points of a group of children. Please read on. "What is this, old man?" Jiang took it and looked at it for a long time. "It should be some kind of herb," Lin Meng said uncertainly. He knew some herbs in the wilderness, but he had never seen this one before. However, after cleaning it, he could smell a faint herbal smell. Of course, since he didn't know its specific use, he didn't dare to give it to Lin Zhuang, and used some old medicines he had saved before. "Why did you take out a herb for no reason?" Jiang was even more confused. What happened to her man? Why is it that the older he gets, the more confusing he is? "This is a gift from the giant python." Lin Meng sighed and said directly. "What?" Jiang was stunned, and it took him a long time to recover, but the look on his face was still full of disbelief. A giant python that seemed to be a ferocious beast not only didn't kill them, but also sent a herb. This kind of cheat is hard to believe no matter how hard you try. But these words came from the old man's mouth. Jiang knew her man very well. Although he was weak and honest in character, he would never lie to her. "But old man, even if the giant python gave you the herbs, but, what does this have to do with you going up the mountain? And that Lord WILLOW God?" Jiang's thoughts became more and more confused. "If I'm not wrong, the giant python should have come down from the mountain." Lin Meng vowed, "And the reason why Zhuangzhi can become so powerful is probably related to the mountain." "And the Lord WILLOW you mentioned?" Jiang suddenly asked. When she was young, she was known for her intelligence in the tribe. Although her brain was a little confused now, she still grasped the key to the problem at once. "That Lord WILLOW God, yes." Lin Meng nodded solemnly. "Zhuangzhi asked me to go up the mountain more than once, and even said that as long as I went up the mountain to worship the god of WILLOW, I would be safe. In fact, I didn't believe it at first, thinking that Zhuangzhi was talking nonsense because of his serious injuries, but the appearance of the giant python changed my view. The giant python seemed to come specially to rescue us. Old man, do you suspect, the god of WILLOW mentioned by Zhuangzhi is actually a sacrificial spirit, and our boss accidentally got the appreciation and recognition of the sacrificial spirit?" Jiang's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Sacrificial spirit, that's a sacrificial spirit. If her son can really get the recognition of such an existence, she will die with peace of mind." Sacrificial spirit, also called sacrificial spirit, is the abbreviation of the village's sacrificial and offering spirit. It protects the safety of the village and deters the beasts in the wilderness. It is powerful and mysterious. Not every tribe has a sacrificial spirit. The choice between sacrificial spirits and tribes is often a two-way choice. Some weak tribes can't even fill their own stomachs, so how can they offer sacrifices to the spirits? After all, it's not a big heart for the spirits to protect the tribes. People in the wilderness need the protection of the spirits to deter powerful enemies. Similarly, the spirits also need human faith and sacrifice. Simply put, the spirits need to be worshipped with boiling blood every once in a while, and this alone is enough to deter many tribes. Although the beasts are not as fierce as the fierce beasts, they are also very fierce. For some small tribes, hunting beasts often loses a lot of tribesmen, which is not worth the loss. I'm not sure about this, but there is no doubt that there is definitely a powerful person on the mountain. Lin Meng stroked his beard, which was a bit prickly. Although he was born in the tribe, he also had some acquaintances and old friends in the village. According to those old friends, it seems that there is no kind of spirit that can drive the beasts to fight. Therefore, he didn't dare to confirm whether this Lord Liushan was really a spirit. However, Judging from the fact that his boss not only got along well with the man on the mountain but also got benefits, the man on the mountain must be good, and most importantly, he is not hostile to them. This alone is enough. Old man, if you really say so, then I agree to let you go up the mountain, but I have to go up with you. If you anger that man, I can still say good things for you next to you. Jiang thought for a moment and said, Old woman, you can say good things. Lin Meng was stunned. After being together for so many years, he never knew that women had such skills. He didn't know what kind of person his old woman was. She was very straightforward and quick-hearted. It was good enough for her not to choke people on weekdays. How could she say good things? Of course, although he thought so in his heart, Lin Meng didn't dare to say it out loud, otherwise he would inevitably complain again. He loves his wife. After the idea was settled, Lin Meng and his wife discussed the specific process again, and finally agreed to wait until Lin Zhuang woke up before going up the mountain. The mood of the two elderly people who were already over 50 years old was up and down all night, and they gradually fell asleep in the early morning. No words were spoken all night. Lin Zhuang woke up on the third day. Although his injuries looked serious, they were not fatal. In addition, the body strengthening sutra taught to him by Jiang Huai was quite extraordinary, which allowed him to keep his breath. Combined with the herbs boiled by Lin Meng, Lin Zhuang saved his life. After Lin Zhuang woke up, Lin Meng and Jiang did not delay any longer, and immediately asked about the Lord Lu Shen he mentioned. Lin Zhuang hesitated for a while, but finally did not hide it, and told everything immediately. Now, Lin Meng and his wife believed in their own judgment more. My dear son, your mother and I are going to pay a visit to Lord Liu Shen. Can you lead the way? Lin Meng rubbed his calloused hands and smiled, while telling him what happened after Lin Zhuang fell into a coma. I need to ask Lord Liu Shen for instructions. Lin Zhuang scratched his head and said. Originally, he did not dare to make a rash decision, but Lin Meng told him what happened after he fell into a coma. Subconsciously, he felt that Lord Liu Shen should not be averse to seeing his parents. That's great. Lin Meng and Jiang naturally nodded in agreement. They would not dare to go up to such a being even if they were asked to do so. After recuperating for another half a month, Lin Zhuang's injuries were completely healed and he became lively again. After informing Lin Meng and Jiang, Lin Zhuang went straight up the mountain. After meeting Jiang Huai, Lin Zhuang said his old father's request word for word. Jiang Huai's 5 senses covered tens of thousands of meters, so he naturally knew about this matter a long time ago. He would definitely agree to Lin Meng's request. There are believers who make money, and they have good character. It's a waste not to make money, but how to show it is a troublesome thing. He can't speak, and he doesn't have the ability to send dreams. How should he let Lin Zhuang know that he agrees to this request? Jiang Huai thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, Lin Zhuang made a good suggestion. Lord Lu Shen, my father and mother want to visit you. If you agree, please shake the willow branches. In front of the towering willow tree, the green trees are lush and green, like a small hill in the sky, and thousands of branches hang down, which are like jade belts. Lin Zhuang spoke, pious and full of hope. Hearing this, Jiang Huai shook his body slightly. In an instant, the emerald green willow branches crisscrossed and moved without wind, making bursts of crisp rustling sounds. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 10 WTR Lab. Number 13 Chapter 13 The Prototype of Yanagi Village. Thank you, Lord Lu Shen. Thank you, Lord Lu Shen. Lin Zhuang said hurriedly with an ecstatic expression. After getting the accurate news, Lin Zhuang hurried down the mountain to inform his parents without staying long. Abba, Mom, you must remember that you must worship Lord Lu Shen as soon as possible after meeting him. On the way, Lin Zhuang warned him more than once. Although he felt that Mr. Lu Shen was not a rigid person, he still had to be fully prepared for the proper etiquette. Naturally, Lin Meng and Jiang were all happy to hear this. Facing an unknown and powerful existence, they would do the same even if they didn't say it. In addition to Lin Meng and Jiang, Lin Zhuang's other brothers and sisters also followed, and no one was left behind. This is a big deal to be able to look familiar in front of a being who is suspected of worshipping a spirit. Jiang will not allow any child to be left behind. Ever since, a large family, led by Lin Zhuang, rushed towards the mountain location in a mighty manner. Since there were several children in the team who were no more than a few years old, the journey took some time. It was already noon by the time we reached the top of the mountain. The sun is poisonous, the red sun is scorching, the wind is blowing like a rolling heat wave, the animal robe is tight against the body is covered with sweat, and the sweltering heat is uncomfortable. However, just when Lin Meng and his party were feeling unbearably hot, a sense of coolness they had never experienced before suddenly hit them, sweeping through their bodies like a tide, dispelling the heat all around. Lin Meng couldn't help but tremble. Comfortable. This feeling is like being extremely thirsty and hungry and finding a table of ferocious beast meat and vegetables behind you. Just when he was wondering where the wind came from, a towering giant shadow suddenly came into his sight in front of him. That's a tree. A willow tree, lush and green, with a huge canopy that blocks out the sky and sun, isolating the hot summer from the outside, and is full of vitality from tender to outside. Weeping willows blow in the wind. Looking from a distance, thousands of wicker branches are seen in clusters, bathed in the sun, green and clustered. What a majestic life force. Lin Meng looked amazed, sighing from the bottom of his heart. Even if he just stood under the willow tree and took a breath of the surrounding air, Lin Meng had the illusion that he was more than 10 years younger, and his whole body was light, as if he were soaring. But after just being immersed in it for a moment, Lin Meng suddenly came to his senses. Willow, could it be that this is Master Lu Shen? He opened his eyes and looked around. Except for Lin Zhuang, everyone else was immersed in the shade of the trees, feeling the hard-won refreshment. Greetings to Lord Lu Shen. Lord Lu Shen, this is my family. Lin Zhuang walked forward quickly and fell to his knees. Sir, is an honorific title. It does not just refer to the human race in general, it can refer to any living being. Seeing this scene, Lin Meng didn't understand and quickly woke up Zhang and Lin Zhuang's other brothers and sisters. Several people woke up as if from a dream, with a hint of worry on their expressions. They had thought about some details of the ceremony on the way here, but they didn't expect that they would make a fool of themselves as soon as they arrived. What if Lord Lu Shen gets angry because of this and blames them? At the same time, Lin Meng's heart was filled with surprise. The word, God, cannot be used casually. If it has not reached to that extent, once this word is used indiscriminately, it may even cause disaster. But the majestic giant shadow in front of him didn't respond much from beginning to end, obviously acquiescing to this title. Maybe he really is an extremely powerful power. Lin Meng sighed in horror. Jiang Huai didn't know what Lin Meng and his family were thinking. He could only see and hear far away, but he was still far from being able to hear other people's voices. Lin Meng and his family were worried that their performance would arouse the dissatisfaction of Lord Lu Shen, but Jiang Huai was overjoyed. Your Excellency Lu Shen, we are Lin Zhuang's family members. Today we specially come to visit you. Lin Meng thought about it and felt that it was not possible for them to stand here all the time. He gritted his teeth and imitated Lin Zhuang's actions, and also bent down and knelt in front of Jiang Huai, muttering. Although he paused, his voice was loud and full of energy, which woke up Zhang and others. As soon as he started, Zhang and Lin Zhuang's brothers and sisters hurriedly imitated the gourd and painted the gourd, and knelt down to compose the speech in a decent manner. Even the few children who had just learned the language did the same. All around, the air was eerily quiet. Only the wind howls. Just like Lin Zhuang did at the beginning, they didn't get any response. Although Jiang Huai could shake his willow branch to express his intention, he felt that it was completely unnecessary at this time. Although these people had some faith in him, they were far from meeting the requirements for passing on the skills. Lin Meng and others only need to know of his existence. Zhuangzhi, is this Master Lu Shen dissatisfied with us because of our performance just now? Lin Meng pursed his lips, his expression even more worried. He waited for a long time but did not receive any response. He was somewhat suspicious that their actions just now angered Lord Lu Shen and caused Lord Lu Shen to turn his anger on them. It was rare in his lifetime to encounter beings suspected of offering sacrifices to spirits. If he was not welcomed by those beings just because of his behavior just now, then Lin Meng would have wanted to die. It shouldn't be, Father. Lin Zhuang hesitated and shook his head. I was the same at the beginning. At the beginning, Lord Lu never paid any attention to me, but with my perseverance, Lord Lu was finally moved and gave me the supreme body-refining scripture. As the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. Father should be sincere, so that Lord Lu can be moved. Lin Zhuang said slowly. That's right, that's right. Lin Meng nodded hurriedly, believing it. How could such a big man be moved so easily? For a period of time afterwards, Lin Meng and Zhang and others were just like they were at the beginning, even more solemn. They would go up the mountain to worship Jiang Huai and perform the worship ceremony at sunrise every day. The village needs hot blood of fierce beasts to worship the spirits. They can't get the blood of fierce beasts, but they have enough blood vessels of wild beasts. Watered with blood every day, the land in front of Jiang Huai even began to turn slightly red, spreading around, looking quite evil. At the beginning, Jiang Huai thought that this strange worship ritual would have some abnormal effects on him. Although it looked a bit disgusting, he still had great expectations at first. But as the number of times increased, Jiang Huai found that the use was not really big, but his roots became stronger. In addition, the soil in front of him changed from black soil at the beginning to red soil now. However, although it did not produce any substantial effect on himself, it must be said that compared with Lin Zhuang's nagging at the beginning, this method increased the faith value much faster. In just half a month, the faith value of Lin Meng and others had reached the required 60 points of faith value. Without hesitation, Jiang Huai immediately passed on the skills. Number 14 Chapter 14 The Prototype of Lu Village Part 2. Now, before the giant tree, Lin Meng, Zhang and others knelt on the ground as usual and worshipped Jiang Huai 3 times with great piety. Although they still haven't received a response from Jiang Huai these days, everyone still maintains their original piety and has never changed. This is the bigotry of the wild people. If they decide which one to worship as a great sacrificial spirit, they will not hesitate to do so even if it takes several generations. At this time, a breeze passed by gently, seeming to be blowing in the endless high sky. Next moment, There were pieces of willow leaves falling slowly, like snowflakes in the afternoon, but they disappeared without a trace the moment they came into contact with the bodies of Lin Meng and others. Lin Meng was worshipping without any distractions when he suddenly felt that there was a trace of memory in his mind that did not belong to him. After checking it carefully, he was shocked to find that the sudden extra memory was actually about a technique called the Exercise Sutra. Lin Meng was not a fool, and he immediately realized that this was the appearance of Lord Lu Shen, whom they worship day and night. The boss is right. Where Jin Cheng goes, gold and stone will open. As long as they are sincere, they will definitely fall into the eyes of Master Lu Shen. In fact, he didn't need to shout. The others also reacted, hugging each other and crying. Their expressions were extremely excited, as if they were crazy. After Lin Meng was pleasantly surprised, he focused again on the Body Training Sutra, given by Master Lu Shen. As he continued to understand the memories in his mind, Lin Meng's heart changed from surprise to shock, and then to disbelief. Believe it or not, after directly tempering the body, you can actually have 100,000 kilograms of strength after reaching completion. What is this concept? Lin Zhuang was young, had little contact with things, and did not know much about business. But Lin Meng was different. He had several friends in the village, and he knew that if he wanted to temper his body, he had to be watered with the blood of ferocious beasts day and night before sacrificing the spirit. However, the Body Training Sutra, taught by Master Lu Shen, directly ignores this step and actually allows ordinary people to reach the blood-moving state. What made him unbelievable the most was the huge force behind it. 100,000 kilograms is a natural chasm. According to old friends in those villages, if one can reach the level of moving blood with a force of 100,000 kilograms, it would be considered an extreme level and very rare. Such monsters cannot be sought or encountered. Each one of them can easily become invincible in the world within the same realm. Throughout the ages, how many people have reached the extreme state of moving blood? Even those large villages may not be able to produce one yet. In addition to experiencing all kinds of ferocious beasts when they first opened their bodies, such unparalleled geniuses had their whole bodies watered with the heart blood of ancient relics and walked bathed in blood. The most important thing is their talent, character, etc., and they must also first class as good. But they can just skip this link and ignore their talent. Even Lin Meng and Zhang, who had already buried half of their bodies in the loess, had the opportunity to perfectly temper their bodies and reach the limit of blood transfer. How could they not be excited? How could they not be shocked? Lord Lu Shen, from now on we will be your subjects. We will be by your side and serve you all our lives. If we disobey you, we will be trapped in a cage forever. Lin Meng was in tears and his voice was trembling. How many years had passed? He only remembered that the old patriarch Qian Fan told him before he died that if there was a chance, they should bury their blood deep in the distance, pass the fire from generation to generation, and turn the tribe into a village, and take root again somewhere in this wilderness. Ellipsis. Lin Meng originally thought that he would never have this opportunity in his life, but now, this old man who is over 50 suddenly feels that he can achieve it. Not only Lin Meng, but also Zhang's face was excited and his eyes were red. As the older generation, they knew better how precious the gift from Lord Lu Shen was and what it represented. As for Lin Chen and others, they were more shocked than excited. Excitement and shock were mixed with each other. The few kids below were only shocked. Ellipsis. At sunset, Lin Meng and his party reluctantly went down the mountain. After returning to his residence, Lin Zhuang approached Lin Meng. Father, since Mr. Lu Shen has approved of us, can we move to a place closer to Mr. Lu Shen? This is thousands of meters up the mountain every day, especially it is uphill, which is not a short journey. Distance. Lin Zhuang organized his words and said slowly. In the past, he always went up the mountain secretly, but now that the whole family is recognized by Master Lu Shen, why not find a place closer to Master Lu God? Not only will it be more convenient to worship, but you can also listen to Master Lu God's teachings at all times. Why not, although Lord Lu Shen never speaks? This. Lin Meng frowned, feeling a little moved. Indeed, as Lin Zhuang said, they have to go to worship Lord Lu Shen every day, but the time spent on the road will take up a lot of time. However, after careful consideration, Lin Meng decided not to move for the time being. As for the reasons, there are 4 main points. Firstly, it was because they were afraid that they would disturb Master Lu Shen. Such a being, who stood proudly in the world, probably didn't like having so many people around him from morning to night. Secondly, it is because they are more familiar with this area and it is more convenient for them to live there. The third reason is that there is no place suitable for living on the mountain. Even if there is, it is extremely humid or rugged, making it impossible to live in it. As for the fourth point, Lin Meng wanted to use this sacrificial road to hone Lin Zhuang and others. Although it was strenuous to climb the mountain, it was also a kind of training for their bodies. Although they did not move, there were still some changes compared to before. Lin Meng and Lin Zhuang brought back a huge stone from several kilometers away, and spent several weeks carving the word, Lu Village, in the center of it, and placed it in a corner after pouring the blood of the beast. Yes, although there were only 10 people in total, Lin Meng still established a tribe and directly named it Lu Village. With Lord Lu Shen guarding here, he felt that they were fully qualified to call it a village, even if there were only 10 people. What's more, Before naming it, they had asked Lord Lu Shen for his opinion. Lord Lu Shen did not object. Jiang Huai did not object to Lin Meng's opinion. He wanted to gain more believers and experience points, and the most indispensable thing was naturally people. Although establishing a village could not attract many people for him immediately, it was at least a good start. He had tried it for so many years. Shi Hao, who swallowed the golden flowers, was just an exception. The rest of the beasts were scared and ran away after he showed his power. The faith value did not increase, but the fear value directly exploded. Only humans are the most suitable target for believers. After receiving Jiang Huai's teachings, Lin Meng and others were more awed and respectful, and the daily worship ceremony was more solemn. After many times, the hot blood had almost completely dyed the land around him red. Although Jiang Huai was somewhat uncomfortable, he did not stop it. Because he found that even if Lin Meng's family became his loyal believers, he could still continue to improve in this way. Number 15 Chapter 15 Upgrade again, please read and recommend. This is a major discovery. Jiang Huai originally thought that the faith value of believers could only reach 100 at most, but now it seems to be far more than that. He really wants to see what level the faith value can reach. The most important thing is, Jiang Huai has a vague feeling that if he can reach a certain level one day, these believers with high faith values may undergo some qualitative changes. Of course, this is just his guess, and the results need to be confirmed later, but no matter what, he has discovered a hidden new world. It's disgusting, but at least these blood can fertilize the soil and make his roots more developed. Ellipsis. The stars flow across the sky, and the years become monuments. Between the rising and setting of the sun, the continuous cycle of spring, summer, autumn and winter, 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. 6 years is nothing to Jiang Huai, but for Lin Meng and others, these 6 years can definitely be written into a history of struggle. Diligent study is like a seedling in spring, which grows day by day without being seen. Dropping out of school is like a whetstone, which loses day by day without being seen. After thousands of days and nights of hard work and simple eating, they have made great progress. Even though Lin Meng and Zhang Shi were almost exhausted, they still made some progress. Not only did their blood and qi become vigorous again, but their strength was also greatly improved. It is worth mentioning. What surprised Jiang Huai was that in the whole village, apart from Lin Zhuang, the hardest working person was not Lin Meng, but the second child Lin Chen, who was always a little lazy and didn't work hard. According to him, the skills his father taught him before were useless. He couldn't feel any progress when practicing, so he was too lazy to learn them over time. But the body strengthening sutra, given by Lord Lu Shen, was different. He could clearly feel the increase in strength just after practicing. The man's heart is like that unruly horse, spurring the horse and waving the whip, galloping across the wilderness. With such obvious results, how can he not work hard? Like Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen almost forgot to eat and sleep every day. Lin Chen, like Lin Zhuang, is at the peak of his human body. Whether it is his spirit or his physical strength, he is stronger than others. In addition, he practices harder, so his improvement is more obvious. He seems to have become the second strongest person in Lu village. Except that Lin Zhuang can suppress him to some extent, this guy seems to be invincible in Lu village. But to be honest, what surprised Jiang Huai the most was Lin Meng and Zhang's eighth son Lin Shintong, who was also their last offspring. That is a little girl, who is already 12 years old this year. Although she is not very old, her talent is terrifying. Even if she doesn't practice much on weekdays, she is still about to practice the Body Forging Sutra, to a small success. But no one else knows this except Jiang Huai. It's not that the other party is hiding very deeply, but simply no one is willing to think in that direction. After all, a little kid who is only in his teens spends most of his time playing. If his cultivation speed can be faster than that of his brothers and sisters, Jiang Huai can guarantee that Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and others will have to find a hole to hide in and think about life the next day. There are so many talented people. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Huai couldn't help but sigh. The whole Lu village looks prosperous. Although there are not many people, only Lin Meng's family, but everyone has strong blood and energy, like a walking Dalu furnace. Each one is very terrifying, running through this deep forest. If the beasts don't come out, lions and tigers will run away when they see them, as if they have seen the living devil. Their reputation has long been spread in the wild beast circle nearby. What about killing beasts without blinking an eye and devouring beasts as if they were their lives? In short, they have been regarded as the second taboo that cannot be approached by the wild beasts nearby. As for the first taboo, it is naturally the python Shi Hao. This guy is the nightmare in the hearts of all the beasts nearby. If they run faster against humans, they might have a chance of survival. But if they run into Shi Hao, they will only have one thought in their mind, that is, they can't see me, they can't see me. Before the arrival of deep winter, Jiang Huai accumulated enough experience points for upgrading for the first time, faster than any time before, which surprised him. It takes 100,000 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, and 200,000 experience points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. If it were in the past, it would take at least 50 to 60 years. It should be related to Lin Shintong. Jiang Huai's mind involuntarily appeared the figure of Lin Meng's eighth son. Name: Lin Shintong. Race: human. Annual ring, 13. Faith value, 105. Gender, female. Talent, pure yin body. Pure yin body. One of the 3,000 great Tao bodies, the cultivation speed is 5 times faster than that of ordinary people, the cultivation of yin attribute skills is 10 times higher, the power is 10 times higher, and there is a certain probability of a qualitative change. In addition, the pure yin body is born with a very strong sixth sense, which can warn of some unknown dangers in advance, and has a natural affinity with some pure yin beasts. The little girl's information appeared in front of Jiang Huai. He has the reconnaissance skill and can check anyone's information. Lin Meng and others naturally look through it. Except for the little girl, the talents of others are not abnormal, just ordinary physique. The little girl's talent is very strong, more outstanding than her brothers and sisters. Apart from this, Jiang Huai can't think of any other reason. Xiao Hei's bloodline is also very strong, but since this guy just eats and sleeps all day long, and sleeps and eats, the extra experience points he provides are not much, which is about the same as Lin Meng and others. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Taking back his mind, Jiang Huai immediately chose to upgrade. Wow, all of a sudden, the 200,000 experience points he had finally saved were all wiped out immediately. Rumble. At the same time, above the originally clear sky, thunder roared, and a line of azure thunder about a foot long suddenly fell like a sharp sword, making the entire void tremble. After the thunder fell, there was a violent shaking, and the ground shook. There were layers of twilight, vaguely revealing the unknown. There is quite a lot of noise in this upgrade. Jiang Huai was quite astonished. Ellipsis. Foot of the mountain. Lin Meng and others noticed the abnormality immediately. No. It's Master Lu Shen's position. After feeling it carefully, Lin Zhuang said with a worried look. The thunder just now was too terrifying, almost like a silver snake. Its power made him feel scared and powerless from the bottom of his heart. If the direction of the thunder falling was Master Lu Shen, he could not imagine the consequences. Although Master Lu Shen was very strong in his heart, the thunder was too shocking, like a divine punishment. Let's go. Master Lu Shen is kind to us. Even if he dies, he must take care of Master Lu Shen's safety. Lin Meng looked serious and waved his hand, intending to go up the mountain. Everyone looked in a hurry, not daring to stop at all on the way, and climbed up the mountain in one breath. But when they reached the top of the mountain, the strange movement suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a scene that stunned Lin Meng and others happened. Only a distance is seen. The location of Jiang Huai. A dazzling green mass suddenly appeared in the void, like the pouring Milky Way from the 9 heavens, and then crazily poured out of the huge willow tree below while everyone was stunned. Buzz. Almost at the same time, Jiang Huai's figure increased and rose from the ground. 300 meters, 350 meters, 400 meters. Finally, it stopped at a height of 400 meters. In addition, the thickness also expanded at the same time, reaching a terrifying 40 meters. Number 16 Chapter 16. A rich harvest. Please read on. 400 meters high and 40 meters thick, even in this forest, it is enough to be called exaggerated. Any willow branch is thicker than an adult's waist. It stands tall between heaven and earth, overlooking the earth, just like a giant. Lord Willow God, is this getting stronger again? Lin Meng swallowed his saliva. If it weren't for this reason, he really couldn't explain the scene in front of him. It was too shocking, and he couldn't describe the shock in words. But why did he think it was again? Jiang Huai didn't know what Lin Meng was thinking, but he was still very pleased that they could come. If Jiang Huai remembered correctly, when this group of people just went up the mountain, it was still shaking, the mountains collapsed and the rocks fell. Although after the transmission of the power, the faith value of Lin Meng and others reached 100 and became loyal believers, but loyal believers are not puppets, they just support Jiang Huai more sincerely. In view of their performance, Jiang Huai decided to praise them. High altitude. Thousands of willow branches drooped, driving away the coldness around and bringing warmth. Thank you, Lord Liushan, for your kindness. Thank you, Lord Liushan, for your kindness. Lin Meng and others were excited and ecstatic. In the past, Lord Liushan would not pay attention to them unless they asked proactively, and sometimes he might not even respond to their proactive questions. But this time, because of their performance, Lord Liushan's position in their heart has been further improved. How can Lin Meng and others not be excited and encouraged? At the same time, they also secretly made up their minds in their hearts that they must do better in the future to be worthy of Lord Liushan's love for them. After comforting everyone, Jiang Huai's heart sank. An information panel unique to him appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket race. Divine Willow close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. LV4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket annual rings. 56 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. Willow Village close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of believers. 10 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket magic power. 5 senses, detection, secret corpse control close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skill. Body forging sutra, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket item. None close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spiritual power. 400 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Number of lottery draws, 1 close black lens bracket. Although there is no obvious change in the data, Jiang Huai can clearly feel his own enhancement. In addition, the number of draws is once as before. He has never had the habit of saving, so he chooses to use it directly. The lottery is over. Congratulations on winning a bronze gift package. Bronze gift package. Jiang Huai was a little confused. The things he got from the lottery this time were slightly different from the past. It was neither a magical power nor a skill, but a gift package. Open it directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 primary house construction orders, 1 primary spirit gathering array, the magical power Wangliang Yaimeng, and 7 inferior dragon elephant strength pills. The voice of the system appeared and rang for a long time before disappearing. This is, I got rich. Jiang Huai took a deep breath, and his heart was instantly agitated. This was the first time he won so many things in a lottery. Regardless of the quality, at least there were a lot of them, and it was pleasing to the eye. Calming down his mood, Jiang Huai scanned the items in the bronze gift bag one by one. Primary house construction order. After use, you can build a primary house, and the construction time is 1 hour. One-time use item. Primary spirit gathering array. After use, it can form a natural spiritual energy gathering place within a radius of 100 meters. Practicing in it can increase the practice speed by 20%. Inspection time. 1 day, one-time use item. Yellow millet dream. Illusion magic power, which can weave dreams into a prison, covering one side, and can also communicate with any target through illusion without obstacles. The power of illusion increases with the host's level. The current impact range is 400 meters, and the impact time depends on the target's strength, will and degree of resistance. Permanent magic power. Inferior dragon elephant strength pill. After use, it can permanently increase the power of the 9-headed dragon elephant. The power of a dragon elephant is 20,000 pounds, one-time use item. After looking at all the items, Jiang Huai was very satisfied. The quality is not bad, especially the yellow millet dream magic power, which is actually a growth magic power that can be improved with his level. If we add the previous 5 senses and the secret technique of controlling corpses, Jiang Huai has a total of 3 growth-type magical powers, with a 100% chance of winning growth-type magical powers. I don't know if it's because this thing looks like an ordinary item to the system, or because his luck is too good. He retracted his gaze and looked at the 5 primary house construction orders again. He often encountered this kind of thing when playing online games in his previous life, but it was not called this name, but it was basically the same in different ways and had similar uses. This is of no use to me, but it is definitely a good treasure for Lin Meng's family. In view of their performance during this period, it can be used as a reward to them. And these few inferior dragon elephant power pills can be rewarded to those believers who practice hard on weekdays. Jiang Huai pondered for a moment and determined the approximate distribution method. There were not many things, so it would not be too troublesome to distribute them, but the number was here, and it was impossible for everyone to get the same amount. Where is Lin Meng? After exiting the system, Jiang Huai directly used the magical power he had just obtained, Wangliang Yaimeng. The illusion woven by Wangliang Yaimeng can allow him to communicate with any target at will, which can be regarded as solving a major problem he is facing at the moment. Although the word, dream, is included in the word, this illusion magic does not actually require the target to be asleep in order to be performed. The illusion weaves a dream, covering an area of 400 meters in radius. As long as Jiang Huai wants, he can pull any living life into the illusion he has carefully drawn. In order to make himself look as majestic and domineering as possible in the environment, Jiang Huai deliberately portrayed himself according to the image of a certain cartoon character. Ellipsis. Lord Liuxian is really more and more heroic and extraordinary. On the top of the mountain, Lin Meng looked at the majestic figure of his Lord Liuxian again and again, and couldn't help but praise him. To be honest, in his life, he has never seen any willow tree that can grow as tall and straight as Lord Liuxian, and the branches are crystal green. If there is also a beauty evaluation in the willow world, Lord Liuxian will definitely take the first place. Look at these leaves, look at these branches, there is nothing to say. Stroke his goatee, Old Man Lin is very interested. However, just as Old Man Lin was about to continue praising with the words he had accumulated throughout his life, the scene in front of him suddenly changed rapidly. What's going on? Old Man Lin had never seen such a strange thing before, and his expression suddenly became extremely nervous. Before he could recover, a roaring sound like thunder and a humming sound like a huge bell directly broke into his mind. The sound came from all directions, echoing everywhere, and it was impossible to determine where it was. Along with this sound, a towering figure that had never been seen before slowly appeared in Old Man Lin's sight. In an instant, the light was brilliant, and it seemed as if countless rounds of mighty suns were shining in the sky. Old Man Lin was directly shocked. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 14 WTR Lab. Number 17 Chapter 17 Reward. Please read later. Who are you? Looking at the huge and boundless figure in front of him, Lin Meng's eyes widened in horror, he swallowed hard, and spoke tremblingly, almost in a daze. He was clearly still worshipping Lord Lu Shen just now, but why did the scene around him become so exaggerated and terrifying as soon as he closed his eyes? No wonder Lin Meng was so horrified. Jiang Huai in the illusion was really too domineering. His body stands tall, as if it is rising from the sky, rooted in the boundless void, spanning the universe, and surrounded by countless stars and rivers. Even the sun and moon are as small as dust compared to it. This kind of image directly broke through Lin Meng's imagination. Crash, crash. The leaves of the Sephora japonica were trembling slightly, the divine light was gushing out, the rays were shining brightly, and the surrounding void was trembling. Such a shocking scene, no one else, let alone old man Lin, would be able to remain calm. I am the Willow God, Jiang Huai said directly, his voice deafening. As soon as he spoke, the entire starry sky began to tremble instantly, the avenue buzzed, countless stars fell, and the leaves flashed with terrifying divine light, piercing the sky. It seemed that there was a god in each leaf, echoing Jiang Huai, and was preparing to forcefully tear apart the space and descend into the world. You are actually Master Lu Shen, villain. Villain. Lin Meng's expression was startled, and then a touch of flushed excitement appeared on his face. However, he was so excited that he didn't say all the words for a long time. I am incarnating myself this time to commend you for your performance during this period. Although I spend most of my time immersed in endless sleep, I still have a trace of my mind to observe you. During this time, you forget to eat and sleep, and you are not arrogant or impetuous, which is worthy of encouragement. Quote, Jiang Huai made a sound, as if the heaven and earth were singing together, the sun and the moon rotated, and the stars moved and shone. These are the rewards I bestow on you. You must continue to work hard in the future, and I will also have better rewards. Before Lin Meng could speak, Jiang Huai continued, and at the same time handed over the elementary house construction order and the low-quality dragon elephant dolly pill to the other party. Then, directly take back the dreamland of Wangliang. Now that his goal was accomplished, he really didn't want to continue talking with old man Lin. He heard everything the other party said outside just now, and it made him feel a little uncomfortable in his stomach. It's not that he can't listen to flattery, it's just that he really can't stand it when it's so blunt and straight. Ellipsis. Next to Lin Meng, Jiang frowned, looked at Lin Meng for a long time and then said with an extremely anxious expression. Old man, can you hear me? What's going on? Why are you suddenly motionless and laughing crazily? Could it be that you have some kind of hysteria? Jiang was a little nervous. In the wilderness, although hysteria was not a terminal illness, it could not be cured. Being so alarmed by Jiang, Lin Meng finally came to his senses. He glanced at Jiang first, then said with a red face. Ha ha ha, what kind of hysteria, you old woman, don't talk nonsense, old man, I just went to see Mr. Lu Shen. Old man Lin's face was flushed, and his tone of voice was slightly arrogant. Among so many people, he is the only one who has received the summons from Lord Lu Shen. No other person has received this honor except him. Lord Lu Shen, old man, haven't we always been here with Lord Lu Shen? Jiang's expression became even more startled. You old woman, I just met Lord Lu Shen in person. Lin Meng curled his lips and said. While speaking, he took out all the treasures given to him by Jiang Huai. There are a total of 5 elementary house construction orders and 7 inferior dragon and elephant vigorous pills. The shape of the primary house and construction order is similar to a rhombus, about the size of a palm, with a beautiful house building engraved on it, surrounded by clouds and mist, and the workmanship is quite exquisite. The low-quality dragon elephant dolly pill looks much simpler, just a few pills that are all black and about the size of peanuts. Father, what are these things? Seeing something Lin Meng suddenly took out from his arms that he had never seen before, Lin Zhuang and others immediately gathered around him, all looking puzzled. These are what Lord Lu Shen just rewarded us. Lin Meng chuckled and said with a rather proud expression. No one else has the qualification to see Lord Lu Shen's true form, only he has it. This is called having a Paimian. When they heard that it was related to Lord Lu Shen, Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and others' breathing suddenly became faster. Father, how do you use this thing? Lin Zhuang took several elementary house construction orders and fiddled with them for a long time without understanding their uses. What about this? Lin Meng frowned, his expression suddenly a little awkward. Not only Lin Zhuang and others didn't understand, but he didn't know either. Master Lu Shen seemed to be in a hurry and just handed these things to himself, but he didn't explain how to use them or what they were for. What should we do? Old man Lin scratched his head, thinking that he couldn't trouble Master Lu Shen again because of this. Gritting his teeth, Lin Meng insisted, this thing should be a weapon, similar to a hidden weapon. No wonder this thing is only about the size of a palm and has edges and corners. It turns out to be a hidden weapon. Lin Zhuang and others showed expressions like this. After a few glances, they lost interest. In their opinion, the most reliable thing in the wilderness is their own iron fist. Fist to fist and flesh to flesh are the most satisfying. Foreign objects like hidden weapons are not popular with everyone. However, considering that this thing was given by Lord Lu, everyone still wanted it in their hearts. What are these, father? Lin Chen's attention was more focused on those inferior dragon elephant strength pills. These black pills had an inexplicable attraction to him. Silly boy, this must be used for eating, otherwise what else can it be used for? Lin Meng reached out and patted Lin Chen's head lightly, saying with a smile and scolding, his tone was quite firm. Although Lord Lu also did not tell him the purpose of these things, in the eyes of Old Man Lin, this thing really can't see any other use except eating. As for whether the pills are poisonous, that is not what they will consider at all. What a joke, can the things given by Lord Lu be poisonous? Father is right to scold. Lin Chen laughed innocently, wiped the wet sweat stains on his palms, and his expression was inexplicably twisted. Father, can you give me a few pills of this stuff first to taste it? You little bastard, I'll give you a few pills. Lord Liushan only gave me so many pills in total. I'll give you one at most. Old Man Lin said unhappily when he heard this. While speaking, he carefully took out a pill from several inferior dragon elephant strength pills and handed it to Old Man Lin. Lin Chen was not vague either. He took it and stuffed it directly into his mouth, then swallowed it whole. How about it, old man, did you taste what it tastes like? Old Man Lin asked impatiently. Number 18 Chapter 18 The Naughty Child Gets a Bear. Please read. I ate too quickly just now. I swallowed it whole. I didn't taste anything. Father, if you don't give me another piece, I promise to chew it carefully this time. After licking his tongue, Lin Chen still didn't finish his sentence. You brat, you dare to think that your father is here. I think your skin is itchy again. How could Lin Chen's little calculation escape old Lin's fiery eyes? But even though he said this, old Lin's hands were not idle. He secretly gave it to Lin Chen while no one was paying attention. He had many children, 8 in total, so that other children would not see him and accuse him of being a partial father. However, he has always seen his second son's hard work during this period. Even compared to the eldest son, he is no less generous. An extra reward is not a big deal. Having learned from the past, Lin Chen ate very carefully this time, for fear of accidentally swallowing it in one bite. This tastes a bit strange, like a barbecue being burnt. Lin Chen pursed his lips and expressed his evaluation. It's not bad, but it's definitely not delicious. Apart from the smell, do you have any other sensations in your body? Old Man Lin stroked his goatee and then asked. The taste is secondary, the effect is the most important. Old Man Lin doesn't believe that Lord Lu Shen gave him this just to satisfy their greed. After eating, I feel like a warm current is flowing through my body. It feels so comfortable. After stretching his limbs, Lin Chen showed an extremely comfortable expression on his face. In addition, he felt that his strength had also increased a bit, but he didn't know how much. He had to give this thing a try. In the Sea of Spirit, Jiang Huai was still immersed in the excitement of experiencing his own changes. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not told Old Man Lin the specific use of the reward. Helpless, he could only cast the illusion Huang Liang Yimeng again. Buzz. On the top of the mountain, within a radius of 400 meters, the air suddenly rippled with invisible ripples like ripples in water, spreading rapidly towards the surroundings. With his previous experience, Old Man Lin was not as nervous as before. On the contrary, he was a little excited. However, when he saw the extremely majestic figure in the void, he still couldn't help but feel horrified from the bottom of his heart. Without talking nonsense to Lin Zhuang, Lin Meng directly informed him of the primary housing construction order and the specific uses of the inferior dragon elephant power pill. This thing can actually form houses out of thin air that can protect against wind and rain. And this pill, just taking one pill can directly increase the strength of 20,000 kilograms. Lin Meng stared at the stones, and suddenly felt a dull pain in his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and lungs. Such good things should be shared equally by everyone, but that brat Lin Chen actually got 2 pills to himself. Old Man Lin cursed in distress, completely forgetting that he secretly gave it to him. 1 pill is 20,000 kilograms strong, and 2 pills is 40,000 kilograms strong. Doesn't it mean that the strength of my dick has exceeded 50,000 kilograms in such a short time? Lin Meng suddenly thought. In the wilderness, if one can reach the level of moving blood with a force of 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms, then one can try to break through to the cave world level. But having said that, Old Man Lin actually has no idea what state his children are currently in. It is said that to enter the blood-moving realm, you must go through the tempering of the blood of the beast, but when did the boss and the others go through this step? You can have such a powerful power without the need for ferocious beasts to stop the bleeding. All this is so incredible, thanks to Lord Lu Shen. With a sigh, Old Man Lin couldn't help but look up and glance at the majestic figure standing in the endless void, and his eye circles couldn't help but turn slightly red. When people get older, they tend to feel sad easily. If it weren't for Mr. Lu Shen, they would have become desolate skeletons in the corner of the Fire Tribe. Old Man Lin felt that if he had a few sips of fragrant wine, he could write a thick memoir. But just like last time, this time he still didn't have time to express too much emotion before Jiang Huai brought him back to reality. Father, can you give me these hidden weapons to play with? Just as he came back to his senses, a little girl who was no more than 12 or 13 years old and looked like a porcelain doll suddenly came into Old Lin's sight. That was his 8th son, the youngest child Lin Shintong. Tong, dear, this is not a hidden weapon, and it is not for fun. Looking at the little girl who appeared in front of him, Old Man Lin couldn't help but reveal a very amiable smile. He picked up the little girl directly and used the corner of his mouth to little girl laughing with his goatee. It is said that children are more valuable than gold in old age. Although old man Lin has no shortage of children in his life, he still likes him from the bottom of his heart to have such an emerald little baby when he is old. It's not a hidden weapon, then what is it? Father, don't you want to give it to Tongtong? Lin Shintong puffed up her cheeks, thinking that it was because old Lin was stingy that she didn't want to play with her, even though other brothers and sisters could do it. But she can't. Humph, my father is partial. If you don't give it to me, I'll cry for you. Lin Shintong thought about this, curled her lips, pondered for a while, and then burst into tears the next moment. You old man, if Shintong wants to play, just let her play for a while. Anyway, it won't hurt anyone, whether it's sharp or not. Why are you so stingy? You just said it was a hidden weapon, why don't you admit it? Jiang glared at Lin Meng angrily, and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort the little girl, with a distressed face. When she gave birth to Lin Shintong, she almost died. Perhaps because of this, among the children, she loved this little daughter who she had finally got the most. In addition, the little daughter looked like her, sweet and cute, so she was spoiled on weekdays. Seeing her crying so sadly, she stood up immediately. You spoiled her like this on weekdays. Old man Lin sighed, put Lin Shintong down in his arms, and his expression suddenly became serious. The little girl seemed to feel the subtle changes in her father, and her sobbing became much smaller in an instant, but she didn't know what she thought of, and then she cried more aggrievedly. My father is mean to me, my father is mean to me. The little girl sat down on the ground, crying. You old man, who are you looking at with a stern face? Jiang refused to give in. She was used to being strong over the years. Old woman, let's not talk about whether this thing was given by Lord Liushan. Even if it wasn't, don't you think Shintong is too willful? You must get what you want, otherwise you will cry and make a fuss, and everyone must follow her wishes. This is the wilderness. Even those wild animals know that they must learn to walk and run as soon as they are born, let alone us. Unlike before, this time old man Lin did not give in and argued with reason. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 16 WTR Lab. Number 19 Chapter 19 What the hell? Please read on. The wilderness is full of dangers. The reason why they have been able to live so comfortably in the past few decades is because of the presence of Master Lu Shen nearby. If one day this little girl of ours walks out of the mountains, let alone other things, her character will sooner or later gotta cause big trouble. Especially if you take a step back, this elementary house construction order was personally awarded by Master Lu Shen. Even if it is really a hidden weapon, it should be given to those who practice hard or are useful to the village. What's the point of letting a little kid play with it at will? Master Lu Shen gave these things to him because he valued the old man. He must be worthy of Master Lu Shen's love. You bad old man, why are you talking about this? Shintong is only a teenager and just a child. What can she understand? It's just that she wants to play with something she likes. If you don't give it to me, you won't give it to me. Why are you so cruel? Jiang frowned. Although she felt in her heart that what her old man said was not wrong, she couldn't help but want to argue when she saw her little eighth sister crying so sadly. Already almost 13, are you still young? Old man Lin frowned. If we were in the tribe, I would be married at this age. Even if we don't talk about this, look at the boss and the second child. At this age, who is not a master in his own right, and who is not risking his life to hunt for food? Quote, boss, second, they are boys after all. Jiang opened her mouth, her voice a little weak. What's wrong with the boy? Then you say that the third child is a girl, let alone 13. When he was 10 years old, did the third child of our family wash all the clothes by himself? But what about Xiaoba? I'm almost 13 and I don't even know how to wash my clothes. Lin Meng said everything one by one, and the more he talked about it, the more he felt that he had really doted on Xiaoba too much in these years, to the point of being unreasonable. If he continued like this, he would harm Xiaoba sooner or later. You old man, I won't argue with you anymore. No one can bully Xiaoba anyway. If you don't give me that thing, I won't give it to you. I'll just make a few similar ones for Xiaoba with my own hands. Mrs. Jiang pursed her lips, and when she saw that she couldn't say anything, she just picked up Lin Shintong and made a show of walking out. Lin Meng was not surprised. He had already guessed that this would be the case. If Jiang really agreed with him on the issue of Xiaoba, then he would find it strange. It's up to you, but in view of Xiaoba's recent behavior, these things cannot be distributed to her. If the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. Old man Lin plans to give this naughty kid a good beating. That was specially given to you by Mr. Lu Shen. How you distribute it is your business. I don't care about it, old lady. Mrs. Jiang nodded. She dared not argue with old man Lin, but she really faced the things given by Jiang Huai. Go on, she doesn't dare to talk nonsense. On the other hand, Lin Shintong was a little dissatisfied. She pouted with grievance on her crying face and was very greedy. However, the little girl was taken away by Jiang before she could open her mouth. After Jiang's figure completely disappeared from sight, old man Lin patted the dirt on his butt, looked around, and said meaningfully, Master Lu Shen gave the old man the power to distribute rewards. First, it is for the old man and me. Love. Secondly, it is mainly to inspire you. You must not think that just because they are all my children, you can sit back and relax. The old man can clearly tell you here that this is a matter of boiling water to make ice, don't even think about it. Xiaoba is a lesson learned from the past. Old man, I usually dote on her, but in this matter, it doesn't matter who comes. You must remember that there will not always be just a few of us in Lekan, there will definitely be more people. We must study hard and practice more on weekdays, so as not to be overtaken by those who come after us. Quote, Mr. Lin put his hands behind his back and said that his excitement would be accompanied by body movements, which was quite a bit like a speech. Hey, have you kept it all in mind? Old man Lin coughed lightly. Kid, please keep this in mind, and you will definitely live up to the expectations of Lord Lu Shen and my father. Everyone hurriedly responded. Okay, now that I've said what should be said and what shouldn't be said, let's start distributing rewards. Old man Lin waved his hand. As soon as they heard that the main event was coming, Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and others immediately became energetic and looked forward to it. This thing is actually called a primary housing construction order. Old man Lin didn't keep everyone waiting, he directly raised the diamond-shaped token in his hand and said, Father, didn't you just say that this thing is a hidden weapon? Lin Zhuang scratched his head, a little confused. When did my father say that this is a concealed weapon? You brat have never seen a concealed weapon without sharpening it. There's nothing you can't do with it. Old man Lin glared at Lin Zhuang, intent on carrying forward his strong-mouthed king's demeanor to the extreme. Lin Zhuang, who was about to continue delving into this issue, suddenly felt a chill on his neck and quickly shut his mouth. Although his strength now far exceeded that of his old father, he did not dare to talk back. This thing is extraordinary and wonderful. How to use it is very simple. You only need to insert it into the ground and wait for an hour. After an hour, the thing will turn into a shelter that can protect you from wind and rain. No matter it is the size and sturdiness are far from comparable to the tree house we live in now. This is a divine thing. Withdrawing his gaze, old man Lin introduced in a calm tone. As soon as the voice fell, there was a burst of noise. Including Lin Zhuang, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, is this thing really that powerful? Asked a kid who was still wearing open crotch pants, wiping the bubbles from his nose while speaking. The other children of old man Lin also held their breath, waiting for old man Lin's answer. It's not that they don't believe it, it's just hard to believe. It's incredible to think that such a small thing can be turned into a house that can shelter people from wind and rain. This is a reward from Lord Lu Shen, how can it not be powerful? Old man Lin curled his lips, muttered that his own brats didn't have long hair and didn't have much knowledge, and then prepared to demonstrate it to everyone. However, just when he was about to bury it in the soil, he suddenly remembered that this was Lord Lu Shen's resting place, and hurriedly called his own brats to rush down the mountain. Soon, everyone found a flat and open ground at the foot of the mountain. Old man Lin walked forward and buried the primary house construction order in the newly dug pit with extremely gentle movements. The pit was not big, or even very small, just big enough to hold the token. After burying the soil and smoothing it, old man Lin quickly stepped aside reverently. Just as everyone stretched their necks to look, a series of clanging sounds similar to hammers tamping the ground suddenly sounded, like thunder, frightening Lin Zhuang and others so much that they quickly stepped back. Number 20 Chapter 20 Lin Duozi. This was not over yet. As the sound of rumbling appeared, the next moment, with the token as the center, a thick white mist suddenly appeared and spread quickly towards the surroundings. In an instant, it formed a square shape with about 200 people. A flat area of isolation. Miracles, miracles, Master Lu Shen is unparalleled in the world. Such a miraculous scene shocked everyone present and they were all speechless. I don't know who started shouting, Lord Lu Shen, but the roar turned into a wave of shouts. These 4 words are sacred and inviolable to them. Everyone's expression is pious and fanatical. Those who don't know may think that some cult organization has come out to act evil again. Of course, if anyone dared to say these words, they would be punched to death by Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and others in seconds. It took a long time for the shouts to disperse, but everyone still looked a little excited. If nothing else, the area of the fog was nearly 10 times larger than the previous tree house. Everyone seemed to be able to imagine how comfortable it would be to live in it in the future. Old man Lin also likes it in his heart. It's not like he has never seen the wooden houses and stone houses in the village. They have long been tired of living in crooked tree roots. However, building a house is a technical job. If it is built randomly, not only will the quality be unstable, but it may also leak. Rain is not as safe as living under the roots of trees. Taking advantage of this moment, old man Lin was not idle and buried several other primary house construction orders into the pit one after another. There are 5 in total, and they will all turn into huge houses in an hour. Although he doesn't know how the finished product will be, old man Lin is already thinking about it. After collecting his thoughts for a long time, he put the remaining inferior dragon elephant powerful pill in his hand. There were originally 7 pills in total, but because Lin Chen was given 2 pills, there were only 5 pills left. In old man Lin's opinion, this thing is the real good thing. After all, the quality of the place you live in is only secondary. Strength is the eternal topic and guarantee in this land. No matter how good the thing is, it must be able to be defended, right? The house is in such a hurry, it will take at least an hour before it's ready. Besides, it's such a big place, and you guys can't be spared. Don't worry, everyone has a share, but this thing is not guaranteed. Old Man Lin carefully touched the low-quality dragon elephant power pill in his hand. He looked up and found that almost everyone's attention was attracted by the place shrouded in white mist. He couldn't help laughing and cursing. Father, I've already eaten 2 of these things, what's so precious about them? Lin Chen turned around and said somewhat disapprovingly. Of course, more of it was just to show off. Sure enough, when he said this, Lin Zhuang and others, including Lin Zhuang, suddenly looked at Old Man Lin with unkind eyes. The old father is partial. What's this? Old Man Lin smiled bitterly and glanced at his second son fiercely. Father, what's so powerful about this black pill? Why can't everyone get one? Lin Zhuang, as the boss, was the first to speak. First of all, it's because there are only 5 pills of this thing left, there is no extra. Secondly, and most importantly, this is a miracle medicine. Taking 1 pill can increase your strength by 20,000 kilograms. Although he knew that there could be no outsiders nearby, the old man still deliberately lowered his voice. The dragon elephant powerful pill was too precious, and he didn't know how effective it was. After finding out, he was afraid that an enemy would suddenly pop up and snatch it away, so he was always on tenterhooks. What the hell, 1 pill can make you gain 20,000 pounds. Before Lin Zhuang and others could respond, a scream suddenly sounded out. It was Lin Chen, the second eldest son of the Lin family. His eyes were wide open at this moment. His eyes were as big as those of old Lin. They were not too big to begin with, but now they could be compared to a cow's eyes. After eating it, he just felt his body was slightly hot and dry, but there were no other changes. You brat, just have fun secretly. This thing is very precious. This is what Mr. Lu Shen said personally. You only need to eat 1 pill to gain 20,000 kilograms of strength out of thin air. 2 pills can give you a full 4, it's 10,000 pounds. Old Man Lin glanced at his second son and rubbed his chest. The shock just now made him almost gasp. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but did not speak. Instead, he rushed to a boulder that was 5 or 6 meters in size. He had tried to weigh this stone before, but even with all his strength, he could only move it slightly. The second son of the Lin family geared up and walked quickly to the boulder. He has a majestic body, more than 8 feet tall, with a strong waist and a strong back. His chest is high and strong as a steel pillar. Even compared with Lin Zhuang, he is not far behind. Rise, take a deep breath. Lin Chen let out a low cry. His legs were in the posture of a golden sword, his mouth was tense, and the arms that were grasping the boulder were violently forceful, and veins suddenly popped out in the 2 arms like iron pliers. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With the crazy injection of power, the originally motionless boulder suddenly made a muffled sound. The next moment, in the shocked eyes of everyone, it was suddenly lifted off the ground. Especially Lin Zhuang, the look of horror on his face almost showed through his body. You know, that huge boulder weighs nearly 40,000 to 50,000 kilograms, and even he can't even dream of moving it. But now after just taking 2 small black pills rewarded by Master Lu Shen, the second child has actually been lifted up. Especially looking at the second child's expression, it seems that there is still some strength left. After an unprecedented sense of urgency flashed through his heart, Lin Zhuang took a breath and looked at Old Man Lin's hands with intense eyes. As the first person to follow the footsteps of Lord Lu Shen, he couldn't let his own brother catch up. Father, can you give me a few pills to try? Lin Zhuang said in a buzzing voice as he walked quickly to the front of Old Man Lin. If he remembered correctly, the second son just said that he got 2 pills. I have always seen the efforts of the eldest son, and he should get more. Old Man Lin smiled kindly, picked out 2 pills from the remaining 5 inferior dragon elephant strength pills, and handed them to Lin Zhuang. Lin Zhuang's face lit up, and he hurriedly took it, and then stuffed all of it into his mouth, swallowing it directly without even water. After his whole body was wrapped in warmth, Lin Zhuang shook his head and also walked to the boulder. Clang! The huge boulder was lifted again, more easily than Lin Chen. Huh! Feeling the majestic power radiating from the inside to the outside of his body, Lin Zhuang now completely believed it. He is worthy of being Lord Lu. The few small rewards he gave were so terrifying. If there were a few more, wouldn't it be possible to create a peerless warrior with infinite power out of thin air? Father, can you give me another one? Lin Chen came over at some point and said with a licking face. He had tasted the sweetness of the 2 inferior dragon elephant strength pills, and wanted to have another one to try. Get lost. Old Man Lin gave Lin Chen a fierce look. Okay, father. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and stepped aside decisively. There are 3 left. Sanyu, you and the rest of the people should share it equally, half each. Old Man Lin looked at his third child. She was a quiet girl named Lin Rong, who was 17 or 18 years old this year, the best age in life. Her eyes were bright, clear and pure, and she exuded a youthful aura from head to toe. Although her appearance was not extremely beautiful, her natural temperament, like a lotus flower emerging from water, was incomparable to that of some girls in Jiang Huai's previous life. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 18 WTR Lab. Number 21 Chapter 21 The Second Night Talk. Please read on. Father, you don't want to eat. My father is already at this age. He should be taking care of himself. Why are you still eating this? Old Man Lin said with a smile. In that case, these magical objects should be given to the eldest brother, the second brother, and the fifth brother. With the protection of the eldest brother, the second brother, and the fifth brother, we can't actually use them. Lin Rong smiled shyly, revealing a pair of extremely cute dimples, and several other girls also echoed. Their personalities follow the Jiang family, and they naturally don't like to fight and kill. That's fine. Old Man Lin thought for a moment and nodded. The Dragon Elephant Powerful Pill is of great importance and can quickly increase strength. Strength is very important in the wilderness. From a rational point of view, it should be given to the person who can maximize its effect. Holding the only remaining low-quality Dragon Elephant Power Pill, Old Man Lin's eyes drifted back and forth from Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, and the fifth son Lin Rui, and finally stopped at Lin Zhuang. Boss has accumulated the most from his daily visits. I will give you this last one. Old Man Lin waved his hand and handed the last inferior Dragon Elephant Power Pill to Lin Zhuang. Thank you, father. Lin Zhuang looked excited. Lin Chen and Lin Rui, the fifth child of the Lin family, didn't say anything about this. At most, they were a little envious. After all, Lin Zhuang is not only their eldest brother, but also recognized as the strongest. Jiang Huai was observing every move of Old Man Lin and others from beginning to end. Just as Old Man Lin thought, besides giving these things to him because they were of no use to him, Jiang Huai also wanted to take the opportunity to observe Old Man Lin's abilities. Now it seems to be quite good, more than enough than above, more than below. The distribution of inferior Dragon Elephant Powerful Pill has improved the strength of the entire Legion to the greatest extent. As for Old Man Lin, he suddenly scolded his little daughter Lin Shintong, whom he loved most on weekdays. Jiang Huai was surprised that he didn't give any of the 7 inferior Dragon Elephant Powerful Pills. However, Old Man Lin had just criticized Lin Xiaoba. He heard everything he said, and it did make sense. Although Lin Shintong has the strongest talent, she is a little too spoiled in daily life. Not only does she have no rules, but she is always self-centered. What she does in daily life is worse than those naughty children in Jiang Huai's previous life. If this kind of character is not corrected in time, when you grow up, you will inevitably become more intolerant of everything, unreasonable, and arrogant. If you make things more difficult, you may cause big trouble. So, what if you have a good talent? It should be noted that although a stupid bird may not necessarily be able to fly first, a lazy and willful bird will definitely not be able to go far. Although talent can determine certain innate factors, it cannot control the entire life. Although Jiang Huai was very optimistic about the strength of the 8th son of the Lin family, he was too lazy to pay attention to a spoiled eldest lady. Ellipsis. On the road paved with rocks. After the things were distributed, everyone did not leave. They still stopped in place, and their eyes were once again attracted to the areas shrouded in white mist. Compared with before, the white mist at this moment is thicker and the height has risen a bit. Traces similar to piles of stones can be vaguely seen through the gaps between the corners of the mist. After a while, the slightly harsh clanking sound suddenly stopped. Including Old Man Lin, all of them had fiery eyes. Living in the wilderness, the only way to judge the time is through the sun. Although this method is not very accurate, it can be somewhat effective. Old Man Lin just took a look and found that almost an hour had passed since he buried the diamond-shaped token. It seemed to confirm his suspicion. In the air, not long after the clanking sound disappeared, the surrounding thick fog that seemed to have materialized suddenly faded visibly to the naked eye. The next moment, square buildings made of huge rocks penetrated the fog and slowly reflected and caught the eyes of Old Man Lin and others. The size of the house transformed by the primary house in construction order is 200 meters in diameter. In addition to being able to shelter from wind and rain, the interior is equipped with basic facilities such as tables, chairs, benches, and beds, so you can move in without moving. Ellipsis. At night, the moonlight was hazy, and there was a bit of biting chill in the air. It's early winter now, and it's likely that heavy snow will fall in a few days. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, 5 huge houses made of huge stones are neatly arranged in one place, arching each other from east to west, north to south, adding a different and vigorous beauty to the surrounding night. At this moment, one of the rooms was brightly lit with candles. Inside the house, after coaxing Xiaoba Lin Shintong to sleep, Zhang walked straight to Lin Meng. After thinking about it, she decided to have a second night talk. Old man, are these houses really conjured by Master Lu Shen? There was still a trace of disbelief on Mrs. Zhang's face. She left early and did not see the miracle of the token house. That's natural. To be precise, it was the reward given by Lord Lu Shen. Old lady, do you still remember those diamond-shaped tokens? Old man Lin nodded, not deliberately going around the bush. These houses are transformed into such magical things. You mean, those hidden weapons? Zhang frowned, thinking back, if Xiaoba hadn't cried and wanted to play, she might not have remembered it so deeply. Yes, that's it, but it's not a hidden weapon, but some kind of magical treasure that can turn decay into something called a primary house construction order. Primary housing construction order. Jiang muttered a few times, revealing an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder you said you would not let Xiao Ba play with it at that time, it turned out to be such a treasure. What you said, even if that thing is a piece of broken copper and iron, as long as it is a reward from Lord Liushan, Xiao Ba must not be allowed to mess around. Old man Lin glanced at Lin Shintong who was sleeping soundly, and then looked at his old woman, and said unhappily. You old man, why do you still mention it when it's all in the past? Xiao Ba is just a child after all. Jiang pretended to be angry. She also admired Jiang Huai from the bottom of her heart, but Xiao Ba was born after 10 months of pregnancy after all, and Lin Meng was a rough man on weekdays. Only she knew the hardships. She didn't have any other ideas, but just didn't want her precious little daughter to be bullied. Okay, I won't mention it. Old man Lin waved his hand and directly indicated that he gave up. Over the years, he has never won a quarrel. He has long since summed up his experience. If he surrenders early, he can still talk well. If he continues to be stubborn, he may not even be able to sleep on the soft and comfortable bed tonight. Besides, the woman in front of him has suffered a lot for him over the years. As a man, he can still give in privately. Jiang is also a person who retreats when he is in a favorable position. He did not continue to dwell on this, but changed the subject and said, Old man, I heard from the eldest and the second brother today that those small black pills can increase the strength of 20,000 pounds for nothing. That's true. That's a magic medicine, given by Lord Liushan himself. How can it be an ordinary thing? Old man Lin responded. Did you leave one of these good things for our Xiaoba? Jiang's eyes lit up. Number 22 Chapter 22 The Roar of the Beast in the Depths of the Wilderness. Please read on. What does she want that for? Old man Lin frowned. I have already given all the magic medicine to the boss, the second brother and Xiao Wu, there is nothing extra. There are so many and not a single one is left. Jiang didn't believe it. There are only 7 pills in total, where are the extras? Originally, I planned to give some to the third child and the girls, but the third child didn't ask for them, so in the end the boss gave 3 pills, and the second child and the fifth child each took 1. 2 pills. Old man Lin said slowly. These boys will be the backbone of our Willow village from now on, so we can't treat them badly. With Mr. Lu Shen stationed here, no one should dare to bully us, right? Mrs. Jiang pursed her lips. Even with Lord Lu Shen here, we still have to work hard. Old man Lin said solemnly. He had discovered from what happened to Huolong that although Master Lu Shen would protect them secretly, he would only take action at a critical moment of life and death. If you want to truly gain a foothold in this wilderness, your biggest reliance can be Master Lu Shen, but the most basic guarantee must be the hard power of your own family. After all, you can't trouble Mr. Lu Shen to come forward just because of some trivial matter. Of course, in addition to Lord Lu Shen, there is also the terrifying black python. However, the giant python has always been a dragon that sees its head but not its tail. What's more, everyone knows in their hearts that they only obey the orders of Master Lu Shen. As for them, they have always been ignored. To strike iron, you need to be strong. Perhaps Lord Lu Shen gave him the magic medicine to express this idea in a subtle way. Shaking his head and throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, old Lin said solemnly. Old lady, I know it was not easy for you to give birth to Xiaoba back then, but no matter how difficult it was, you had to follow the rules, right? We both know in our hearts that the reason why we are able to achieve this today is nothing more than Master Lu Shen. It doesn't matter to us that Xiaoba has a spoiled temper, but what if she accidentally bumps into Mr. Lu Shen one day? Xiaoba actually has a sense of caution in his heart, can't he be like this? Zhang's expression was inexplicably uncertain. No, you also saw the scene today. You cried and made trouble in front of Master Lu Shen, without any concern about whether it would disturb Lu Shen Qingshou. Is this what you call a sense of propriety? Old man Lin sighed heavily, and then continued. Old lady, not only do you love Xiaoba, but I, as a father, also do the same. But it is precisely because of this that we have to correct some of Xiaoba's bad habits. Now Xiaoba is still young, and he will definitely be able to change his ways if it is timely, but if he continues to indulge like this, sooner or later something will happen to him. Jiang opened her mouth to refute, but then closed it again. In fact, she has always been aware of these problems in her heart, like a mirror, but from a mother's point of view, she feels that Xiaoba is nothing more than a child, and it is normal to be naughty and troublesome, but today old man Lin's conflict, it was Lord Lu Shen who made her fall in love. If something like that happens, no one will be able to bear the consequences. They can treat Xiaoba as a child, but why should Master Liushan do it? How do you want to change it, old man? Jiang suddenly became worried. It's very simple. Everything is difficult at the beginning. We have to start from the first step. At least we have to wash our clothes ourselves. Old man Lin had already thought about it and said immediately. Okay. Jiang nodded, rarely agreeing with old Lin's idea. Now, Lin Shintong was sleeping soundly on the bed. She seemed to have a premonition of her tragic fate in the future. The little girl suddenly woke up from her sleep. However, after looking around and finding nothing unusual, the little girl wiped the corners of her mouth and fell asleep again. The long years pass by in a blink of an eye, and the past is like a cloud of smoke. Autumn turns to winter, Time flies by, and I don't know how many years have passed. In front of Willow Village, the gurgling water flows endlessly day and night. Along the stream, there are rows of dozens of thick cypress trees that can be hugged by 7 or 8 people. The cold wind blew down. It is December, the season when everything dies, but the weeds in front of and behind the village are still as vibrant and green as before. There are countless flowers and bones breaking out of the ground in the harsh winter. Under the light of the first red sun, the coolness adds a bit of unique beauty, and it seems that even the temperature in the air has risen a lot. As early as a few years ago, when rewarding Old Man Lin and others, Jiang Huai activated the elementary spirit gathering array he drew. Although it is only the primary level, the range of indirect influence of the spirit gathering array is nearly several thousand meters. Willow Village is located right on the edge of the spirit gathering array. Although the farther away the spiritual energy is, the weaker it becomes, but compared to other places, it is definitely abundant. Perhaps due to practicing the Body Training Sutra, or perhaps due to the sudden surge of spiritual energy in the area, Old Man Lin and Mr. Jiang have not looked too old in the past few years, and they are even slightly younger than before. Their bodies are still as strong as they were a few years ago. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen were even more majestic, reaching more than 2 meters tall. From a distance, they looked as strong and tall as amber. Although their talents were not outstanding, they were able to withstand hardships and spent several years without any slack. Perhaps their efforts moved the heavens. When they went out hunting, the 2 brothers found several small red fruits in a bamboo forest. After swallowing them, the 2 practiced the Body Forging Sutra to perfection in just a few years. Each of them had a strength of more than 100,000 kilograms, which was terrifying. Lin Rui, the 5th son of the Lin family, has also grown up a lot. Although he is far less powerful than the 2 elder brothers, he has become a little man and can hunt large beasts independently. If the biggest change is to be said, it must be Lin Shintong, the 8th son of the Lin family. With the concerted efforts of Old Man Lin and Zhang, this originally spoiled little girl has almost been completely renewed from the inside out, as if she has become a different person. Not only has her temper been restrained a lot, sometimes she even follows Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen out hunting. Jiang Huai saw this and was quite relieved. In addition to the other party's talent, it is more because the 8th son of the Lin family is not bad by nature, but he is simply spoiled too much. Too much is as bad as too little. In addition, the indulgence of Lin Zhuang and others has cultivated the selfish character of this little girl. As for Shi Hao, he still sleeps and eats as usual, and Jiang Huai almost thinks that this guy is the second brother in his previous life. There is nothing to do in daily life. Just when Jiang Huai thought that the days would be spent in such a plain and warm way, an accident happened. This day, it was a dark and windy night. The mountains and forests were quiet. Jiang Huai was immersed in his sleep. A roar like thunder suddenly sounded, waking him up directly. The sound was extremely penetrating. The roar shook the sky, and it came from the depths of the wilderness. Even if it was far away, it could be heard clearly. And, in the invisible distance, in the mountains, birds flew and beasts ran, screaming in fear, scrambling to flee to the periphery, like a rising flood, shaking the earth. Ancient trees shattered, and huge rocks flew across, just like the end of the world. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 20 WTR Lab. Number 23 Chapter 23, Deep into the Wilderness. Jiang Huai was a little surprised. He immediately opened his 5 senses to the extreme, but he found nothing, just the sound. The source of the sound should not be close to me. Jiang Huai thought to himself, it seems that this is the only explanation. After reaching level 4, the range of his 5 senses has been increased to 30,000 meters, which is equivalent to the size of 60 miles. He still found nothing. This can only mean that the source of the roar should be at least 100 miles away from him. In addition to Jiang Huai being awakened, the Old Man Lin's family was also the same. The sound pierced their hearts and frightened them so much that they could not sleep all night. The next morning, they rushed to Jiang Huai to ask about the situation. Jiang Huai naturally had nothing to tell them, but just told them not to panic, and he would be there if something big happened. Old Man Lin thought about it, too. He had seen Jiang Huai's real body more than several times. The roar sounded very shocking, but no matter how shocking it was far less intense than that brought by Lord Lu Shen. If you dare to set foot in Lu village, you will be killed on the spot. After paying homage to Jiang Huai, Old Man Lin led his family down the mountain. He has now opened up a large breeding area at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by fences, and fed hundreds of wild goats. Although they are just goats, they are the same size as humans, and their horns are sharp. If no one is watching, the leader goat can easily break through the fence and run away with its harem. Ellipsis. The roar lasted for several days, and it gradually weakened on the 4th day. However, at the same time as the roar became weak, a cry that was the same but extremely childish sound followed. Along with the cry, the roar that had been ringing for 4 days finally disappeared completely. Is this a fierce beast giving birth to a cub in the wilderness? Jiang Huai was a little puzzled. When he was with Lin Zhuang before, he had temporarily figured out some of the environment he was in because of Lin Zhuang's occasional nagging and the subsequent supplements from Old Man Lin. It was called the Great Wilderness, which was boundless and endless. In addition to wild beasts, there were also more powerful beasts. Xiao He belonged to the latter, but he was a different kind of beast. Jiang Huai couldn't think of anything else that could cause such a commotion, except for the beasts. Jiang Huai was somewhat tempted and sent Xiao He to the depths of the great wilderness to check the situation. Xiao He came back 3 days later. He was covered in blood, and several scales on his body had broken off, as if he had experienced a great battle. Although he was seriously injured, Xiao He had a fiery face, and he gestured to Jiang Huai for a long time while swallowing and spitting out his tongue. However, the difference between the two races was too great. The simple ones could be understood, but this obviously complicated one could not be more complicated, and Jiang Huai didn't understand a word. Fortunately, he could use the magical power of Wangliang Yaimeng. In the illusion carefully woven by Wangliang Yaimeng, he can talk freely with any life target. Jiang Huai finally understood what Xiao He meant. The general content is that it went to the depths of the wilderness to investigate the situation. On the way, it encountered a strange-looking beast, and a small one had just been born next to the beast. It didn't want to alarm the beast and wanted to return directly, but it didn't know why the strange-looking beast suddenly found it and attacked it without saying anything. Xiao He was also angry on the spot. It had been bullying others for so long since its debut, and no one dared to bully it. He immediately launched his strongest offensive and beat it so hard that it was so dark. Although it was injured, the other party was more seriously injured. Xiao He was excited. When he talked about the injury of the beast, his narrow eyes smiled with a sense of déjà vu of a husky. The beast that attacked it was definitely the strongest enemy it had encountered since its debut. Even its most proud scales were shattered in the battle, and it was almost skinned alive by the opponent. However, even so, it still stood to the end and almost killed the opponent on the spot with its physical body. The beast was not only poisoned by its carefully condensed poison, but also pierced through the chest by the snake's tail. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. Well done, Xiao He, Jiang Huai said with a smile, while controlling the willow branches to gently stroke Xiao He's back and abdomen to show encouragement. Through Xiao He's description, Jiang Huai can roughly determine that the beast that attacked Xiao He should be the target he is looking for. Judging from the roar that resounded through the mountains and forests in the past few days, the strength of the beast is definitely not weak. Unexpectedly, Xiao He is not only not inferior to it, but can even seriously injure the opponent. This gave Jiang Huai a big surprise. Although I don't know how the beasts in the wilderness are ranked, my black python should be in the upper reaches. However, combined with the following, the beast should have just given birth and its body is at its weakest, otherwise it should be even stronger. Jiang Huai then asked about the beast's appearance. But Xiao He's language phrases are really limited, and it took a long time to finally describe some of its characteristics. It looks like a mouse, covered with spikes, several meters in size, agile, and roars like thunder. There is no more. Based on these characteristics alone, Jiang Huai can only say that he has a general impression of the beast, but he can't imagine what it is. However, Jiang Huai has never been a person who likes to argue. He just needs to know that the strength of the beast is within the range he can face. In the next few days, Xiao He, who was originally lazy, became much more diligent inexplicably. Before, he unconsciously practiced the body refining sutra, passed on to him by Jiang Huai, but now he consciously exercises and is addicted. Jiang Huai was a little puzzled and asked the reason. According to this guy's original words, although I am strong, I am not strong enough, not thorough enough. It's really a Versailles snake. In addition to practicing the body refining sutra, this guy usually goes under the waterfall and uses the rushing waterfall to temper his body. Of course, Xiao He's brain will never be able to think of this method in his lifetime. It is naturally the experience taught by Jiang Huai. Although the process is simple and rough, the effect is really good. However, in just a few months, the color of Xiao He's scales has become deeper and more shiny. As the dim light shone, an intimidating cold light flashed, as if the rusty iron armor had been forged again, and its toughness and strength had been greatly improved. Xiao He had great potential. After a dozen days, its strength had been greatly improved. If it met the beast again, it would be very likely to be killed on the spot. During this period, in addition to teaching Xiao He on a daily basis, Jiang Huai was also thinking about a problem. That was the subsequent training and improvement of the entire Lu village. For Lu village, this was an imminent problem. Number 24 Chapter 24 Ferocious Beast. Please read on. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen have already practiced the body tempering sutra to perfection with the help of the nameless fruit. It is almost difficult to improve if they continue. According to Old Man Lin, the two have already mastered the blood-moving realm. Although Lin Xintong's practice is still not considered hard work, after all, his talent is there, and it is only a matter of time before he makes rapid progress. But he currently only has the body tempering sutra. According to Old Man Lin, the body tempering sutra is very strong, but it is limited to the blood-moving realm. The blood-moving realm, as the name suggests, is to temper the body, and the blood and qi are as vigorous as rivers. If the human body is a container, then the tempering of the body is to polish this container larger and stronger. This realm requires mobilizing the whole body's blood and blood, rolling like thunder, melting bone text, and stimulating the divine light in the blood, so as to temper the creation of heaven and earth and nourish the body. But the difference after the blood-moving realm, taking the cave heaven as an example, it needs to use the runes of fierce beasts or birds of prey, engrave them into its body, open up the cave heaven, seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and directly absorb the spirit of the outside world to replenish itself. The realm is matched with the treasure technique, which comes from the body of the fierce beast, perhaps the skull, or perhaps any bone in the body. It condenses the lifelong efforts of this fierce beast, and is presented in the form of bone text. Treasure technique, bone text, bone tool, blood moving, cave heaven. For some reason, Jiang Huai suddenly felt more and more familiar the more he listened. He felt like he had seen a similar description in a novel. However, he had read too many books in his previous life, and he really couldn't remember which one it was for a while. Headache, I should have read less at the beginning. Now it's good, I have read all the wrong ones. With a sigh, Jiang Huai retracted his thoughts. He planned to have time to slowly think about this problem. As for now, the most urgent thing is to get a treasure technique back. Therefore, Jiang Huai went directly to Shi Hao. As a fierce beast with extraordinary blood, Shi Hao should have his own magic. However, what Jiang Huai never expected was that this beast had no other means of attack except that its body was incredibly hard and its fangs were poisonous. Helplessly, Jiang Huai could only find another way. He suddenly remembered the fierce beast that roared loudly before. The opponent's roar was quite extraordinary, and it was also a fierce beast, so maybe it would have. Jiang Huai spoke up and quickly asked Shi Hao if the opponent had any special means of attack when he attacked. Fortunately, he was not disappointed this time. According to Shi Hao's description, the fierce beast seemed to have some magic. The opponent's eyes could shoot out 2 golden light spells, like lightning, which could not be avoided. It was very powerful and destructive, otherwise Shi Hao would not have lost a few scales. Haitzi, I want you to go into the depths of the wilderness again and bring back the beast. No matter whether it lives or dies, you must ensure your own safety. If the beast is gone, you can replace it with another one. Jiang Huai used his magical power Wangliang Yaimeng and said directly. He did not have the method and secret book to open up the cave, so it was impossible for him to guide the villagers to enter the second realm. If they wanted to improve the strength of the entire Lu village, the only way was to obtain the treasure technique. At the same time, he sent a message to the brothers Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, asking them to follow him. Although the 2 brothers were still in the blood-moving realm, their hard power was very good. They could be called invincible in the blood-moving realm, and each of them was extremely terrifying. In addition, because of the inferior dragon elephant strength pill, the strength of Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen was not limited to 100,000 jin. Lin Chen weighed 140,000 jin, while Lin Zhuang weighed a terrifying 160,000 jin. With such exaggerated strength, even ordinary cave heaven cultivators who had not mastered the magic of treasures were not their opponents. Even if they had mastered the magic of treasures, they could be killed by a punch if they were not prepared. Big brother, second brother, you two must take care of each other on the way. Knowing that her 2 children were about to step into the depths of the great wilderness, old man Lin was fine, and Zhang couldn't help but worry a little. However, considering that this was an order from Lord Lu Shen himself, Zhang couldn't say anything even if she was unwilling, but just gave a few more instructions before leaving. Okay, old woman, this is not a life and death separation, and there is a black python guardian going with us, so what is there to worry about? Old man Lin urged impatiently, and his peripheral vision kept glancing at a huge figure that looked like a small mountain somewhere. After not seeing each other for a few years, the oppression brought by that guy was even more terrifying. This was completely different from facing Lord Lu Shen. Lord Liu Shen is profound and unpredictable, unknowable, unhorrible, and unseen, like a lone traveler in the vast starry sky. No one can dream of following Lord Liu Shen's footsteps. The feeling brought by the black python is much more direct, except for horror and fear. There is no way, old man Lin still can't forget the scene many years ago. Huo Long, who was in the cave realm, couldn't even withstand the attack of the black python guardian. He was beaten to pieces alive. It was as cruel as it could be. The person in front of him is definitely a thorough killing god. But because of this, old man Lin didn't worry too much. The strength of the black python guardian is obvious to all. Even if he really encounters some invincible danger, it should be no problem to escape with the speed of the black python guardian. As long as he returns to Lu village, he will be safe under the protection of Lord Liushu. Black python guardian, boss, second brother, have a good trip, and you must come back soon. Mrs. Zhang then wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced out a smile. Don't worry, Mom. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen waved their hands, indicating to Zhang that she could just keep her heart in her stomach. When the 2 brothers heard that they were going deep into the wilderness, their first reaction was not worry, but excitement. It's really because they are so strong that the wild beasts nearby will run away as if they were living kings of hell when they see them. As a result, they haven't been able to hunt for many days in the past few days. This time when they entered the wilderness, in addition to wanting to kill a few ferocious beasts to taste their meat, they also wanted to seek another breakthrough in strength in battle. After all, the 2 of them have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation. Ordinary cultivation has no effect at all, so they can only find other methods. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. The black python led the way and chose a direction. Several figures were instantly enveloped in the vast forest. Compared with the surrounding areas, the ancient trees in the wilderness are more majestic, vigorous and powerful, and their huge crowns seem to be able to block out the sky and the sun. And the mountains here are also more steep and longer. Even if you stand at a high place, you can only see the mountains that are like mountains and mountains. Farther away, there are thousands of steep mountains and thousands of valleys, and they are vast and majestic. Along the way, I didn't encounter any ferocious beasts first, but I encountered group after group of beasts without eyes. The beasts here were larger and more ferocious, with all their fangs exposed, pointing at Lin Zhuang, and the Lin Chen brothers stared at them eagerly. "Brother, do you think these animals didn't run away when they saw us?" Lin Chen put his hands on his hips and looked excited. "Hurry up, Master Black Python is still waiting for us in front." Lin Zhuang moved his limbs, and his whole body suddenly felt like a cannonball, piercing directly towards the beasts gathering around him. After a while, Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen stopped with satisfaction after looking at the frightened beasts that were whimpering and scurrying around as if they had lost their souls. In the next few days, everything went smoothly on the road, and no wild beast dared to surround us again. This day, in front of a stream, Shi Hao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, and its triangular head was raised high, staring forward as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen immediately followed Shi Hao's gaze, and their eyes suddenly shrank. Not far away, a huge figure 5 or 6 meters tall was also facing them across the stream. It was an ape-like beast with red hair, sharp fangs exposed, and extremely scarlet eyes. A pair of huge palms like millstones kept beating its chest, and it made bursts of piercing muffled roars towards them. Under the roar, the surrounding beasts were frightened and ran away, scattering crazily in all directions, including many large beasts such as bears and tigers. This kind of power must be a ferocious beast, and it is definitely not a good thing. Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen immediately took a breath of air. However, the brothers didn't feel too scared. Next to the huge figure beside them, Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen felt inexplicably more at ease. The Black Python Protector is very spiritual, and seems to have some means of seeking good luck and avoiding evil. If it does not retreat, it means that it is sure to deal with the ferocious beast in the distance. This is indeed the case. The little black snake has a towering head and its body is half upright. Its huge body is as big as a hill. Even the orangutan beast is pitifully small compared to it. It kept hesitating and gauging the other party's strength, feeling that the other party was not its opponent. However, this ape-like ferocious beast was obviously extraordinary. Regardless of the size difference, when he saw Shi Hao despising him so much, he immediately became furious. A pair of originally scarlet eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. Roar. With an angry roar, this ferocious beast took the lead in launching an attack, lifting a boulder that was more than 10 meters in size next to it and smashing it over. Bang! Shi Hao took action at the same time, and the huge snake tail was like a sharp iron whip, smashing the boulder into pieces in midair. Its physical body was even more powerful, and the scales that had been knocked off had long since grown back, shining with a dazzling cold light in the dappled sunlight. Laugh. On the ground, Shi Hao's speed was extremely fast, like a black lightning, leaving only afterimages. He rushed in front of the orangutan beast in an instant. The ferocious beast obviously didn't react, and a pair of scarlet eyes immediately showed a trace of panic. However, before he could recover, a sharp stinging sensation suddenly spread from its chest like a tide to all sides of its body. Come. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 22 WTR Lab. Number 25 Chapter 25, Stone Village. Please read on. The snake's tail was like a steel spear, directly cutting through the opponent's chest muscles and stabbing in fiercely. Roar. The monkey beast screamed desperately due to the severe pain. This beast had a strong vitality. Even though it was pierced through the body, it still did not die. Moreover, the pain like a tide made it completely fall into an unprecedented madness. Caw caw caw. At this moment, the monkey beast's body suddenly made a strange crisp sound. From the opponent's red hair, a little bit of star-like light like candlelight gushed out in an instant, shining brightly and beautifully, but exuding a terrifying breath. As the light fell, the size of the monkey beast suddenly expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye, and it stopped only when it was more than 20 meters. This is the magic of its clan, which can instantly expand its body several times, and its defense and attack power will be enhanced to a certain extent. Its skin is thick and its attack is not bad. As if sensing the fierce resistance of the fang beast in front of him, Shi Hao turned the attack into a fight. The snake head was still erect, but the lower body turned into a direct entanglement, twisting the swollen ape beast together. But in an instant, the originally harsh cracking sound in the air seemed to have changed. Shi Hao's whole body was entangled, and the terrifying strangling force released was enough to be called terrifying. This is not a magic, but the fighting instinct buried in the bones of the Python clan. Paw. The face of the ape beast turned red, and it was still difficult to resist even with the blessing of the magic. On the side, Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen seized the opportunity and prepared to fight the ape beast in a group. Their faces were hot and their bodies were shaking slightly because of excitement. This was the first time they hunted such a terrifying existence. The adrenaline in their bodies was secreted desperately, making them feel dry in their mouths. The brothers Lin Zhuang held the palm-wide machetes they had seized from Huolong last time, and took advantage of the restraint of the ape beast to attack from behind. The two jumped 7 or 8 meters high, and they were agile and nimble. In a few breaths, they rushed to the ape beast's shoulder. Without saying a word, they swung the machetes in their hands and chopped at the opponent's head. With the power of more than 100,000 pounds, even a solid boulder would be shattered. In the air, there was a sizzling sound, and blood gushed out like a spring. Under the huge force, the palm-thick machete sank deeply into the flesh and blood of the ape beast's neck. However, this ape beast was also quite extraordinary. The flesh and blood were compressed to a great density. After the machete was completely immersed in it, it could no longer move forward an inch. Lin Chen and Lin Zhuang were very straightforward. They gave up the knife and changed to fists. They swung the iron fists the size of sandbags and smashed them like they didn't need money. Each punch was more than 100,000 jin, not to mention the flesh and blood body, even steel bones could not withstand it. Finally, accompanied by a muffled sound, the skull of the ape beast was directly shattered by the crazy attack of the two brothers, and even the brain was blown away. Clang! Realizing that the other party was dead, Shi Hao retracted the snake body that was entangled. Without support, the ape beast fell heavily to the ground, and died incomparably. The aftermath work was naturally handled by Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen. The two spent half a day and finally found an unusual bone in the body of this beast. The color of the bone was even darker, and it was covered with dense bone text. This is the treasure of this beast. The two were overjoyed. They had seen the horror of this magic just now. Once it was used, the vitality would be greatly improved. It was so terrifying that even if the head was chopped like that, it would not die immediately. If it were not for the Black Python Guardian who trapped most of the opponent's power, it would be a fool's dream for the two of them to deal with this ape beast. After wiping the treasure bone clean and carefully putting it into the animal skin pocket on his waist, Lin Zhuang found a very tough vine and tied the 4 limbs of the ape beast together. He hid it somewhere and prepared to take it back on the way back. The dead ape beast returned to its previous size. Although it was still not light, it was still within their tolerance. The beast meat was very nutritious and contained powerful energy. It was not only enough to fill the stomach, but also provided more calories in the coming cold winter. With this harvest, the two of them looked much more relaxed than when they entered the mountain. The treasure, bone scripture and magic were all in hand. Even if the beast mentioned by Lord Lu Shen was not found, it could barely be done. Xiao He was still enjoying it. He searched for the familiar smell in the air and took the two brothers of the Lin family to go deeper and deeper. They came to the place where they had fought with the beast. However, they did not find the beast that looked like a cat or a lion. Only large patches of blood could be vaguely seen on the empty rocky road. Not giving up, Xiao He stayed here for another day or two until he was sure that the other party had left here long ago. He returned unwillingly. On the way back, Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen found the corpse of the ape beast. The flesh and blood of the beast has great energy and a certain antiseptic effect. Even if the body is sunk in the wild for 7 or 8 days, it may not rot. Therefore, the flesh and blood are still bright red in such a humid temperature. However, what Lin Zhuang and the others didn't know was that not long after they left, several figures suddenly jumped out from behind a dense bush. Each of them was wearing animal skins, tall and sturdy, with a bronze complexion, tendons all over his body, and as strong as tigers and leopards. The leader was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He held a thick and long leg bone of a wild animal in his hand, and his body was engraved with unknown totem veins. Chief, it's only been a month since we last went into the mountains. The nearest village to our Shi village is Bay Village, but looking at the way those people are dressed, they don't look like people from Bay Village. A strong adult male walked out, looked at the old man next to him, and frowned. He was wearing a tiger skin robe, and his body looked the most sturdy among all the people. People from Bay Village never travel with less than 3 people. Those 2 people definitely can't be from Bay Village. The old man said slowly with a deep look in his eyes. The most important thing is, I don't remember when the Bay Village raised such a terrifying snake beast. The old man continued, thinking. Although the old man looked old, his eyes were still shining and full of wisdom. He was obviously a wise man. Indeed, the strength of the beast was so terrifying that even without using magic, the strength of the body alone could suppress the ape and make it unable to resist at all. When the huge black python was mentioned, the man's expression could not help but flash a trace of fear. Number 26 Chapter 26 I seem to have some realizations, please read on. He had seen that ferocious ape beast before. It was very ferocious and possessed a unique magic. It was a tyrant in the area. It was extremely terrifying. A pair of iron fists could easily cut through gold and stone. On weekdays, they would all be willing to see it. I didn't expect to die so miserably today as I circled one more mountain and never got closer. Chief, do you need us to secretly send a few people to keep an eye on them and see where they come from? Pursing his lips, the strong man said with some uncertainty. The old man frowned and considered carefully for a moment before continuing. The other party did not show any malice towards our clan when they arrived. In addition, there are such ferocious beasts around them. Once discovered, it will be easy. I can't tell, so it's better not to send anyone over. The oppressive feeling given to him by the giant snake-like beast was very good, but just looking at the giant snake from a distance, there was always a strong and lingering sense of suffocation lingering in his heart. There are also those two humans who can smash the head of the vicious ape with just their physical bodies, and the head is also smashed into a mess. After much thought, the old man thought it would be better not to alert the enemy. A few people discussed it on the spot again, and finally escaped into the dense forest. This time, hunting was their goal. The school-aged children in the village are about to gain intelligence and temper their bodies. In addition, their bodies will need a lot of animal blood and animal meat for nourishment. Ellipsis. Compared to when they came, the return journey took Xiaohe and his party a little longer. On the way back, they discovered another ferocious beast, a giant elephant with one horn. It was astonishingly large, more than 10 meters long, but it was far less oppressive than the ape ferocious beast, and its strength was also great. It was far less than that. The two brothers Lin Chen and Lin Zhuang successfully killed each other without Xiaohe's action. As a result, there was another giant elephant corpse on their backs. Fortunately, the two brothers were both incredibly strong and carried it back. Ellipsis. The golden crow is falling in the west, and the red sun is hanging low. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the entire Lu village seems to be dyed with a layer of fiery red brilliance, which is peaceful and sacred. On the huge horizon, several figures hurried over, leaving long shadows in the sunset. Led by Xiaohe, he walked at the front. The huge figure was pulled by the afterglow, and his back was like a mountain range. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen followed closely and roared, carrying the bodies of the one-horned elephant and the ape beast, with happy smiles on their lips. This trip, they can say that they have gained a lot. The only pity is that no precious bones were found in the body of the one-horned elephant. In front of the village, after receiving the letter, Old Man Lin and others had already stood on the only way into the village and were waiting. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Old Man Lin looked excited when he saw the figures of Lin Zhuang and others slowly coming into view. It would be absolutely false to say that he was not worried at all. After all, even when the tribe was not exterminated by the fire tribe, there was a high mortality rate when hunting in the mountains. But now, what is being hunted is countless times more terrifying than wild beasts. The ferocious beasts are naturally more dangerous. Fortunately, everyone is back and no one is left behind. Zhang was equally excited. She nodded towards Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, but they didn't say anything. Everything was said in silence. Eldest brother, second brother, what is that thing you carried back? The eyes of the other brothers and sisters of the Lin family were attracted by the ferocious apes and unicorn elephants brought back by Lin Zhuang. Their eyes were full of curiosity and fear. They looked at the two huge bodies with great caution, and even their breathing could not help but slow down a lot. It looked much scarier than a liger, especially the ape, which exuded a terrifying aura even in death. Only then did Old Man Lin move his gaze to the real thing and couldn't help but exclaimed. A ferocious beast, a real ferocious beast. The difference between ferocious beasts and wild beasts is not small. Wild beasts are just the most common birds and animals in the mountains and forests, but ferocious beasts are not, so it is easier to distinguish between the two. Father, not only are they ferocious beasts, but they also have treasures. Lin Zhuang grinned, laughed, and took out a dark bone more than half a meter long from the animal skin bag on his waist. Okay, that's great. Old Man Lin's eyes widened and he hurriedly took it. The more he looked at it, the more excited he became. When he got there, he wanted to press his whole face against the bone. He didn't expect that he could actually obtain such a precious thing. Densely strange symbols appeared on the palm-wide bones, recording a rare treasure technique. Old Man Lin can understand it. After all, in this wilderness, the bone inscriptions they currently have are continuously developed from these rare treasure bones. They have been continuously summarized over countless years and have evolved to this day. When he was young, he traveled extensively, saw a lot, and learned a lot. Fortunately, although the bone inscriptions on this precious bone were obscure and difficult to understand, he was able to recognize them all after recalling them many times. Early the next morning, a bright light fell on the ground through the shadows of the trees. After working for a long time, sprinkling the beast's blood on the front and back of Master Lu Shen, Old Man Lin took out the bones with the strange runes written on them. He did not understand them immediately, but placed them on the altar specially built during this period. The treasure bones need to be left here for 3 days. It's not that there is any special intention, it's just that Old Man Lin and his family used this to show their respect. When the 3 days were up, Old Man Lin took down the treasure bone with great respect. According to the contents recorded on the treasure bone, he taught his sons word by word. Bone writing is naturally formed, each kind is rare, and has mysterious power. You must study hard and feel the contents of the bone writing carefully. Under the shaded locust tree, Old Man Lin said loudly. The treasure technique is recorded in the bone writing, but it does not mean that you can master the treasure technique just by reading the bone writing. Understanding the meaning of the bone writing is only the first step in learning the treasure technique. You also need to practice according to the contents of the treasure bone. Lin Zhuang and others naturally nodded in response. It was okay in the first few days. Everyone was full of interest and could listen carefully. However, after half a month, most people began to become listless, frowning and listless. It was because these bone characters were as obscure as ghost paintings. Sometimes a word could be read in many ways, and Old Man Lin was not sure which one it was, so he would always explain everything whenever he encountered it. This caused everyone present to be present, but after listening for a long time, it was as if they had not heard anything. The most important thing was that even if they practiced all the hidden meanings, they could not feel their own progress, let alone the power fluctuations of the magic. Over time, fewer people came to listen to the class. In the end, only Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and Lin Shintong were still persisting. Xiaoba, I didn't expect you to be able to persevere all the time. You deserve praise. Old Man Lin looked relieved. Father, I feel like I seem to understand something. Lin Shintong paused for a moment, pursed her lips and hesitated. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 24 WTR Lab. Number 27 Chapter 27 Medicinal Bath. Follow-up reading. The voice of the eighth son of the Lin family was a little uncertain. She didn't know if what she felt was correct, but there was definitely something unusual in her body. It's okay, Xiaoba, let me demonstrate it to everyone. Old Man Lin waved his hand and said with a smile. In his opinion, his youngest daughter must have mistaken other feelings for runes. However, seeing how serious his youngest daughter has been recently, Old Man Lin doesn't mind giving her more opportunities to show off. After all, they are all members of her own family, and there is no shame in her success or failure. Yes, father. Lin Shintong nodded vigorously, then her eyes were slightly half closed, and she kept exerting herself. Her face began to turn red, and she looked presentable. Just when everyone was about to look at each other and smile, a dazzling light suddenly spurted out from Lin Xiaoba's palm, shining like a clear radiance. Then, a strange rune appeared, like golden juice pouring out. It is made, exuding the unique light of metal, which is very strange. Moreover, with the appearance of the runes, Lin Shintong's body surface was vaguely covered with a layer of gray-white brilliance, as if she was wearing a layer of armor. Bao Shu. The first person to speak was not Old Man Lin, but Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen. They had fought with the ape and had seen the magic spells used by the other party, which were almost exactly the same as those used by Xiao Ba. Bame, you, how did you do this? Lin Zhuang's eyes were fiery. He walked quickly to Lin Shintong and asked impatiently. Old Man Lin also looked eagerly and his face was full of excitement. Although he was a teacher, he was not a teacher in the strict sense. He just handed over the meaning of the bone inscriptions to everyone. As for the actual meaning, he actually had no idea at all. This requires talent. My daughter just listened to the bone inscriptions for more than a month and actually practiced the treasure technique. Doesn't it mean that Xiaoba is actually one of the best practicing wizards in 100? I don't know what's going on, I just felt like I suddenly had some insights as I listened, and then that's it. Lin Shintong scratched her head. The teenage girl had already become a slim girl. After the past few years of guidance from Old Man Lin and Mrs. Zhang, either intentionally or unintentionally, the girl had become much more mature and sensible. She was almost completely different from before. Don't. Xiaoba, is there really no secret? Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen had undisguised envy on their faces. If we were to say who in the village worked the hardest on weekdays, it would be these two. But now, the two suddenly found themselves surrounded by huge walls. If they wanted to continue to break through, they had to climb over these walls. But those walls are so high that they can be climbed easily. Just when they thought no one could succeed, suddenly someone actually succeeded in front of them. The most terrible thing is that this person is still their naughty eighth sister. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen really wanted to say hello. Why? They were also listening to the lecture, so why could Xiaoba gain some insights, but they were just listening to it like a book from heaven, and their heads were filled with mush. I'll think about it more carefully. Lin Shintong couldn't bear to see the two good brothers frustrated and couldn't help but say. How about this, big brother and second brother? My little sister will stay with you when you practice from now on. Let's figure out the details together. Lin Xiaoba suggested. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen looked at each other after hearing this and nodded. That's all they can do for now. In any case, our Willow village finally has a person who masters the magic, and he is finally worthy of Master Lu Shen's cultivation. Old Man Lin stood up and laughed loudly, livening up the atmosphere. Ellipsis. That night, Willow village was extremely lively, and the bonfires were beating, dispelling the cold winter. The woman threw the cut and washed large pieces of ferocious beast meat into the boiling ceramic cauldron, and then sprinkled some natural spices into it. Accompanied by the crackling sound of burning firewood, the rich aroma of meat soon spread throughout Lekan. Compared with ordinary beast meat, the meat of ferocious beasts is more tender and delicious, and every part is of extremely high quality. There was enough delicious beast meat, everyone's mouths were filled with oil and their faces looked happy. In the wilderness where ferocious birds and beasts are infested and people are precarious, as long as they are not hungry or cold, it will be a paradise on earth, let alone not only not hungry, but also eating so well. This is ferocious beast meat. If it were left in the past, they would simply can't even think about it. Everyone's face was filled with a heartfelt smile, and they looked at the mountains in the distance from time to time to express their most sincere admiration. Only under the protection of Master Lu Shen can they live such a comfortable life. All this is because of Lord Lu Shen. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Hei also ran over. Attracted by the smell of meat, he jumped out of the deep forest and stuffed all the remaining meat of the ferocious beast into his belly before he was satisfied. It's not enough. Old lady, hurry up and cook another 50 kilograms of meat before giving it to the Black Python Protector. Old Man Lin greeted Jiang again and prepared to stew another large pot. Black Python Protector, drink some more broth to drive away the cold. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen also stood up and said, while speaking, they directly brought over the ceramic cauldron for cooking meat. Xiao Hei didn't refuse anyone who came, and as long as it was food, he put it all into his stomach. These foods were much more delicious than the bloody food he usually ate. As for Xiao Hei's sudden appearance, Old Man Lin, Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen didn't have any objections, and the others naturally had no objections. The energy contained in the meat of fierce beasts is huge. Even a small piece is enough to replace several kilograms of ordinary beast meat. They have already eaten until their stomachs are full. Moreover, for them, being able to entertain the Black Python Guardian is something they have been longing for. Everyone knows that although the Black Python Guardian Dragon is always invisible, the reason why Lu Village is so peaceful and quiet is definitely due to his presence behind the scenes. The party did not last too late. There are dangers everywhere in the wilderness. If you indulge yourself a little, you may fall into an irreversible situation. You need to keep your body in the best condition all the time. However, after the party, Old Man Lin did not let everyone leave. In the great wilderness, every village has an ancestral medicinal bath, but I don't know about it. But in addition to the heart blood used to worship Lord Willow God, there is still a lot of beast blood left. Boiling it and taking a bath also has the effect of tempering the body. Girls don't need to do it. The process may be a bit painful, but boys can't run away. They must absorb all the remaining beast blood. Looking across everyone's faces, Old Man Lin said in a sonorous and powerful voice. Medicinal baths are not a secret in the great wilderness. Even a small tribe of dozens of people knows about it. But they know it, but they have never tried it. After all, the most critical ingredient for medicinal baths is beast blood. Unless they are all crazy and don't want to live, they will take the initiative to provoke such a terrifying existence. Number 28 Chapter 28 Black Fog. Please read on. In the wilderness, fierce beasts are hard to hunt, and their blood is precious, which is one of the best materials for tempering the body. Moreover, the stronger the fierce beast is, the more precious its blood is, the better the effect of its blood tempering the body is. According to a friend of his who lives in the village, all boys who have reached a certain age in his place have to take a medicinal bath. The blood of fierce beasts plus several specific herbs can more or less increase their strength after a certain period of bathing. It is precisely because of this that they have been able to develop to the current situation and survive in the wilderness full of crises. The inheritance is long. Old Man Lin once asked him for the formula, but was flatly rejected by the other party. Each ancient recipe for tempering the body has been passed down for a long time and is one of the most core treasures in the village. It is almost never passed on. But if there is no prescription, there is no prescription. Simply soaking in fierce beasts can also have the effect of tempering the body. It is nothing more than a relationship of size. Father, didn't you say before that it's best to take a medicinal bath when you're young? Now we're all big and strong, can we do it? Lin Zhuang said angrily. While speaking, he took a special look at the bronze cauldron, estimated his body, and finally came to a very serious answer. This cauldron may not be able to fit him. It's the same when you're older, but the effect is not as good as when you were a child. Old Man Lin grinned, poured the blood into the cauldron, and then lit a fire underneath. The flames were raging, and in a short while, the blood in the giant cauldron began to steam and churn. Old Man Lin felt the temperature, nodded, and felt that it was about right, so he directly motioned Lin Zhuang and others to go down. Although he was a little reluctant, since his old man had spoken, Lin Zhuang and others naturally had to bite the bullet and do it. It really didn't surprise Lin Zhuang that the giant cauldron really couldn't fit him, and he could only soak half of his body. Not only him, but Lin Chen was the same. Father, isn't the temperature a bit high? Are you sure this is a medicinal bath, not a self-sacrifice? Lin Chen said with a grin. After a while, his whole body was already red from head to toe. Bullshit, what do you know, you idiot? Only in this way can your old skin be stimulated, and the medicinal effect can be more absorbed into the body. When the old skin is replaced by the new skin, your strength will be improved. Old Man Lin rolled his eyes at Old Second Lin and spoke. No words were spoken that night. In the early morning, the afterglow of the morning sun shone into the dew on the weeds, reflecting the colorful beauty. Jiang Huai woke up from his sleep, refreshed. Although as a tree, he didn't need to rest most of the time, but the habits he had cultivated for so many years in his previous life could not be changed all at once. His 5 senses spread out, covering a radius of several kilometers. Within this range, any movement could not escape his perception. At this moment, Jiang Huai's expression was slightly startled. At the limit of his perception, at some point, a wisp of mist actually spread. But if it was ordinary mist, it would be fine, but the mist was dark all over, like ink pouring, gushing out from unknown depths, spreading around, a large black mass, giving him a sense of evil and horror. Although the speed was not too fast, it was only a matter of time before it reached him. In the wilderness, what big thing was going to happen? Jiang Huai was alert. This sudden appearance of black mist was too abnormal and so abrupt that it was difficult for him not to associate it. However, he could not move at the moment. Even if the black mist was already one step away from him, he could only watch from afar. Fortunately, the speed at which the black mist spread was slower than he expected, giving him enough time to notify everyone in Lu village. 3 days later, the spreading black mist finally penetrated into the range of Lu village. The entrance of Lu village. The mighty sun was hanging high in the sky, and the morning glow was brilliant, like broken gold, showering the people below. After receiving Jiang Huai's communication, Old Man Lin and his people had been waiting here for a long time. They all held weapons, especially Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, who directly pulled out the tusks of the unicorn that they had hunted some time ago. Whether it was easy or not was another matter, but the momentum was definitely impressive. What the hell is that? It's black and looks like nothing good. Looking at the rolling black fog like a tide not far in front of him, Lin Zhuang's eyes were captivating, and his momentum was extremely strong, and he spoke like a ferocious beast. Although he still hadn't successfully learned the magic, his physical body was here, and even those who had just learned the magic were far less terrifying than him. Big brother is right. Lin Chen, the second son of the Lin family, was also impressive. His eyes were bright. He carried the thick and strong tusks on his shoulders. With his 2-meter-tall body, he looked very oppressive. These days, he was almost broken by those damn runes and urgently needed a chance to vent. Today, it finally came. All around, as the black fog got closer and closer, bursts of piercing roars began to be heard. In particular, Lin Zhuang and others also smelled a choking and extremely stench, like a rotting corpse. Don't take it lightly. Old Man Lin looked serious and reminded everyone that the black fog was very strange, giving him an illusion that something would jump out of it in the next moment. Just as Old Man Lin was thinking about this, several black monsters with the size of ordinary humans and bloody fangs suddenly emerged from the black fog. The monsters' eyes were scarlet, like dots of fireflies in the dark night. They were densely packed, and hundreds of them crawled out in less than a moment. This scene directly made several young and timid people scream in surprise, but then, they heard a whistling sound similar to that of a stick. It was Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, 2 reckless men. They didn't care about these monsters, and directly swung the huge tusks in their hands into the most densely populated area of monsters. The aftermath alone killed several strange creatures with bloody mouths. Although these monsters look scary, their real strength is not strong. Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen can easily kill a large number of them with a swing of their tusks. The black fog was powerful when it came, but it was a typical case of thunder and rain. Jiang Huai was originally planning to attack, but when he saw that the monster in the black fog didn't seem to be dangerous, he gave up the idea. For everyone in Lu village, the strength of these monsters is just right, and it can be used as a great opportunity to temper their bodies and enhance their combat experience. However, Lu village can be so easy, but it doesn't mean that other gathering places can do the same. If it is according to what Old Man Lin said, in this wilderness, there are countless tribes like his in the past, and some small tribes often have no protection from the sacrificial spirits. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 26 WTR Lab. Number 29 Chapter 29. He looks like he has never seen the world. Please read on. This battle lasted from sunrise to sunset, but it completely turned into a one-sided massacre. Everyone in Willow Village unilaterally slaughtered those black fog monsters. Every one of them has practiced the Body Training Sutra. Although the degree of improvement is different, even the weakest one has the strength of thousands of kilograms. The people held broadswords and could easily cut off the monsters in the black mist, just like chopping melons and vegetables. But there are too many monsters. After killing one group, another group will form again, seemingly endless. At the end of the battle, the black mist dissipated, leaving everyone in Willow Village almost exhausted. Everyone was covered in blood, panting, and sweating profusely, but they looked excited and smiled at each other. Even before Lord Lu Shen came to protect them, they survived this calamity, which was enough to prove their progress during this period, not to mention that they had not failed in the training that Lord Lu Shen had given them. A bunch of thieves, what are you doing with my sheep? When he went back, Old Man Lin suddenly found that most of the hundreds of wild goats he had worked so hard to raise during this period were almost dead. All were eaten and only a skeleton was left. It didn't take long for him to know who the culprit was. He blew his beard and stared, angrily wanting to pull those monsters out of the black mist and beat them up again. If you have the ability, go find his eldest son. Second son, let's see who has the bigger fist. What's the point of eating his sheep? Ellipsis. The black mist incident did not linger in the minds of everyone in Willow Village for a long time, but it was simply forgotten by everyone after a month and a half of hunger. Except for Old Man Lin, he was still aggrieved and wanted to find the black mist again, dig out the monsters inside and beat them up to avenge his goats. While others tend to become more honest as they get older, he becomes more irritable as he gets older. Fortunately, he was finally caught by Lin Zhuang and others. The reason why they can be so unscrupulous is because Lord Lu Shen is standing behind them, and Lord Lu Shen is supporting them. But if they all run out to seek revenge against the Black Mist, will Lord Lu God protect them? Hearing this, Old Man Lin finally calmed down, but he was still angry. He put down his harsh words. When those monsters come out next time, he will kill 10, no, 11, and use the heads of those monsters to commemorate him. The spirits of the sheep in heaven. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. Winter passes and spring comes, and spring warms and flowers bloom. When the sun rises, its path shines brightly. As the thick layer of snow accumulated on the ground completely melts, another season of recovery for all things has arrived. It is worth mentioning that in this short period of time, Jiang Huai has already accumulated more than half of the experience points required for his next upgrade. Those monsters in the black mist seemed to be a great asset to him. As long as his followers killed him, they could gain a huge sum of experience points. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it, otherwise Jiang Huai would definitely get it that day. Show off your power and use all your methods to keep all the monsters in the black fog behind. Ellipsis. On this day, the sky above Lu village was filled with smoke, accompanied by the smell of rice, and the unique smell of the human world rose. Mrs. Zhang brought several of his eldest daughters, and the second daughter was busy cooking. The pot was stewed with the meat of ferocious beasts that had not yet been eaten. The meat of ferocious beasts is extremely easy to store, not to mention that in the 12th lunar month of winter when the temperature is as low as sub-zero, after the ice has melted, the meat of these previously cut ferocious beasts is still fresh and tender, as if it had just been slaughtered. Old Man Lin was also helping. Although his flock had not increased this winter, many ewes were pregnant. In a few months, a litter of lambs would be born, which finally made him feel better. Father, there are people outside the mountain. They seem to be refugees. Lin Rui, the fifth son of the Lin family, suddenly ran in and said with a strange expression. Refugee. Old Lin frowned, but Zan immediately relaxed. The wilderness is full of ferocious birds and beasts. Powerful beings can easily trample tribes and even villages to the ground. Coupled with the black mist some time ago, I think many tribes must have been destroyed, and there are refugees. It's no surprise that it appears. After taking out a ripe taro from the fire pit and throwing it to Lin Rui, Old Lin patted his butt, stood up and said, "Take me to see it." Soon, the two brought them outside Lekan. Before they even approached, many figures came into Old Lin's sight. These people were all in ragged clothes, unkempt hair, and their dirty bodies exuded a stench. Their timid and cloudy eyes stared closely at Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen in front of them, with fear on their faces. The two brothers of the Lin family were really oppressive. Each of them was about 2 meters tall, and had a sturdy back and waist. Their forearms were thicker than the thighs of the refugees. Standing where they were, they looked like iron towers. Brother, we all come from the nearby native tribes. Some time ago, our place suffered a great disaster. The entire tribe was almost wiped out. Only I was lucky enough to survive. We had no choice but to escape here. Please show some kindness, brother. Give me a bite to eat. As soon as Old Lin's voice fell, an old man with white hair like weeds and a hunchback walked out slowly. The old man's face covered with wrinkles and dirt showed a look of vicissitudes of life and hopelessness, and bursts of violent coughing came from his chapped lips. As he spoke, his body could not help but tremble, and his steps became more and more unsteady. We have many girls here who are several months pregnant. If they don't stutter, I'm afraid one of them will die soon. The old chief of the two tribe cried out in grief. He was already old, and it was a great effort for him to come here. If he continued walking, he would not last more than a day. This. Old Man Lin opened his mouth, his eyes were somewhat reluctant. He saw that there were indeed many women with big bellies in the crowd, and there were also infants who had just turned 1 month old. No matter which one, it would be difficult for them to survive alone in this wilderness. Not to mention them, even adult men, if they did not have hard power, would only be food for those fierce beasts. With the comparison, the people of Lu village were more and more sincerely impressed by their current life. No need to worry about food and drink, let alone housing. One day, they can get the advice of Lord Liushan and make rapid progress. All of this, all depends on Lord Liushan. Wait for me for a while. I need to ask the opinion of Lord Jilling of this village. If Lord Jilling agrees, I will accept you. Old Man Lin said loudly. Although he was very old, he was still full of energy. Although he had been appointed by Jiang Huai as the first village chief of Lu village, allowing him to handle the affairs of the village on his own, when encountering some major events, Old Man Lin still habitually asked Jiang Huai. However, as soon as his voice fell, the refugees around him suddenly let out a slight exclamation. They were shocked by the word, Ji Ling, from Old Man Lin's mouth. Did I hear it right? Here, there is actually the protection of Lord Ji Ling. Almost all the refugees widened their eyes, and fear was mixed with a touch of deep envy. Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, Lin Rui and others raised their heads quite proudly. Look at how unworldly they are. Number 30 Chapter 30 When adding new members, God Willow is the most respected. Can this also increase faith value? On top of the mountain. Feeling that the faith value of Old Man Lin and others had once again skyrocketed, Jiang Huai was stunned. He doesn't remember what he did. However, in line with the principle that what comes for free is always the most fragrant, Jiang Huai didn't bother to have sex. As for the arrival of the refugees, he had naturally known about it for a long time, but since these people were powerless, he was too lazy to inform Old Man Lin. But no matter what, these refugees are considered walking potential believers. I will still give Old Man Lin a dream and let him keep as many as possible. Jiang Huai thought to himself. The importance of believers to him is self-evident. The more believers there are, the faster his experience value increases. While he was meditating, at the foot of the mountain, Old Man Lin had led a group of native tribesmen into Lu Village. The actual area used by Willow Village is not that large. After all, there are only 8 people. Because of this, as soon as the refugees from the 2 tribes entered Willow Village, several majestic marble buildings suddenly burst into their eyes. Each of these buildings was extremely square, and the fit was perfect. No trace of it was exposed, and they seemed to be crafted by nature. The people in the native tribe couldn't help but exclaimed a few times again. "Brother, what is that?" While walking, a huge skeleton suddenly caught the eye of the tribal leader. The old man's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something extraordinary, and even his body could not help but tremble slightly. "Well, that was just a ferocious beast that my eldest son and my second son casually killed some time ago. I originally wanted to throw the meat away after eating it, but who knew that it was forgotten as time went by?" Old Man Lin smiled brightly. Introduced, unusual Versailles, forgot to throw it away. Who believes it? Who would believe it? With such a big guy on the way, even a blind man can probably see it. I forgot to throw it away, it was clearly used to show off. But even though he thought so in his heart, the 2 tribes still had a smile on his face. Although it is used to show off, it is undoubtedly a display of strength. If there were such strong men, how could other tribes have fallen to this point? At this thought, the old patriarch of the native tribe couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. At the same time, he was even more curious about this so-called Willow Village. He had been here before when he was young, but he never remembered that there was any Willow Village here. Especially, along the way, except for a few people who led the way, he actually saw no other figures. "Brother, why is the village so empty?" After hesitating, the old leader of the 2 tribes couldn't help but ask. The population of one of his tribes was in the hundreds before anything happened, so logically there should be more villages. "Well, there are only 10 people in Lekin, including me and the old man. Except for one person who was the old man and my wife, the remaining few people are all the children of a certain person, and there are no others, so the road naturally seems deserted." Old Man Lin explained in a calm tone, but it was like thunder in the ears of the native tribesmen. 10 people dare to set up Shili village. This is too childish. But, when they thought of the corpse of the ferocious beast lying on the roadside, everyone in the 2 tribes suddenly felt that everything was logical. Who calls people strong? Even ferocious beasts dare to be hunted and used as food. The old patriarch of the 2 tribes felt even more bitter in his heart. Except for the village chief of Lekin and his partner, there are only 8 people in this huge Lekin, but 2 of these 8 people are dragon-like beings among people, preying on ferocious beasts and using ferocious beasts as their prey. It's really irritating to have the flesh of animals as food. I think the total population of the native tribe is more than 180, which is not a small tribe in the surrounding area. There are also young talents, but no one is as good as the eldest son of Lekin village. Why is such a person not from his native tribe? With a heavy sigh, the old patriarch of the 2 tribes decided not to ask any more questions. He had been stimulated enough and had to slow down. Ellipsis. At night, the night is hazy, pouring over the earth. In Lekin, everything is silent. Inside a temporary wooden house, the strongest man of the 2 tribes found the old man. It was an adult man in his 30s, carrying an iron axe on his back. Although he was far less tall than Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, he still stood out among the native tribesmen. The old patriarch of the native tribe was very optimistic about this person, but after comparing the 2, he suddenly felt that he, the strongest man in the tribe, was too weak. "Chief, I am here mainly to discuss something with you on behalf of everyone." After hesitating for a while, the man slowly spoke. "Ahem, I know what you want to say without you opening your mouth, old man." The old patriarch of the 2 tribes waved his hand, drank the steaming animal meat soup in front of him, and said, "Patriarch, do you know?" The man opened his mouth. "Old man, although my ears are not very sensitive, I am not stupid. I just want to stay here from now on." The old man from the 2 tribes took a deep breath. "Actually, I have already considered this matter without anyone asking me." Quote, "Although this Willow village is a bit remote and has a pitifully small population, the people here are all very powerful. They can even hunt ferocious beasts, deer. Not to mention that there is a suspected spirit sacrifice master here to protect you. It makes sense, and we should all try our best to join in." While speaking, the old man's eyes couldn't help but shine. He didn't care about power. Even if he lost the position of patriarch after joining Lu village, it didn't matter. He just wanted to find a great place for his people in his lifetime. If you want to survive in the wilderness for a long time, the simplest and most direct way is to join a powerful force. Let me go to the patriarch of Lu village to see if he is willing to take us in. Knocking on the table, the old patriarch of the 2 tribes stood up. "Old patriarch, I'll go with you." The man hurried forward to support him. The 2 of them turned around and quickly brought them to the door of old man Lin's house. Old Man Lin was not surprised by the two's intentions, and he didn't beat around the bush. He nodded and agreed immediately. The development of Lu Village requires the efforts of countless people, and even more requires countless talented people. It is far from enough to rely on their family alone. Now there are new people willing to join, which he is more than happy to do. What's more, Lord Lu Shen had already secretly reminded him. In that case, I would like to thank the village chief. The old chief of the two tribe and the strongest man of the tribe were very excited. They never thought that this matter would be so easy. No need to thank you, but I have to remind you in advance that if you want to join my Lu village, you must completely forget the previous set of your two tribe. Here, everything must be arranged by Lord Liushan, and Lord Liushan is respected. Old Man Lin waved his hand and said in a serious voice. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 28 WTR Lab. Number 31 Chapter 31, Making Disciples. Old Man Lin looked solemn as he informed the two people in front of him of the matters that needed attention. Of course, Willow Village has just been established, and the overall structure is still very simple. There is nothing that needs special attention at the moment. As for some details, Old Man Lin needs to consult Master Lu Shen tomorrow morning before he can make a decision. But no matter which point, fearing Lord Lu Shen must be ranked first, and it needs to be emphasized. Naturally, the two native tribesmen did not dare to say anything about Old Man Lin's request, and they all agreed to it one by one. Village Chief, I have an unkind invitation to come here tonight. Can we meet the spirit worshipper of our village tomorrow? The old patriarch of the two tribe rubbed the calluses on his hands and immediately changed his title. He called Old Man Lin the village chief with a humble attitude. Although his actual age is many years older than Old Man Lin, and his whole person looks more vicissitudes of life, the important thing is to have self-awareness. This is Lu Village, a mysterious village with only 8 people but 2 sons who were the best among them. It is not a native tribe. If he wants to spend his old age here in the future, he must recognize his identity. He can no longer be the powerful old patriarch in the tribe in the past. From now on, he must be like other ordinary people. Old Man Lin naturally noticed the change in the other party's tone and nodded slightly. The other party is so knowledgeable, which will make it easier for him to manage in the future. You need to wait until I ask Master Lu Shen for instructions tomorrow before I respond to you. Old Man Lin did not directly agree to the question of the old patriarch of the two tribe. He is not qualified to help with Lord Lu Shen's affairs. Then please trouble the village chief. The old chief of the two tribe hurriedly said, I have lived for almost a lifetime, but I am really stupid. I have never seen the master sacrificing the soul with my own eyes. If there is hope now, I will die in peace. There were tears in the corners of the old man's eyes. As the former leader of the tribe, his lifelong wish was nothing more than to seek the protection of a certain sacrificial spirit. You don't need to be like this. If Mr. Lu Shen wants to see you, I don't need to say anything at all. But if you don't want to see you, I don't dare to say anything. You can just wait. Old Man Lin waved his hand, although he understood very well. He understands the other party's feelings, but he can't say too much about Master Lu Shen. After talking about the business, a few people chatted for a while. Most of them were asked by Old Man Lin and answered by the old patriarch of the two tribe. Although he has agreed to these refugees joining him, Old Man Lin still needs to understand the basic situation. For example, how did the native tribes fall into this situation? After learning that it was because of the monsters in the Black Mist, Old Man Lin couldn't help but sigh. He has also experienced the Black Mist. If he hadn't met Lord Lu Shen by chance, he would have ended up worse than these people. I'm afraid he would have become the food of those monsters by now. After understanding the basic situation, Old Man Lin started chatting with the old patriarch of the two tribe. Although the old patriarch of the two tribe is not very powerful, he is well informed and what he has seen and heard is even more knowledgeable than Old Man Lin. The most important thing is that the opponent also has an ancient body-tempering elixir formula in his hand, which was obtained by chance by the previous leader of the two tribe, and has been kept as a treasure of the clan to this day. This made Old Man Lin very excited. With the formula of body-tempering elixir and the blood of ferocious beasts, it can be predicted that the future development of Yanagi village will be great. The old patriarch of the two tribe was also a straightforward person. Seeing Old Man Lin's interest, he offered the body-tempering prescription without saying a word. Although this thing is precious, it is of no use to him. The reason why he still keeps it until now is just to keep it as a thought. But now the entire tribe is in danger. If he can use this to gain some hope for himself and his tribe, then for him, the value of this body-tempering prescription will not be wasted. How can you be so embarrassed about this? Old Man Lin's eyes lit up. Although he said this, his movements were not sloppy at all. He took it directly, looked at it briefly and stuffed it directly into the middle layer of the beast's robe. In the middle, extremely tight. Perhaps because of the relationship with the body-tempering prescription, the relationship between Old Man Lin and the old patriarch of the two tribe improved by leaps and bounds, and the two kept talking freely until late at night. In the end, if it weren't for the fact that the old patriarch of the native tribe didn't have enough energy, he would probably have stayed up all night. On the way back after coming out of Old Man Lin's place, The old patriarch of the two tribe grabbed the strongest man in the tribe next to him. Amin, starting from today, don't call me the clan leader anymore. If you don't call me the clan leader, then what should I call him? The strongest man in the native tribe scratched his head and didn't respond. Call me uncle. It just so happens that I and your father were good brothers who fought side by side back then. Ellipsis. Ellipsis. The next day, early morning. The rays of light shine into the world like pieces of colorful cloth. Old man Lin got up early and called Lin Zhuang and others to go up the mountain to worship. After the sacrifice was completed, old man Lin reported the wishes of the tribal chief to Jiang Huai truthfully. At the same time, he also asked Jiang Huai for advice on how to arrange for them and what the details were. In his previous life, Jiang Huai was not a person who was used to using his brain. After agreeing to the request of the old patriarch of the two tribe, he could just let old man Lin handle the details. But as for the general direction of development in the future, he still needs to reveal it to old man Lin. After thinking deeply during this period, he planned to separate the believers who would follow him into a separate line of disciples. Disciples are all equal regardless of high or low, there is no difference in family status, and any kind of creature can enter, but there are strict quantitative limits and judgment standards. There are two most important judgment criteria. One is the belief value of believers. This Jiang Huai can be viewed. The higher the faith value, the more loyal you are to him. Since ancient times, capable ministers are rare, but single-minded and loyal ministers are also rare, and they should be treated favorably. The second is talent, which goes without saying. In ancient times, there were 3,000 disciples of the saint, and countless listeners. Jiang Huai plans to follow suit. Willow Village cannot have these people forever. In the future, it will be a huge organization with an unknown population. These will need to be considered sooner or later. Moreover, setting up a separate column of disciples can also play a role in motivating believers in a sense, killing two birds with one stone. Lord Lu Shen, we don't have many villagers to begin with. Wouldn't it be too cumbersome to divide them into disciples? Old man Lin rarely put forward his own idea. There is no distinction between high and low disciples. It is just a means of motivating everyone to work hard. Human nature is different. There will always be a few who are not willing to be ordinary, who want to become masters, and who want to see the true splendor of this world. Quote, Jiang Huai said leisurely. Number 32 Chapter 32, Summer, Cold, Boom and Wither. There is an old saying among the people, spring rain is as precious as oil, and it flows all over the streets. It means that spring rain is as precious as oil and as rare. However, in the wilderness, there is never a lack of rain in spring when everything revives. Ever since old man Lin came down from the mountain that day, there was a steady drizzle in the forest. The rain is like cow hair, densely woven diagonally into a huge rain curtain, nourishing the heavy wilderness. There was a sudden rain last night, and God's will brought all things together. The spring rain fell for 3 whole days, and it wasn't until the 4th day that a glimmer of morning glow slowly appeared on the horizon. Facing the sunrise, old man Lin hurried up the mountain with a group of refugees from the native tribe. When he went up the mountain a few days ago, he had specifically asked Jiang Huai's opinion on whether to meet the new native tribesmen who had joined Lu village. Jiang Huai had no objection. It's not that he likes to show off in front of others, it's just that he can't help it for the sake of experience. Ellipsis. Although it rained for 3 consecutive days, the way up the mountain was not difficult. Over the years, when he had nothing to do, old Lin would always take several boys from the Lin family to build a road up the mountain. Over time, they managed to dig out a huge stone staircase with tens of thousands of stones. The stone steps are winding and winding, like a long dragon. All around, the garden grass is green, colorful and beautiful. Although the journey up the mountain was not strenuous, it still took a little longer as there were many young children and pregnant women among the native tribesmen. At noon, a huge group of people finally reached the top of the mountain. That was the first time that the native tribesmen saw Jiang Huai. At just one glance, they were impressed by the majesty of the huge figure that seemed to rise up into the sky, with its feet on the common people. Especially, the huge tree canopy that blocks out the sky and sun seems to be able to envelop the entire Willow village. Don't let them feel an inexplicable sense of security. This is the spirit worshipper who protects Willow village. Just looking at it makes me feel extremely shocked. Some people exclaimed, and they were so horrified that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. What are you talking about? That's our spirit sacrifice master. The people from the Yutu tribe immediately retorted, but within a short period of time, they had completely integrated into Lu village. Yes, I forgot, we are both from Willow village now. The person who spoke first quickly changed his words, feeling a sense of pride suddenly rise in his heart for no reason. They are also from Likan, and that is also their spirit sacrifice master. Yeah, among the crowd, the old patriarch of the native tribe looked the most excited. He was leaning on a cane and had tears in his eyes. In his lifetime, he can finally see the sacrifice spirit. This life is not in vain, this life is not in vain. After everyone calmed down, old man Lin spoke with a solemn expression. Since you have joined our Willow village, you will naturally become the people of our Willow village from now on. As a citizen of Willow Village, you should act according to the orders of Willow Village, and the biggest purpose of Willow Village is to respect Lord Willow God in everything. You must keep this in mind. If you violate this in the slightest, you will be expelled from Lekan, life or death. Quote, as a member of Willow Village, no matter how busy you are every day, you must worship Lord Willow God without neglecting it. This is an ironclad order. Unless there are extremely special reasons, you must not be absent. Do you remember this in your heart? Quote, Old Man Lin's voice was mixed with the majestic power of Qian blood, and it reached the ears of the two tribe people like an echo, extremely clear. The people from the native tribe hurriedly responded without hesitation. Although the old man in front of them looks thin and frail, everyone knows in their hearts how much power such a thin old man has in his hands. He can easily decide the fate of any of them with just one word. Life and death are not an exaggeration. Old Man Lin didn't say much, but emphasized the things that needed attention. After that, there is the daily ritual of worship. Old Man Lin and his family were in front, and the people from the native tribe were behind, all with extremely pious expressions. It was the same for a period of time thereafter, never stopping until the time of summer, cold, prosperity and decline. On this day, with the daily worship, the faith value of these new people in Lekan finally exceeded 60, reaching the minimum requirement for passing on the skills. Jiang Huai immediately informed Old Man Lin. Old Man Lin didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly summoned the native tribesmen to go up the mountain. Although he was surprised as to why Lord Lu Shen would pass on such supreme scriptures to outsiders, one good thing about Old Man Lin was that he would never interfere, let alone question Jiang Huai's decisions. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't say what you shouldn't say. He just needs to know what Lord Lu Shen asks him to do, and he will do his best to complete it. Within a few months, the group of native tribe survivors who had newly joined Lu Village almost seemed to have changed. Not only were they no longer as thin as before, but they had even gained weight and looked much stronger. Everyone's face was red and their mouths were filled with sincere smiles. Sir Lu Shen will give you the body tempering method later. You must understand it carefully. It contains opportunities that you can't imagine. If you seize it, your future will be limitless. After leading everyone to the mountain, Old Man Lin changed his tone and warned patiently. No matter what, this group of people has long belonged to Willow Village. If there are a few more seeds like his eldest son and second son among them, Willow Village will take off quickly. On the empty ground, under the command of Old Man Lin, everyone knelt down one after another, with a solemn look and a hint of excitement. Before going up the mountain today, someone had already given them a heads up. Every villager in Lu Village can obtain the body tempering method given by Lord Lu, and they are no exception. Although it is not clear what this body tempering method is, for this group of once homeless tribal refugees, it is more important that it represents an unprecedented recognition. Lord Lu has ordered that from today on, a separate line of disciples will be drawn. Disciples are taught without distinction, and can listen to Lord Lu's sincere teachings at any time. The body tempering method that Lord Lu is about to give is an important shortcut to enter it now. After you understand it, you must practice hard on weekdays and strive to become the pillars of my Lu Village as soon as possible. Old Man Lin appropriately took out some future plans to encourage everyone. Only with competition can there be greater progress. There is still an effect. After hearing it, many people couldn't help but shine in their eyes. When everyone entered the appropriate range, Jiang Huai willow leaves waved and directly chose to pass on the skills. But in an instant, the cultivation tips of the Body Strengthening Sutra appeared in the minds of more than 30 people present, and they exploded like a huge bell. Of course, due to the different talents of everyone, the degree of comprehension of these people is also different. But in the crowd, there is still a small figure that caught Jiang Huai's eyes and was remembered by him. It was a little boy who was only 1 or 2 years old. While other children of the same age were muddle-headed and only knew how to play, the other party was very serious and meticulous in comprehending the scriptures passed down by Jiang Huai. The epidemic has been a bit fierce in the past 2 days, everyone should pay attention to their health. The condition has not been very good in the past 2 days, so there is only one update. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 30 WTR Lab. Number 33 Chapter 33 It's just that Lord Lu Shen has become stronger again. Jiang Huai casually threw a reconnaissance technique over, and the specific information about the little boy appeared in front of him. Name: Chu Dequan. Race: human. Growth rings: 2. Faith value: 100. Sex: male. Talent: thick earth body. The body of thick earth. Thick earth means thick earth, broad and far-reaching, wise at a young age, one of the 3,000 great bodies. The owner of the thick earth body is naturally suitable for any body tempering method. When practicing the body tempering method, the speed will be increased 10 times and the effect will be increased 20 times. In addition, the body of thick earth can easily break through the body refining barrier and reach a certain transcendental state. Dacheng can activate the soul of thick earth. In a single thought, the abyss of earth will collapse and overturn for thousands of years. Not bad, not bad. This is another kid with a talented physique. An upgrade is just around the corner. Jiang Huai glanced at 10 lines, quickly browsed the information, and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. As we all know, the higher the talent of a believer, the more experience points he will gain. If possible, he would like all the people in Willow Village to have a set of 3,000 physiques. Of course, this is not realistic, but it is a good start to gain 2 talented and decisive people in a short period of time. Like Lin Shintong, Jiang Huai will not give the little boy any help at present. The flowers coming out of the greenhouse simply cannot withstand the ravages of wind and rain. How far the other person can go and how high he can climb in the future depends not only on his talent, but more importantly, on the little boy's own character. If you can endure loneliness and are willing to endure hardships, your future will be limitless. But if you can't bear it, fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days, even if he helps the other party's success now, it's just drinking poison to quench his thirst. Ellipsis. Sunset time. Old Man Lin led a group of people from the native tribe down the mountain. Some time thereafter, everyone in the 2 tribes seemed to have suddenly found their way. No one is lazy, everyone is working hard, hoping to master the body forging method given by Lord Lu Shen as soon as possible, become the mainstay of Willow Village, and even better get into Lu Shen's eyes. Whenever they finish their daily work and patrol tasks, these new people who join Willow Village will always find a quiet place and devote themselves to body tempering. Then, in every corner of Lekan, you can always see figures practicing, hey ha, old and young, men and women. As I am getting older, it is okay to be pregnant, because my body does not allow it after all, but those young men, little girls, and adults in their prime are all going crazy and want to spend all the hours of the day practicing. They practiced in the face of the sunrise and morning glow, in the gentle breeze and drizzle, until late at night. These people have personally experienced the strong feeling of powerlessness when their relatives and friends are killed but they can't do anything. Their inner desire for power exceeds any other moment. They are very similar to Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen back then. They are almost in a state of not being crazy. A state of inactivity. Not to mention, only outstanding people can be selected as disciples. Everyone was working hard, with high morale, and dared to be the first. The overall strength of Lekan was steadily rising in the healthy competition day after day, year after year. In a hurry, Lekan in the wilderness was I spent 7 ordinary and warm years. This year, the 63rd year of Jiang Huai's rebirth as a willow tree. Everything seems like yesterday. He became stronger and stronger, with luxuriant branches and leaves, enough to cover a small hill, and he accumulated enough experience points to advance to the next level. Lekan has also undergone great changes. The population has expanded rapidly in the past 6 years, more than doubling. In addition, the scope of Lekan has also expanded a bit, spreading 5 or 6 miles from the center. There are also many newly built wooden houses, arrow towers, water wheels and other tall buildings in the village. These are the masterpieces of native tribes. They are very good at construction. Both men and women are good at crafts. In 6 years, the prosperity of Lekan has increased several times, and it is prosperous. It is worth mentioning that, in these 6 years, Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, and Lin Rui, the 5th son of the Lin family, all had their significant other. They were 3 girls with completely different personalities. One was passionate, one was quiet and elegant, and the other was Xiaojiabiu. Although the girls' looks are not stunning at first glance, they all belong to the extremely attractive type, and they all have their own offspring. Lin Zhuang and the others have perfectly inherited old man Lin's expertise. Each family has 3 or 4 children, each as strong as a calf. Old man Lin and Madame Zhang were still rosy, but there were streaks of white hair on their temples. They have entered the threshold of more than 60 years old, which is considered to be a long-lived person among the tribe, but they are still lively and vigorous, with strong and full energy and blood. The old patriarch of the 2 tribe looked much older. He was too old when he practiced the exercise sutra. His energy and blood had long since dried up, and his speed was much slower than the others. But the old man didn't care much. For him, being able to eat, drink, and be healthy was enough. Moreover, the old man also found a new pastime. Every day he would take the children in the village and tell stories about what happened in the wilderness. He would take half a day to tell them, and there would be no repeats. This day, the old man was as usual, surrounded by a group of half-grown boys, wearing all kinds of animal skin clothes, listening attentively. However, just when the old man was about to take a drink of water and clear his throat, far away, an unprecedented strong vibration came, as if the ground collapsed and the mountain collapsed, and it surged to his feet in an instant. Along with the vibration, the forest continued to emit extremely shocking roars, as if some unknown terrifying existence was breaking free from the seal, which made people tremble with fear. The old man was horrified and hurriedly took the child to an open place, just in time to meet old man Lin and others who had just returned from hunting. Without time to sigh about the abundance of prey, the old man hurriedly grabbed old man Lin's arm. "Village chief, do you feel it? There is an earthquake." The old man looked anxious and said hurriedly before he could even breathe. "Earthquake." Old man Lin's expression was a little strange, but the next moment he seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help laughing and explaining. "Old patriarch, don't be afraid, it's just that our Lord Lu Shen has improved his strength again, not an earthquake." "What? This is caused by Lord Lu Shen?" The old man pursed his lips and didn't react. "It's just the improvement of strength, but it can actually cause the earth to shake." The Lord of the Sacrifice Spirit in their village is so powerful. If the old patriarch doesn't believe it, just wait a moment, the vibration will disappear soon. Old Man Lin put the prey in his hand into the container specially made by the two tribe and said loudly. Number 34 Chapter 34 Bronze Colossus. Old Man Lin has a handsome figure. He is already over 60 years old, but he is still as strong as a young man and has a deep voice. He did not talk in detail with the original chief of the two tribe. After a few words, he led people to carry a special large bamboo basket and hurriedly walked towards one side. These prey are not fierce beasts, but ordinary horned sheep, bison and the like. It is okay in winter. The low temperature can be stored for a longer period of time, but now it is a hot summer. These meats cannot be kept for a day and need to be handed over to the clever women in the village to clean up and deal with. In the blood inheritance of generations, the people in the wilderness have summed up countless experiences and lessons on how to store food. Piles of fresh animal meat were sent to the backyard, where the women of Lu village had clear division of labor. Some were cleaning ceramic containers, some were sharpening knives, and some were preparing seasonings. They would first carefully and meticulously separate the fur of the beasts, and then cut the beast meat into large pieces along the place where the flesh and bones of the beast meat were separated. The fur of the beasts would be washed and exposed to the sun as soon as possible. These are the key materials for making animal skin clothes. Each piece can bring warmth to the tribesmen in the cold winter. Like food, they are hard currency between tribes and villages. As for the remaining beast meat, there are two ways to pickle it. One is to sprinkle the earth salt in the mountains evenly on the surface of the beast meat. The other is to smoke with the branches of the spice tree. The spice tree is a unique specialty of the great wilderness. The branches are rich in water and the smoke produced when burning has a pure natural and harmless fragrance. It is one of the best materials for making smoked meat. Ellipsis. After watching the figures of Old Man Lin and his companions gradually disappear, the original patriarch of the two tribes shook his head half-believingly. When he was young, he experienced an earthquake. The power of nature was fully exerted in the wilderness. He still dared not forget it. The movement was very similar to the current one. But because the head of the village looked indifferent, he could only suppress his curiosity. But it was really as Old Man Lin said. The vibration lasted for only a cup of tea and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Could it be that Lord Lu Shen has become stronger again? The old man sighed and felt that the Lord of Sacrifices in his village was very good. When he was young, he traveled all over the country and saw many scenes. He had also seen sacrificial spirits in some villages, but he had never felt as deep and mysterious as Lord Lu Shen. Woo, woo, just when the old man was thinking about it, a burst of passionate and loud horn sounded suddenly. Distant and deep, shocking. It is the horn in the village. It rarely sounds, but once it sounds, it means that something big has happened in the village, and all villagers need to gather in the central square as soon as possible. When the old man arrived, the square was already full of people. In the center, Old Man Lin stood with his hands behind his back, and beside him were Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, Lin Rui, and Lin Shintong. After several years of hard training, Lin Shintong's strength has become stronger and stronger, and the magic she has mastered has become more and more proficient. Just standing there gives people a sense of sharpness like a sword. Her strength has far exceeded that of Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen, and she is like the strongest in the village. She is wearing a plain white animal robe made of snow rabbit fur. It is clean and a little eye-catching, which can also contrast the blush on her expressionless face. She is already a beauty. In addition to Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, and Lin Rui, the girls of Old Man Lin have perfectly inherited the handsome appearance of the Jiang family. They have good genes and are considered village beauties in the village. Especially Lin Shintong, the boys she pursued in private could line up in a long line, but her vision was very high, and her other half must be a great hero, and ordinary men could not catch her eyes at all. Everyone listened to the order, get ready to go up the mountain immediately. After the square was full of figures, Old Man Lin did not say much, but waved his hand, and rode his horse in front, heading straight to the top of the mountain. Lin Zhuang and his men followed closely behind, galloping like a group of extremely agile cheetahs. Many people in the crowd were still in a state of confusion, but fortunately there were also many people who knew the inside story behind the scenes. After these people explained, the others finally showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Lord Lu Shen has broken through. The Lord of Sacrifice spirit in their village has become stronger. For Lu village, this is definitely a groundbreaking event. It is worth celebrating, it must be worth celebrating. At noon, the scorching sun was hanging. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Huai was immersed in his mind. In front of him, a transparent panel that only he could see was suspended in midair. Open black lens bracket race. Shenlu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket level. LV5 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket annual rings. 63 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. Lu village close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of believers. 86 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket magic powers. 5 senses, secret art of corpse control, yellow millet dream close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket skills, body forging sutra, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket item, Primary spirit gathering array used close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spiritual power, 500 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket number of lottery draws, 1 close black lens bracket. After accumulating enough experience points, Jiang Huai also did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. After reaching level 5, in addition to the lottery as usual, his own attribute values also changed. However, the changes in the item column were somewhat unexpected to Jiang Huai. Logically speaking, he had drawn 3 things last time: the primary housing construction order, the inferior dragon elephant strength pill, and the primary spirit gathering array, and he had used them all. But the system only showed the primary spirit gathering array, and nothing else. Jiang Huai thought about it for a moment and understood it instantly. It should be that the system's judgment method is different. Although he also drew the primary housing construction order and the inferior dragon elephant strength pill, except for the primary spirit gathering array for his own use, the other 2 were awarded to his believers, so they were no longer his personal belongings. After thinking it through, Jiang Huai looked at the lottery opportunity. Directly choose to use it. The lottery is over. Congratulations on winning 3 bronze colossi. Bronze colossi. A relatively rare low-level mechanical beast, 100 meters tall, with strong defense and attack power. The introduction of the prizes this time is simple. Jiang Huai summoned them immediately. The next moment, the air around him suddenly shook violently, like boiling water, emitting waves of water-like patterns, and a pair of huge blue-gray palms actually penetrated the boiling air directly. Then, it was a huge silhouette, tearing the space apart and stepping out. Those bodies were as huge as mountains, emitting blue light all over, and the surface was covered with some strange totems, as dense as spider webs. Their bodies were really too huge, and ordinary people were as small and insignificant as ants under their feet. Moreover, their chests were hollowed out, and a huge scarlet-hot vertical eye was suspended, constantly looking at everything around them. The first impression given to people was not sacred, but a weird feeling that could not be described in words. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 32 WTR Lab. Number 35 Chapter 35, The Gods Are Looking Down Upon the Ants. Owner. Accompanied by bursts of strange redness that continued to radiate from the chest, the 3 bronze giants knelt directly in front of Jiang Huai. The sound shook the mountains and rivers, the trees trembled, and the leaves rustled. At the same moment, the huge force of the knee hit the ground, and the rocks flew out and the earth cracked. Their bodies are so heavy that they can easily crush boulders. Even the hard rocky ground is somewhat unsupportable, leaving huge footprints with every step they take. That is to say, the hilltop where Jiang Huai is located is large enough and majestic. Otherwise, if it were replaced by some other small hills, I am afraid it would have collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, the bronze colossus is not a living thing, so it is considered an item. Jiang Huai can take it back at any time when it is not in use, and then put it out when it is needed. While the 3 giant statues were kneeling down, Jiang Huai was also looking at them carefully. In addition to its huge size, the head of the bronze colossus is quite similar to those ferocious-looking 18 arhats in the temple, with teeth bared and fierce expressions. What surprised Jiang Huai the most was the level of detail on these behemoths, which were so lifelike that even the hairs and pores could be seen clearly. Except for the blue-gray totem and the vertical scarlet eye on the chest, it is almost identical to a real-life form, as if it is really flesh and blood. While Jiang Huai was observing carefully, Old Man Lin hurried over with everyone at the entrance to the top of the mountain. With the experience from the last time, this time he called everyone at the foot of the mountain to set up a worship formation. In addition to the hot blood, he also brought many tributes. Ding dang dang, ding dang dang, the sound of dense footsteps came and went. Figures began to appear. However, before these people had time to get closer, as soon as they raised their heads, they were frightened by the 3 giant statues in front of them, so they stayed in place and did not dare to move again. What is that? How could there be such an exaggerated giant? Help me, I feel out of breath. When did I, Willow Village, provoke such a terrifying monster? Don't be afraid, everyone. With Lord Lu Shen's protection, we will be fine together. Some people screamed in fear, their legs and feet became weak, and many timid ones collapsed on the ground, silently reciting the words, Lord Lu Shen, in their hearts. These words have an indescribable magical effect on them. Although they cannot increase their strength, they can stabilize their emotions. Buzz. As if aware of the intrusion of a stranger, the 3 giant statues moved directly. They twisted their huge necks and slowly looked towards where everyone in Willow Village was. Their scarlet eyes were emotionless, as if the gods above the 9 heavens were looking at the ants in the world, full of solemnity. Meaning, the 3 giants stood majestically, with their huge bodies leaning against the mountains, forming a triangle. Even a single hair on their bodies was thicker than an adult's waist. They stared with eager eyes, their eyes as bright as a torch. As long as Jiang Huai gives the order, they will not hesitate to wipe out the small black spots in front of them who dared to climb the ladder. Old Man Lin was also frightened. His eyes kept moving back and forth on the 3 bronze giant statues, fearing that the other party would trample him to death without paying attention. The oppressive feeling given by the 3 bronze giants is so great, coupled with their hideous and terrifying faces, that even evil spirits would be scared to reincarnate when they come. Fortunately, he had followed Jiang Huai for the longest time and had the strongest psychological endurance. He just walked to Jiang Huai with force. The most important thing is that he knows that this is Lord Lu Shen's home court. If these giants really attack him, they will probably have punched them down the moment they show up. Lord Lu Shen, we have made a special trip to congratulate you. Old man Lin spoke carefully and told the reason for his sudden climb up the mountain. Congratulations are a ritual that is not common in the wilderness and is even more complicated. After living in the wilderness for a long time, Old man Lin knew very well that if Li Kan wanted to continue to exist in this vast wilderness for a long time, his first task was to please Lord Lu Shen and do everything possible to show his loyalty. These are the 3 new guardians of this deity. They mainly protect my purity on weekdays. If there is trouble in Willow Village, they will take action. You don't need to be afraid. Jiang Huai used his magical power Huang Liang Yimeng to explain to Old man Lin, a loyal old servant. These 3 giants turned out to be the guardians of the village. Like the Black Python Protector, they are all subordinates of Lord Lu Shen. The horror on Old Lin's face was quickly covered with excitement. There is a black python protecting the law in front and a bronze giant statue protecting the law behind. Even if Lord Lu Shen stops taking action, he feels that Lu Kan should be able to walk sideways in the wilderness. However, Old man Lin also knew very well that although he was the head of a village, he could not instruct these guardians. The status of the protector is second only to the great Lord Lu Shen, far above him, and he only obeys the arrangements of Lord Lu Shen. This is something everyone in Willow Village knows. Withdrawing his mind and not thinking too much, Old man Lin quickly informed the other villagers of Jiang Huai's notification. None of these people have ever seen the world. How can they be crying and wailing in front of Lord Lu Shen? Learn from him and don't blush your breath. That's actually the protector under Lord Sacrifice of Spirits. Some people were shocked, such as the former patriarch of the 2 tribe. He had a wider range of knowledge, and there were ancient body-hardening prescriptions handed down in the tribe, and he knew some secrets that others did not know. It was the first time he heard that there was a guardian under the seat of the sacrificial spirit. Of course, in addition to some people being shocked, there were also many villagers who were excited and proud of being the people of Lu Village. The 3 giants had such a terrifying aura, but they were still just working under the sacrificial spirit. Can other sacrificial spirits be as peerless as their Lord Lu Shen? The sacrificial ceremony lasted for nearly 2 hours. Jiang Huai did gain a little more faith than usual. He spread his 5 senses and observed all the believers, the most important of whom were naturally Lin Shintong and Tu Dequan. Lin Xiaoba is already in his 20s this year, and she is graceful and elegant, while Tu Dequan is much younger, only 8 years old. But the latter's talent is also extraordinary, especially in the aspect of body refining. At a young age, he has made some achievements and broke through the strength of 10,000 pounds. This is not easy. After all, the other party's age is here. He is just a little kid. You know, at present, only Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen in the whole village have achieved perfect body tempering in terms of pure strength. In addition, with the effect of the inferior dragon elephant strength pill, they have a huge strength of more than 100,000 pounds. In addition, even Lin Shintong only has tens of thousands of pounds now, but Lin Shintong's talent is strong in practicing treasure techniques. Especially in the past few years of hard study, her power under the blessing of treasure techniques has surpassed Lin Zhuang and Lin Meng. As for Lin Meng and Lin Zhuang, the reason why they can achieve great success in such a short time is mainly due to the several scarlet fruits they accidentally discovered before. Those scarlet fruits are very precious. In the past few years, they have looked for them outside and have not found any more. Paving the way, the main show is about to begin. Number 36 Chapter 36, Entering the Depths of the Wilderness Again. That kind of crimson fruit is extremely precious, extremely rare even in the wilderness, and each fruit is priceless. It cannot be used outside unless the talented Kalinzi of the family can use it. In contrast, Tu Dequan's achievements today were entirely due to his own hard work. Children of 7 or 8 years old are still in the stage of enlightenment in other places, but this little guy is already fully capable of taking charge on his own. Except for a few members of the Lin family, he is almost the dominant player in the village. He is invincible in defeating all his peers. Even adults are far behind. At a young age, he can already go out to hunt beasts such as ligers and tigers alone. Except for Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, Lin Shintong, no one can suppress them. They are so ferocious that they are really like ferocious beast cubs. If it takes a few more years, this little kid will most likely achieve perfect tempering and become the 3rd person in the village. Even then, he will only be in his teens. Jiang Huai sighed with some hope. The greater the opponent's achievements, the more experience points he will gain, especially this type of long-term flow, which is simply a natural mobile experience bank. In addition to the small achievements in body tempering, Tu Dequan also made good progress in treasure arts. Although the body of thick earth is the most suitable for practicing the method of forging the body, it is still one of the 3,000 constitutions after all, and it is also among the best, ranking 108th. The most important thing is that the treasure technique that Lu Kan harvested is a very advanced physical technique, which is particularly suitable for Tu Dequan. At a young age, he has almost caught up with Lin Shintong and is now the #1 genius in the village. Naturally, the village also discovered the evil side of this little guy. Old Man Lin lamented more than once that if he hadn't witnessed his growth from a toddler to the present, he would have almost suspected that this little guy was the descendant of some ancient ferocious beast. It's so outrageous that he can lift tens of thousands of pounds of boulders at a young age, and his body is as strong as if it were made of iron. Ellipsis. The top of the mountain. After the sacrificial ceremony, Old Man Lin led the strong men in the village to pour the hot animal blood around the roots of the Sephora japonica tree. The originally bright red blood on the soil became even more vivid and eye-catching, as if something strange was brewing. Not daring to stay too long, after everything was done, Old Man Lin led the crowd of villagers down the mountain. He wanted to stay a little longer, but the oppression given to him by the 3 bronze giants around him was really terrifying, especially the eyes that were as hot as a volcanic eruption staring directly at him from beginning to end. So even if he knew this was the protector of Lekan, and Old Man Lin still couldn't help but feel flustered. Time flies by like a flash, and life soon returns to calm again. The old patriarch of the 2 tribes still goes out every day to tell the legends of the wilderness to the little kids in the village. Whenever something exciting happens, he can immediately attract a group of little kids to exclaim in surprise. Jiang Huai also listened with great interest. Although most of them may be just hearsay, it also indirectly helped him understand some of the great wilderness more comprehensively. This old man would be really lacking in talent if he doesn't talk about books. This day, as usual, Jiang Huai's 5 senses were fully activated, surrounding him, and he was listening attentively to the old patriarch of the native tribe commenting on the past and the present. A thin but powerful figure caught his attention. It was Tu Daquan, who withdrew from the group of screaming children surrounded by the old patriarch, turned around and walked towards where Old Man Lin was. Jiang Huai was a little curious. "Grandpa, village chief, I want to go deep into the wilderness." After a lot of twists and turns, Tu Daquan found Old Man Lin, an 8 or 9-year-old kid who spoke in a measured manner. Those with a thick earth body mature young and early. Although he is just a little kid now, Tu Daquan's mind is no longer weaker than that of an adult. "Young man, why are you going to the depths of the wilderness so well? You're still young. It's not too late to go there when you grow up. The depths of the wilderness are very dangerous, and there are man-eating beasts everywhere." Old Man Lin was tinkering with the bow and arrow he had just figured out. After hearing this, he immediately waved his hand and replied. It was not easy for their village to find a boy with extraordinary talent. Before he could fully grow up, he had to be taken care of. As for Lin Xiaoba, the girl she once was has completely transformed into a woman, and her strength is terrifying. She is the strongest female in Willow Village, and there is no need for him to look after her at all. "Grandpa, village chief, brother Zhuang, brother Chen and sister Shintong are all going this time. Can't I follow them?" Tu Daquan scratched his head. He really wanted to see Lin Zhuang, the ferocious beast that Lin Chen said, and he even wanted to see the extraordinary people deep in the wilderness. "Father, please let Tuozi follow us. This little brat looks young, but he is very powerful. There are few people in the village who can beat him. Plus, there are 2 of us brothers and Xiaoba is watching, nothing will happen." At some point, Lin Zhuang pushed open the door and walked in. Behind him was a unicorn elephant tusk weighing over 1,000 kilograms. His aura was as astonishing as that of a ferocious beast. He spoke directly before Old Man Lin could speak. "Yes, Grandpa village chief, brother Zhuang, brother Chen and sister Shintong are here. I promise to come back just as you want when you go out. Furthermore, don't you always say that only in actual combat can you find out what you are missing, know your flaws and shortcomings, improve your fighting skills, and truly become a man who stands upright?" Quote. Tu Daquan's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. Those with thick soil are wise at a young age and have a simple character, but they are also quick to be quick-witted. "You clever guy, okay, the village chief allows you to enter the mountain." Old Lin thought carefully for a moment and finally nodded. "Boss, you must be careful when you go into the mountains this time. If the country boy comes back with 1 hair missing, I will pluck all the hair on your body." Turning around, Old Lin glanced at Lin Zhuang and warned. "Father, I am your own son, why are you so cruel to me?" Lin Zhuang shuddered. "Just say whether you agree or not." "Agree, I agree to whatever you say." Lin Zhuang smiled bitterly and nodded, and there was no reason not to agree. Not to mention that their strength is more advanced than last time, this time even Xiaoba followed. However, in just a few years, the little girl who was hiding behind them and wiping her nose has grown into a powerful existence that even they need to look up to. The 2 of them, together with Lin Xiaoba and his 5th brother Lin Rui, think that as long as they don't encounter powerful beasts again, they can protect themselves even without a guardian. "So you want to go into the wilderness?" Jiang Huai paid some attention and listened to all the conversations between Tu Daquan, Old Man Lin and others. After reaching level 5, his 5 senses were also greatly improved. When he used them at full power, the range was more than twice as large as before. Not only that, Jiang Huai's observation ability was also greatly improved, becoming more meticulous. As long as he wanted, he could see even a speck of dust in the air clearly. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 34 WTR Lab. Number 37 Chapter 37, Flood Snake. Please read it later. Jiang Huai did not object to Tu Daquan's plan. The little kid was right. Flowers in a greenhouse are destined to not last long. Only after experiencing the baptism of blood can they become stronger. It is a good thing for young people to like adventure. If they all choose comfort, the whole Lu village will inevitably become a stagnant pool. As for the safety issue, Jiang Huai asked Shi Hao to follow quietly. The black python was quite positive about this. It was still thinking about the broth boiled in the village when it came back from the depths of the great wilderness last time. It planned to kill a few more beasts this time to make up for it. Inside Lu village, after packing up and bringing enough food for half a month, Lin Zhuang and his party went straight to the depths of the great wilderness. This trip, they were mainly to hunt beasts. There are more and more children of the right age for medicinal baths among the village heads. If they can make good use of this time to use the blood of beasts to bathe their bodies, the bodies of these children will be greatly improved, far exceeding their ancestors and parents, and have the opportunity to move to a broader stage. At the same time, if they could obtain another magic, it would be even better. There is only one magic in the village at present, called the Fierce Ape Body. It is powerful, but apart from Lin Shintong and Tuozi, few people have mastered it. Even they, who have been exhausted until they are over 30 years old, still only understand a little bit of the basics. They can use it, but every time they use it, they will hurt their blood and qi, and it takes a full half a month to recover. So Lin Zhuang and others plan to find another one. In addition to adding to the foundation of Lu village, it also gives the villagers another choice. Maybe they can't study the Fierce Ape Body thoroughly, but they can understand other magics. Compared with the last time they entered the mountain, the speed of several people this time is obviously much slower. Without Shi Hao to lead the way, they can only rely on their bodies to wade through the overgrown roads. Fortunately, several people grew up in this environment since childhood, so they didn't feel anything. The depths of the wilderness are vast and boundless, with vigorous trees. After walking for more than 5 days, several people are still just wandering around the edge of the depths. They didn't dare to go forward. The roar inside was like thunder, and it was heard from far away. The terrible sound rose and fell in the shadows, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. It was a great horror that they could not set foot on now. Although Lin Zhuang and his companions were brave, being brave did not mean being reckless, nor did it mean that they were willing to die in vain. One day later, they found a fierce beast beside a stream. It was a dragon snake, more than 30 meters long, with a raised tumor on its head, a pair of sharp claws at the 7-inch position, and scarlet eyes that were fascinating and quite extraordinary. Let the eldest brother wade through the water for you first. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zhuang decided to sell first. He jumped up and jumped dozens of meters high. His body was agile, like a beast, and he pounced on the dragon snake fiercely. Roar! Such a big noise naturally woke up the dragon snake at the first time. The dragon snake roared and fought back instantly. This dragon snake is extraordinary. Even though the sharp horns on its head have not been broken, it is still full of fierce momentum. In particular, this dragon snake exudes black light all over its body, making crackling sounds, densely packed, scattered around its body, with terrifying power. Good guy, this beast definitely has a treasure technique. Killing it will definitely give you another treasure technique. Lin Zhuang showed a hint of enthusiasm on his face. He took the lead and directly pulled out the tusks of the unicorn weighing thousands of pounds from behind, and whipped them straight at the 7-inch position of the dragon snake. Bang! In an instant, sand and rocks flew, the earth shook, and a majestic force came, carrying a huge force of more than 100,000 pounds, pouring out, and the air was torn apart. The dragon snake was also unwilling to lag behind. The black light all over its body crackled, and a hot and dazzling light burst out, which turned into a sharp spear. Boom boom! The two collided, and the black spear collided directly with Lin Zhuang, who was flying with ivory in his hand. The terrifying power burst out instantly, and the spear was exploded into runes all over the sky. The scene was amazing. Lin Zhuang was not feeling well either. The ivory of the unicorn could not withstand such a terrifying force, and it broke into pieces and turned into powder. Moreover, many of the broken spear runes hit him. The whole person was struck by lightning and fell heavily from midair, directly smashing a terrifying pit on the ground. Brother, boss, Lin Chen and others who followed closely behind changed their faces, rushed over and pulled Lin Zhuang out of the pit. Good beast, I don't believe I can't kill you today. Lin Zhuang's face was very ugly after being embarrassed in front of so many people, and he looked so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip. However, he suddenly showed pain on his face and his hands trembled violently. The spear rune was extraordinary. Even though it had been broken by his powerful blow, the shattered runes still pierced the bones and flesh like leeches, and the pores of his body felt like being pierced by sharp needles, causing unbearable pain. Fortunately, Lin Zhuang's body was strong and he managed to hold on. But he was also a ruthless man, and even so, he still refused to give in. Come again, Lin Zhuang shouted, and his whole body burst out with strength, making crackling sounds, and directly used the mastered Fierce Ape Body treasure technique. Although the mastery was very shallow, the power of the Fierce Ape Body was enough to show some. His body exuded a grayish-white mist, protecting his whole body, and his body rose again, reaching a height of 3 meters, like a giant. The next moment, Lin Zhuang stepped forward, the wind of his fist whistled, shaking the surrounding trees with crazy eyes, and the leaves fell. This is not over yet. Lin Zhuang then took out another huge bone. It was the treasure bone that the fierce ape had engraved the treasure technique on, but at this moment the runes on it had disappeared and retracted. The treasure technique was inherited on the treasure bone, but it could not last long, especially the more precious the treasure technique, the shorter the existence time. When the time reached the limit, the runes on the treasure bone would completely hide and transform into the treasure bone and become a treasure. The treasure cannot be used to teach the treasure technique, but it has terrifying power under catalysis. With various means, Lin Zhuang did not believe that he could not solve this dragon snake. Brother, let's come to. Lin Chen, Lin Xintong and Tu Dequan also took action at the same time. This dragon snake is very extraordinary, and the treasure technique it possesses is not simple. It can actually condense a spear-like attack method. Today, it must be killed here and completely transformed into the foundation of Lu village. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon snake was as if it was facing a great enemy. Its entire body was coiled up, its huge head was raised high, and the black and hot light all over its body was brighter than ever before. Above its head, a spear that was more than 10 times larger than before was condensed again, hanging high in the air, surrounded by black light. Number 38 Chapter 38, Are You Coveting the Magic? The black light around the dragon snake flashed like lightning, making a crackling sound, and the spear on its head flashed with an intimidating cold light. Both the power and the sound were several times stronger than before. It was frantically warning in its heart that if it held back, it might die here today, but even though it had used its strongest means, the dragon snake was still panicking. The oppression given to it by these humans in front of it was too strong. Each of them was incredibly powerful, very different from the humans he had met before. Shish, Lin Zhuang still took the lead, punching like a dragon, and bringing a gust of wind between his actions. Lin Chen and his men followed closely behind, also with great power, as if they had transformed into human-shaped beasts. Especially Lin Xintong and Tu Dequan. The two of them had the most thorough research on the treasure technique, and the evolution of the treasure technique runes had long been memorized in their hearts, and they could recite them by heart, and the power they displayed when they performed it was also the most shocking. Their bodies instantly rose nearly 5 meters high, with gray-white light all over their bodies. Behind the two of them, one could vaguely see a huge ape shadow standing tall and baring its teeth at the dragon snake. This was a skill that could only be used after the fierce ape body was cultivated to a certain level, enough to transform into a more fierce means of attack. Boom! A loud noise came out like an earth collapse. In midair, two different magic arts collided violently, flattening the surroundings in an instant, with rocks flying and the earth shaking. Even the giant trees that were 5 or 6 people hugging could not escape and were directly shattered. Both magic arts were quite extraordinary, one was mainly for defense, and the other was mainly for killing, but both could produce terrifying power. In the end, the dragon snake's magic art seemed to be more powerful, breaking through the fierce ape bodies of several people and beating them back. However, because of the protection of the magic art, several people were not injured. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Lin Zhuang got up first. He had the thickest skin and recovered the fastest. He endured the stabbing pain in his flesh and blood and jumped up again, swooping down like an eagle. Bang! Lin Zhuang's attack was as fierce as ever. His fist, as big as a casserole, blasted the air and hit the body of the dragon snake. Without the rune spear as an attack defense, the dragon snake's body could not resist this punch at all. The power of more than 100,000 pounds poured down, and it was hit directly, causing it to lose several scales and blood. The dragon snake wailed, and the black light on its body condensed again, wanting to use the magic again. How could Lin Zhuang give it such an opportunity? He hugged the dragon snake's head directly, and his legs were tightly wrapped around it. The next moment, the iron fist fell like raindrops, directly interrupting the dragon snake's magic. At the same time, Lin Xintong rushed over from the side, and the fierce ape body condensed again. After the gray-white light covered the whole body again, Lin Xintong stretched out her hands, and her big hands like a palm leaf fan tightly grasped the tumor on the top of the dragon snake's head. This tumor seemed to be the life gate of the dragon snake. After being grabbed, it immediately went crazy, shaking violently, trying to directly shake the two people out. And a black beam of light suddenly spurted out of the mouth of the dragon snake. The black beam flashed and pierced Lin Zhuang's body directly. Lin Zhuang suddenly felt like he was knocked aside by the rhinoceros king. His throat was fishy, and his whole body could not help but fly backwards and fell heavily on the rocks. Brother, Lin Xintong's face changed. This little girl completely showed her crazy scene. The gray-white light on her hands was shining, and the shadow of the fierce ape behind her became more solid, turning into a pair of larger rune monkey palms, and under the joint, the huge force actually directly squeezed the tumor on the top of the dragon snake's head. The snake was finally killed. Its huge and clumsy body fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up thick smoke. It's not dead yet. Lin Zhuang frowned and smiled bitterly, with blood faintly flowing from the corner of his mouth. The black light that spewed out of the dragon snake's mouth was obviously the opponent's original power, and the distance was so close that it directly pierced his abdomen. In other words, Lin Zhuang's flesh and blood had long been hammered tight, but his internal organs were slightly shaken. If it were someone else, he would probably be torn into pieces on the spot. Let me take a look at this beast. Thinking of the suspected treasure bone of the dragon snake, Lin Zhuang couldn't help but feel excited, and even the pain in his body was relieved a lot. He carried a lot of herbs on him, all for healing, so he didn't care much about his injuries. That day, several people dissected the body of the dragon snake, and let alone, they really found a treasure bone, which was crystal clear and flashing with dazzling light. Moreover, there is a rune flowing on it, which changes a lot and is very extraordinary. Why is there only one rune on it? Tu Daquan, the country boy, was puzzled. He remembered very clearly that when he was learning the ape body treasure technique, there were many runes densely recorded on it. My father said that the strength of the treasure technique cannot be measured by the number of runes. The simpler the treasure technique is from the beast, the more unimaginable its power is. Although this treasure bone looks simple and has only one rune, it is unpredictable. One rune contains many other runes, which change at any time. Only by remembering all the rune changes in your heart can you practice further. Lin Shintong had sharp eyes. She studied the art of magic the most deeply and knew some things that Lin Zhuang and others didn't understand. So this is still a good thing. Lin Zhuang grinned, his face turned into a chrysanthemum smile. He had just worked so hard, it was all worth it. Take this snake's body with you and let's go back to the village. Lin Zhuang said with a wave of his hand. Although the meat of ferocious beasts can be stored for a long time, the strong smell of blood will soon attract other predators. Last time, it didn't matter because there were black python guardians around, but now there are only a few of them, so be careful when sailing the 10,000-year ship. What's more, he was still seriously injured at the moment. If he encountered other ferocious beasts again, it would be difficult for him to be as powerful as before. However, just when Lin Zhuang and others were about to leave for their return, there were sudden rustling sounds in the bushes nearby. The sound was not loud, but it was still noticed by several people. Whoever it is, come out quickly. Lin Zhuang shouted coldly, his eyes as sharp as lightning. Brothers, we are just passers-by. The words just fell. A dozen strong men jumped out from behind the bushes. The figure at the head was sturdy, wearing a patterned animal robe, with a body as strong and shiny as a tiger or leopard, with a powerful ancient copper color, black hair shawl, and a broad sword of more than 200 kilograms on his back. People passing by, I think you want to steal my ferocious beasts and precious bones. Lin Zhuang raised his brows, and his whole body was almost ready to go. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 36 WTR Lab. Number 39 Chapter 39 The sacrificial spirit in your village is also called Willow God. Please read on. Lin Zhuang was as powerful as a tiger and a wolf. Although he was injured and his strength was affected to a certain extent, he was still confident that he could deal with the group of people in front of him. Although he does not have invincible talent, he has invincible belief. We are really just passing by, and we are not coveting the bones of the dragon, snake and beast. The man carrying the broad sword showed a helpless smile. They had encountered this dragon snake before, and it was extremely terrifying. It also possesses a kind of magic that is mainly used for killing, and has mysterious attack methods. He can only use it with a few precious tools handed down from the village. Dare to compete, but it is almost impossible to defeat. It would be absolutely false to say that you don't covet such a good thing. But the fierce men in front of him were too fierce. They could kill this dragon snake beast with their physical bodies. Even if he thought about it, he was just enjoying it in his heart. How could he dare to actually carry it out? I will believe whatever you say. Are you afraid that we are fools? Lin Chen stood up with the same imposing manner. Like Lin Zhuang, he was extremely strong, standing there like an iron tower. Even the man with the broad sword was shorter than the two of them, and his aura was far inferior. We actually met last time. The man with the broad sword said hurriedly. I've seen him before, why don't I have the slightest impression? Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen both frowned, never remembering that they had seen a man with a broadsword. That was about 6 or 7 years ago, when you and a black python teamed up to strangle the ape. We happened to pass by here and happened to see a few of them. However, they were in a hurry, so we didn't socialize at that time. Quote, you still know about this? Lin Zhuang raised his eyebrows, somewhat believing the broadsword man's words. Since I've seen it before, why are you still sneaking around today? Lin Zhuang was puzzled. It's a long story. This is not the time when the children of the appropriate age in the clan are about to take a medicinal bath. I are on a special trip to hunt for ferocious beasts. When I went out a few days ago, I met a unicorn. That ferocious beast is quite extraordinary. It can run 10,000 miles in a day, and when it goes crazy, it is very ferocious and very powerful. I just wanted to chase it. I ran here carefully and happened to meet you all. At that time, you were killing dragon snakes and ferocious beasts. I was afraid that my sudden appearance would cause you to misunderstand again. Quote, the broadsword man explained with a wry smile. That makes sense. The Lin family members present were all outspoken, and they felt relieved immediately. But that kind of mutated scale horse, with shiny silver scales all over its body and a crystal clear horn on its head. Tude Quan Tuwazi became interested in the unicorn that the broadsword man said. He had overheard the description of unicorns when he was listening to the old man telling interesting stories about the wilderness, and he liked it very much. A manly man, who wouldn't want to ride a tall horse like that? Lin Chen also looked interested. Although he is now in his 30s, his mind is still like a child sometimes, and he is naturally interested in new and interesting things. Uncle, do you still remember where the unicorn ran? Tu Daquan looked eager to catch it and bring it back to the village. The speed of that ferocious beast was so fast that we lost track of it and don't know which direction it ran. The broadsword man frowned and waved his hands. At the same time, he did not dare to call himself uncle because of the 8 or 9-year-old boy in front of him. He could see clearly just now. Although this kid was young and had thin arms and legs, he was terrifying. When he fought, he looked like the cub of an ancient alien species. He knocked off several pieces of the snake with just a few punches. The scale armor was terrifyingly powerful, even he was far inferior to it. I forgot to ask you, which village are you from? The broad-sworded man then asked. He has always been puzzled. They have been living here for generations for who knows how many years. Except for the nearest village, they have never seen anyone else. Likan Lin Zhuang. Lin Zhuang said loudly, with unspeakable pride between his brows. Where are you brothers? Which village are you from? Oh, we are all from Shikyun, and I am the leader of the village's hunting team, Shilinhu. The man with the broadsword said in response. Ishimura, how far is it from here? It's nearby. If you don't mind it, you can go and rest for a while. Our sweet milk soup and barbecue are quite good. The broadsword man invited with a smile. At the same time, he searched through all the memories in his mind but could not find any impression related to Yanagi village. Isn't this not good? Lin Zhuang scratched his head. What's wrong with this? Once things get old again, things get familiar again. Maybe we will all become a village of brothers in the future. The broadsword man said immediately. He wanted to invite Lin Zhuang and others out of sincerity. In the wilderness, except for a few tribal villages, most of them are extremely hospitable. After all, in a wild land full of ferocious birds and beasts, a good relationship is a good relationship, and it may be able to play a role at a critical moment. As soon as he heard about the food, Tu Daquan beside him burst into laughter. He has a body of thick earth, which is most suitable for practicing the method of being strong and moving forward. However, he is also affected by it and loves to eat. Except for the things he can't eat, there is almost nothing he doesn't like to eat. Brother Zhuang, it doesn't matter if we repair it all night and then go back. It just so happens that you are injured. Tu Daquan spoke quickly and said immediately. Lin Shintong is also a little interested. She is not interested in barbecue, but she likes sweet milk soup. Salt and sugar are both rare hard currencies in the wilderness, especially sugar, which is even more precious. It is said that it is made from the rhizomes of some beets. It tastes sweet and delicious, even more delicious than broth. However, sugar is a luxury in Lu village. On weekdays, only during the New Year and other festivals will everyone be given a small piece, which is not enough. All three looked at Lin Zhuang. Lin Zhuang is the boss of the family and needs him to speak. Okay, then I'll talk to you brothers. Feeling the hot eyes around him, Lin Zhuang nodded. He is not afraid that this group of people will deceive him. He is not bragging. Even if he does not use magic, he can kill all these people with his current physical strength. At noon, under the leadership of the broadsword man, everyone came to an open area with extremely flat terrain. As far as the eye can see, rows of stone houses are arranged in an orderly manner, and there are a few smoke rising slowly in the sky. At the entrance to the village, there is a huge stone altar, which is very open, and you can vaguely see the bright red blood stains stained by animal blood. The most peculiar thing is the half-cut willow tree more than 1 meter tall next to the altar. It is completely black, as if it was struck by thunder and became a lightning-struck wood, cutting off all vitality, but the top position is extremely tenacious and has a green bud that keeps swaying in the wind. This is the sacrificial spirit of our Shi village. We usually call it the willow god. The man with the broadsword introduced with a smile from a distance. Number 40 Chapter 40 My brother is called Daquan. The sacrificial spirit of your village is also called willow god. Lin Zhuang and his companions were a little surprised. Everyone calls it that, and the sacrificial spirit master did not refute it and acquiesced to this name. The broadsword man nodded, with a little curiosity between his eyebrows. What's wrong, brother, is there anything strange? It's not strange, but the sacrificial spirit master of our village also calls it willow god, and he also acquiesces to our name. Lin Zhuang scratched his head habitually, and the admiration in his tone was almost beyond words. Oh, there is such a coincidence. Just as the broadsword man was about to speak, an old man in a beast robe with gray hair and a slightly hunched figure walked over quickly. Although the old man was old and his blood was a little dry, his wise eyes were full of brilliance, and he was obviously a smart person. The village chief is here. Seeing the old man, the broadsword man Shi Linhu hurried up to greet him. Hello, everyone. I am Shi Yunfeng, the village chief of this village. The old man came over like a dragon and a tiger. He nodded to the broadsword man first, and then smiled and introduced himself to Lin Zhuang and others. As early as when he entered the village, Shi Linhu sent someone to inform him. Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen. Several people spoke again. Brother Lin Zhuang, you just said that the sacrificial spirit in your village is also called willow god. After leading Lin Zhuang and others into the main house, Shi Yunfeng asked again. He was full of curiosity about the sacrificial spirit mentioned by Lin Zhuang. 2 different villages actually worship the willow god. You know, in the vast wilderness, the word, God, cannot be used indiscriminately. For ordinary villages, this word represents omnipotence, supremacy, and immortality. Although God is just a title and does not represent anything in general, it cannot be used indiscriminately, otherwise it will bring about unknown terror, and even large tribes may suffer from the disaster of genocide. In the long ancient times, the sacrificial spirits existed from time immemorial. The ancestors believed that the gods always existed, so they would use a more complicated and sophisticated sacrificial ritual. However, it was later discovered that it was just an extremely powerful creature. But daring to call themselves gods represents extraordinariness. They can fight against the ancient beasts, sweep across the 9 states with a wave of their hands, and can easily destroy several super clans. There are few rivals in the world. The one in his village who dared to call himself the god of Willow was because of his extraordinary origin, and it seemed that he did not belong to this world. Shi Yunfeng still remembers that he was just a teenager at that time. It was late at night, with lightning and thunder, heavy rain, and fierce beasts like tides. The scene was terrifying, as if the sky was about to collapse. The god of Willow appeared at that time, bathing in the sea of thunder, and thousands of willow branches emitting blazing light, as if fighting with something. That battle was terrifying. Even though they were not thousands of miles apart, they could still feel the immortal shock in it. Just a little rune aftermath that fell casually was enough to destroy the human empire. Finally, the big willow tree was cut off and turned into a sacrificial spirit. The original stubborn stone sacrificial spirit flew away, and it became what it is now. But the sacrificial spirit in the village of the strong man in front of him dared to call himself the god of Willow. Aren't they afraid of attracting the attention of the existence in the dark? That's right, Lin Zhuang's voice came, thinking that calling him Lord Willow God was a natural thing. Shi Yunfeng pursed his lips, looked at the extremely determined expressions of Lin Zhuang and others, and did not continue to ask. There are so many tribes and villages in the wilderness, like stars and dots, but not every village knows such secrets. Some sacrificial spirits even tried to become ancient gods, walk on the path of ancient gods, and bewitch people, regardless of what serious consequences they will bring. He took back his words. In Shi Yunfeng's opinion, the sacrificial spirits in this group of people's villages are likely to be the latter. Having an ordinary origin but wanting to ascend to heaven in one step and become a real god is completely different from the willow god in Shi village. Ellipsis. The sun was at its highest point in the sky. There was a hint of invisible heat in the breeze. The prepared food was served in large ceramic bowls. It was all roasted wild animal meat, golden in color and crispy on the surface, which made people's taste buds awake. In addition, there was the sweet milk soup that Lin Xiao beloved, with a faint white steam rising from it. It was not hot steam, but ice mist. This is our ancestral delicacy in Shi village. It can be eaten in winter and summer. In winter, it is boiled and eaten. In summer, it is placed in a cellar several tens of meters deep after being made. It only takes 2 hours to become a delicious and thirst-quenching cold milk soup. Come and try it, Shi Yunfeng called Lin Zhuang and others. Lin Zhuang and others were not polite. They raised their bowls and poured them into their mouths, without knowing what it meant to chew slowly. Lin Shintong was the same. Girls in the wilderness didn't know what elegance meant. They ate big chunks of meat and drank soup like men. It's delicious. After drinking 7 or 8 bowls in a row, Lin Zhuang and his friends reluctantly put down their bowls and chopsticks. It's not that they were full, but they had almost finished what was served. After eating and drinking, Tu Dequan got down from his seat and prepared to go out for a walk. Take a walk after dinner and live to be 99, this is his life philosophy. At the corner of the village, a little boy who looked only 1 or 2 years old caught his attention. The other party seemed to have just learned to walk, but was extremely persistent in catching birds. His movements were a little funny, and his buttocks were covered with dust. The other person's appearance is not quite the same as other people in Shi village. Almost all other people in Shi village have bronze skin, which is obviously often exposed to the wind and sun. But the little guy in front of him is very fair and beautiful, with a pair of big black eyes rolling around, revealing a sense of confusion, and babbling in his mouth, like a porcelain doll. But this is not the point. The point is that Tuozi felt an indescribable feeling from this little boy, as if this little boy was not a descendant of humans, but a cub of an ancient beast, and every move contained an inexplicable power. Big brother, who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The little boy patted the mud on his buttocks, found Tu Dequan, and walked over with a hum. It's normal that you haven't seen me. I'm from the next village. My name is Tu Dequan, which means both virtuous and talented, and Quan means almighty. I heard that the sweet milk soup you cook here is very delicious, so I came here specially to visit. Tu Wazi said with a smile. It's delicious, the one cooked by the village chief is the best. The little boy swayed, looking excited, and seemed to be a little greedy. But the sweet milk cooked by the village chief adds a lot of things, and it's very strong. Most people can't stand it. The little boy rubbed his fingers. Little boy, do you think I'm the same as others? Tu Wazi grinned, with his hands behind his back, and was a little dissatisfied when being looked down upon by a little kid. But he didn't delve into this issue. Those with thick earth bodies are mature at a young age. Although Tu Dequan is only 8 years old in reality, his mental age is 15 or 16 years old. He doesn't want to argue too much with this little kid who is still drinking milk. He just felt that this little brat was extraordinary. His small body seemed to contain tremendous energy and potential, like a mighty sun about to break at dawn. But Tu Daquan thought that he was also extraordinary. In addition, he had already drunk the sweet milk soup. Although it tasted good, he did not feel the aftereffect. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 38 WTR Lab. Number 41. Chapter 41 is a problem. Withdrawing his gaze, he stopped paying attention to this little kid and focused his attention on other things. Soon, several huge tripods at the entrance of the village attracted him. Those tripods are engraved with patterns of birds, animals, fish and insects. They are very old and seem to have gone through a long time and have some background. Especially one of the black cauldrons. The mouth of the cauldron was filled with overwhelming ferocity, and the roars of unknown beasts could be vaguely heard. It seemed that the blood of some powerful ferocious beasts had been contained in it, and the traces remain to this day. Tu Daquan ran up to it, and after touching it for a while, he couldn't put it down. What a tripod! What a tripod! Tuwazi's eyes gleamed. You can tell at a glance that the quality of this cauldron is much better than our own. It is thick and grand. If this cauldron is used for medicinal bathing to temper the body, not to mention the effect, it will at least be more comfortable. Good medicine goes with a good cauldron. This is Old Man Lin's mantra. Little one, can I give this black cauldron to my brother? Tu Daquan grinned, showing 2 rows of big white teeth, and turned his attention again to the little boy behind him who was playing with birds, with a kind face. At the same time, his hands were already clasped on Ding's grip. He promised that as long as the little kid in front of him dared to speak, he would hug him and leave. You can't give this away. The little boy quickly shook his head, wondering why this elder brother was like a bandit when he entered the village, wanting to take everything he saw, and even more greedy than him. It's really boring. Where has the promised hospitality gone? Tuwazi curled his lips, let go of his hand, and suddenly became less interested. In addition to practicing and eating, he is most passionate about collecting all kinds of weird things. It was torture for him to be able to look at such a good thing but not take it away. At last, Tuwazi couldn't bear it anymore, so he found Shi Yunfeng, the old patriarch of Shikyun, and explained his purpose. Tuwazi, why do you want to take advantage of everything wherever you go? That is a tripod used for medicinal baths. Although it is not valuable, how can I give it to you so easily as an outsider? But I think Shikyun is so hospitable. Old Village the elder should be able to fulfill such a sincere wish of a child. Lin Chen took the lead in speaking out, pretending to be blaming. The corners of Shi Yunfeng's mouth twitched fiercely. That was something that their Shikyun family had inherited, so why did it become worthless? Also, what does it mean to be able to satisfy such a sincere wish of a child? Taking advantage of them, Shi Yunfeng and others were a little angry, but in the end he took out a mouthful, but it was not the black cauldron in Tu Daquanxiang, but a quite new bronze cauldron, which was taken from the warehouse behind the village. When I found it, there was a lot of dust on it. The black cauldron is a heritage item of Shikyun and must not be given away. Although the bronze cauldron is also precious, it does not have such a profound heritage significance. Ellipsis. The next day, in the early morning, the bright sunshine passed through the gaps between the leaves and through the early fog, spreading all over Shikyun. The group packed up and returned home. Compared with when he came, Tu Daquan had an extra big cauldron in his arms when he left. The cauldron was taller than his whole body, weighed over 1,000 kilograms, and exuded an ancient aura. However, in Tu Daquan's hands, it was as if it were nothing. If it weren't for the fact that this thing was so big, he could have carried it with one hand. It can be easily lifted. After getting the ancient tripod, Tuwazi's smile almost reached behind his ears. He kept saying that Shikun was too warm and hospitable. Lin Zhuang was not as thick-skinned as Tuwazi or Lin Chen, so he left half of the snake meat plus the animal blood as compensation. He could see that this ancient bronze tripod was quite extraordinary. It was an old object, and it was very suitable for medicinal baths. It seems that I need to have more contact with this Likan in the future. Shi Yunfeng watched Lin Zhuang and others leave, his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not witness the previous scene where Tuwazi punched the dragon snake, but he was able to pick it up at will. Ji Yuding was shocked by his behavior. It's not like Ishimura doesn't have people of his own age who can do this, but there are very few who can do it as casually and easily as he does. He should be able to do so in the future. This guy has been very magical since he was a child, but after all, he hasn't grown up yet, so who can say for sure what the future will bring. Ellipsis. 3 days later, when the sun rises, its rays of light are overflowing with color, hanging high in the sky and illuminating the earth. The sky is red with clouds, the sea is full of golden waves, and the red sun is like a furnace of boiling molten steel, spurting out with dazzling golden light. Accompanied by whispers, Lin Zhuang and his party returned successfully. That day, there was a bonfire carnival, and the whole snake meat was skewered and grilled on the rack, sizzling with oil. Accompanied by the thick scent of ferocious beast meat in the air, people in Willow Village sang and danced. Many people vented their excitement with the voices of Sufficiency and Wolf Howl. Xiao He arrived as promised, stared at the snake meat on the shelf for a long time, and then ate half of it in one bite. It was the kind that didn't spit out the bones, and the smell of oil came out of his mouth. God has really helped me, Lu Kun, to be prosperous. I actually obtained another precious skill. In a certain corner, looking at the gleaming treasure bones, old man Lin's eyes widened, and it took him a long time to take it, tremblingly as if he had just woken up from a dream. He originally just wanted Lin Zhuang and his brothers to hunt for the blood of ferocious beasts and come back with medicinal baths for the children of the right age in the village. He never expected that they would get another treasure. Normally, one magic is enough to prosper a tribe, but now, they have two types, one focusing on killing and the other focusing on defense. One village has two treasures. Who will dare to say that Lu village has no foundation in the future? And the tripod, the material is quite extraordinary. It is several times better than the previous one for tempering the body. One trip out, the harvest is so rich. All night, old man Lin was so excited that he couldn't sleep. When he fell asleep, he would wake up with a smile, which made Jiang Shi very angry. Jiang Shi was also happy, but as a woman, especially at this age, she was more concerned about the health of her husband and children. Shi village, ancient tripod, sacrifice to the spirit of Willow God, little one. On the top of the mountain, listening to the conversation between Lin Zhuang and others, Jiang Huai was stunned for a moment. No wonder I always feel a little strange. Am I reborn in the perfect world? His thoughts flowed, and he was not too sure. However, if he was really reborn in that era where no one dared to claim to be invincible and the emperor fell, then the country boy was also amazing, and he could actually bring back a very precious ancient tripod from that place. The only pity is that this tripod is not the mysterious black tripod. That cauldron is the real horror, and it contains a part of the original true solution of transcendence. If the cauldron can be taken away, the foundation of Lu village can be said to be greatly increased. The original true solution is useless to him, but for the believers of Lu village, it is the supreme Bible. However, Jiang Huai did not feel too sorry. The black cauldron is the inheritance of Shi village after all, and it is impossible to give it away just because the country boy is throwing a tantrum. Moreover, he may not draw a scripture more powerful than the original true solution in the future, and the end of this world will not be the end of him, Jiang Huai. However, Jiang Huai has always been puzzled. There is a locust in his name, so he should be reborn as a locust tree. I don't know what went wrong when he was reincarnated and became a willow tree. There is also a tree in Shi village, and it is the ancestral spirit. If they meet in the future, when the believers call the Willow God, are they calling her or him? This is a question. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Snorlax, and thank you for your recommendation votes. Number 42 Chapter 42 A bunch of little bastards. As the sun rises in the east, the morning light shines brightly, and the morning glow is accompanied by the dew. Willow village echoes with the immature voices of young girls demonstrating the vitality that belongs only to the youthful years. Central Square location. Dozens of boys and girls are facing the morning glow to temper their bodies, strengthen their bodies and bones, and replenish their vitality. Each one of them is sweating with all their heart, and they are fighting in style. When the sun is born, it is the best time of the day to practice. The body will unconsciously absorb a trace of the power of the sun in the air. At this time, body tempering will often have miraculous effects. As for the elderly, they found a comfortable corner to bask in the sun and looked at the bustle in the village with a smile. Their qi and blood have been completely dried up, and there are still hidden diseases on their bodies. They are no longer suitable for extensive exercise. Sunbathing every day is enough. The adult men in the village are exercising rhythmically on the other side. Led by Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and others, they were naked to the waist, exposing their bronzed skin, and kept waving all kinds of weapons in their hands. Although there was no rules, every move was very powerful, and the emphasis was on speed. Accurate, ruthless. Whoever strikes fast enough and ruthlessly enough will have a greater chance of surviving in the wilderness. As for those fancy moves, they are not what they pursue. Facing the terrifying ferocious birds and beasts, the more fancy the moves, the more likely they will die. Faster. Ellipsis. After the morning classes, it is time to learn magic skills. Originally there was only one evil ape treasure technique, but now there is a dragon snake treasure technique. Previously, Lin Shintong was responsible for teaching the fierce ape art. Although she was young, she studied it most thoroughly and had personal training experience, so she could teach it with less effort. Compared with the fierce ape body treasure technique, the rune of the dragon snake is undoubtedly much more complicated. There is only one rune on the whole treasure bone, shining with the brilliance of Yi, and it is constantly changing with every breath. This treasure skill is very extraordinary. According to the display on the runes, if it is practiced to the extreme, the rune spear can even pierce a hole in the sky. Its power is unpredictable. However, if you want to practice this magic, you must know and remember all the variations of the runes, and you must memorize them thoroughly. If you can't even remember it, how can you practice cultivation? Reading and memorizing every rune is the prerequisite for practicing all treasures. However, the runes are complex and obscure, and it is difficult for even adults to understand them, let alone a group of stubborn children. There are many people in the wilderness who don't know runes. Sure enough, in just a moment, many little kids' brows wrinkled into a big, Sichuan, sign, and they all had sad faces. This kind of thing that is similar to ghost painting is too difficult to learn, which makes them feel dizzy, and their original yearning disappears in an instant. In such a short period of time, they had the illusion that their days were like years. These little kids had already begun to miss the leisurely time of hunting birds outside. Many of the big-hearted ones had sneaked out to urinate and play in the mud, but they were soon captured again. His parents were arrested again. My naughty boy is really too much. He actually skipped class and went fishing with a group of people at the river. He didn't even put out bait. He was just as good as his father. He kept talking about fishing all day long. He's a good player in the world, and I'm even better at it than he is. One day in the afternoon, the parents of the naughty children gathered together. Whose child is not like this? Look at Dequan, the child from Guifang's family. Not only is he more obedient than ours, but he is also very motivated. He has already achieved some results in practicing treasures at a young age. Except for Captain Lin and the others, they are almost the number one in our village. They can even hunt down wild beasts such as tigers and leopards. The village chief values that little guy very much. All good things come to him first, followed by others. Those are the little bastards in our family. Well, as soon as Tu Dequan was mentioned, the original discussion suddenly stopped. They are all other people's children. These naughty kids will go to the house without fighting for 3 days. We have to send a few people to keep an eye on them. Finally, these increasingly indignant and angry parents came to a common conclusion, and after everyone discussed it, they decided to leave 1 or 2 people behind every day to take turns staring at the little bastards. We need to let those brats know how dangerous society is. Sisters, is the magic that we just acquired in the village so powerful? My dog Dan always skips classes. As a kid, he is always playful. A woman with a slightly sturdy figure said in confusion. She was accidentally injured some time ago and broke her leg. She just recovered today. She still doesn't understand some things, and her men are too lazy to tell her these things. Awesome. More than just powerful, that was a ferocious beast hunted by Captain Lin himself. Wasn't my man from the hunting team in the village. He had heard from Captain Lin that magic was a very powerful killing technique. Even if with just a little knowledge of fur, you can hunt down beasts like ligers. If you have some success, you can even hunt and kill ferocious beasts. Tisk, 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 listen, those are ferocious beasts. Who else is there in our village besides those few? Once you learn it, won't you be able to become a big shot with real power in the village in a matter of seconds? Someone in the crowd immediately replied. The strong-bodied woman was stunned for a moment, without saying a word. Instead, she walked straight towards the shade of a tree, and then she carried a black kid in one hand who was peeing in mud. She suddenly became angry. Come everywhere. Guden, if I find you sneaking out again, I'll break your legs in a minute. You don't cherish such a precious opportunity to learn magic, you're just asking for a beating. Not to mention the painful experience of the little bastards in Lu village. Lin Zhuang and others entered the depths of the wilderness several times again in the following period of time. There were dozens of children of school age in the village, and the blood of a dragon snake alone was not enough, and more blood was needed. With the experience of the first 2 times, Lin Zhuang and others were undoubtedly more adept. They had strong blood and their strength was as much as 100,000 pounds. They were in a mess, and ordinary beasts were no match for them. They could be smashed to death with a few punches. Even if they were stronger, as long as they were not too abnormal, several people could deal with them together. However, in a short period of time, the temporary warehouse behind Lu village was filled with the corpses of beasts, and the land around Jiang Huai became more ruddy. However, the blood only floats on the top layer of the soil. As for the blood that penetrates the underground soil, it has long been absorbed by Jiang Huai's roots. The blood of the beast is rich in nutrients, especially the blood of the fierce beast. For Jiang Huai, it is more like a kind of natural and harmless high-quality fertilizer. Even if he has not upgraded during this period, his body is growing rapidly day by day. Now it is almost 1,000 meters, which is outstanding compared with the surrounding ancient trees. If you think it is a bit toxic to read, please tell Begua if there is anything that is not smooth. Begua will listen to the advice. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 40 WTR Lab. Number 43 Chapter 43 New Features. I have something to tell you. Jiang Huai became stronger, more majestic and taller, and was almost as tall as a mountain. And, at some point, 2 new residents appeared in his canopy that covered the sky. The first was a nest of bees that buzzed all day long, each as big as a fist, emitting a dazzling golden glow. The stinger at the tail was like a meteorite, extremely hard, and could easily pierce a boulder. Even the fierce ape body treasure technique could not last long. The second was 2 crows that were as black as ink, 1 male and 1 female. When their wings were spread, they looked like eagles. They built a nest at the top of the canopy. All they did was eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep, and they were just being affectionate with each other, showing off their love to Jiang Huai. These crows were even more extraordinary. They had a third vertical eye between their eyebrows, which looked very much like the ravens in Ice and Fire, but they were many times larger and more domineering. Their third vertical eye could also launch attacks similar to the aurora, which was gorgeous and dangerous. The 2 groups of new residents had clear division of labor. One lived at the top of the tree canopy, and the other lived near the trunk. They lived in peace and no one disturbed anyone. However, Jiang Huai could sense that the bees that could not resist even the magic of the fierce ape were somewhat afraid of the three-eyed crow, and would take a detour when they saw the three-eyed crow on weekdays. Ellipsis. The setting sun bathed in the waves of the Black Ocean. It was night at the entrance of Lu village. One after another, the big cauldrons were carried out and neatly arranged. Under the cauldron was a firewood burning continuously, and inside the cauldron was boiling water. There were also several elderly people who kept adding various herbs and poisonous insects to the cauldron. This was the ancient medicinal bath formula brought by the old patriarch of the two tribe. Many of the things added were poisonous. If they were cooked separately, even a unicorn could be knocked down. However, putting them together could play the role of fighting poison with poison, and would not have adverse effects on the body. In addition to these things, there were also bones of various fierce beasts, all of which were ground into powder and sprinkled in. In addition, if it is combined with the internal organs and true blood of the beast, it can definitely be regarded as an excellent body-hardening medicinal bath. Even if you don't exercise on weekdays, you only need to soak in it once a day and persist for half a month to have hundreds of pounds of strength, which is enough to try to hunt some ordinary large beasts together. Father, can I not go in? However, in the eyes of a group of children, this posture is just like boiling them, and the blood in the cauldron can smell a hot smell from a distance. They want to run away immediately, but they are quickly suppressed by their parents on the spot, and they are thrown into the cauldron like drowned chickens. The temperature in the cauldron was originally very high, but with the fusion of the beast's true blood, it did not burn the group of bear children, but just boiled with the naked eye. However, even so, the group of bear children still wailed, grinning, and their little faces turned red. They subconsciously wanted to jump out, but they were directly pressed back. Guden, stay in there. If you dare to cheat again, I will kill you today. Guden's mother Yufan held Guden down with one hand, and kept looking at the bronze cauldron next to her with the corner of her eyes. Look at Daquan, who didn't blush or breathe, and never said a word of no from beginning to end. Then look at her unlucky child, who was howling so hard that he could summon the wild wolves outside the village to recognize him as a relative. He was really about to kill himself. Put in the brain of the dragon snake. Next to the cauldron, old man Lin waved his hand, took the ceramic bowl handed over by Lin Zhuang, and poured the sticky black substance in it directly into the cauldron. This is the brain of the dragon snake, which is extremely precious, even more precious than real blood. At present, only the country kids in the whole Lu village are qualified to use it. As for Lin Shintong and others, they are already over the age, and it will not be very effective if they use it. It is a bit of a waste of such a good thing. Buzz. As soon as the dragon snake's brain entered the cauldron, the effect was immediate. A black light burst out, and then it turned into the appearance of a dragon snake, baring its teeth at Tu Daquan in the cauldron, with a ferocious face and extremely fierce. Lin Shintong stepped forward, the rune in the center of her palm flourished, and she directly slapped the phantom of the dragon snake into the cauldron. The dragon snake turned into brain matter again and was absorbed into Tu Daquan's body. This was a special treatment that only geniuses in the village could enjoy, and it immediately attracted the envy of the parents of the naughty children around. However, they had nothing to say. It has been like this since ancient times in the wilderness. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. If you want better resources, you need to do your best to fight for them. Ellipsis. The medicinal bath takes more than 2 hours to soak. When the time is up, the group of naughty children in Lu village were fished out of the cauldron. They were miserable and completely soaked. Many of them even looked dull, as if the 2 hours in the cauldron were like 2 centuries, with a kind of speechless sadness of seeing the light of day again. However, soon, these naughty kids were attracted by the changes in their bodies. Not only did their bodies become more symmetrical, but their strength also increased a lot. The boulders that were difficult to move before can now be moved several times in one breath before they feel tired. A few more cauldrons. I think I can cook for a while longer. I have the appearance of a great emperor. One naughty kid patted his chest and shouted with great ambition. Oh, Mom, Guden, you finally brought honor to me. Village chief, do you have any more blood of the beast? Can you cook another pot for my Guden? Guden's mother was very excited. Mom, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. I must cook another pot until it's cooked thoroughly. Guden's mouth twitched fiercely. He didn't expect his mother to actually believe it. He didn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran away. If he was caught, he would be skinned alive if he didn't die. Tu Daquan was also fished out. The brain of the dragon snake was too overbearing. It was like someone was cutting it alive. The pain was so unbearable that he almost cried out. However, the improvement brought by it is also the most obvious. His strength has reached the 30,000 jin mark. At the same time, his figure has become more slender, and his bones make crackling sounds like thunder roaring. He has grown 5 or 6 centimeters taller with the naked eye. His skin is fair, which attracts many girls to look at him sideways and send him flirtatious glances. It is detected that 80% of the population of the host's faction have obtained different degrees of life level improvement. The system will fall into a 3-day upgrade period. After 3 days, the monthly new function, summoning, will be opened. On the top of the mountain, Jiang Huai was watching the screaming children in the village with interest, and a slightly dull sound suddenly sounded beside his ear. It was his golden finger. It was the first time to pay attention to him after being activated for such a long time. Jiang Huai was surprised with a hint of joy. Let me tell you something. Tomorrow, the first round of recommendations for this book will begin. Bagua will update more during the recommendation period. Please follow the reading at that time. Even if you want to raise the book, please click on the last page. It is very important to follow the reading during the trial period. Number 44 Chapter 44 Dragon Egg. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, the long-lost voice of the golden finger came as promised. Upgrade completed. The monthly new function is enabled. You will get a summoning opportunity every month, and you can summon various dragon eggs. Dragon eggs are divided into black iron dragon eggs, bronze dragon eggs, silver dragon eggs, gold dragon eggs, platinum dragon eggs, diamond dragon eggs, epic dragon eggs, legendary dragon eggs, mythical dragon eggs, and chaos dragon eggs from low to high. Dragon eggs have different rarity, and the things they open are also different. The rarer the dragon eggs, the better the probability of exploding good things, and the richer the rewards. Similarly, the more common the dragon eggs, the lower the quality of the things they open, but there will be no empty eggs. Epic dragon eggs and above can definitely open precious rare items. At the same time, since you have enabled the monthly new function, your chance to draw a lottery every time you upgrade will become a random reward of a magical power, and the level of the magical power is not fixed. Dragon eggs randomly reward magical powers. Feeling the continuous sound in his mind, Jiang Huai couldn't help but be overjoyed. You can summon a dragon egg once a month. Even the lowest level black iron dragon egg is much better than the previous chance of winning the lottery after accumulating enough for upgrading for at least 10 years. No matter what is in the dragon egg, at least there are more times. In particular, after the new function is enabled, the chance of winning the lottery brought by each upgrade has become a reward for a magical power. Although there is less uncertainty, the magical power is undoubtedly what Jiang Huai needs most at the moment. Jiang Huai hurriedly opened the panel, eager to try the new function. He first quickly browsed the introduction of the new function, and then looked at the bottom. The number 1 is displayed, indicating that there is a chance to summon. The summoning opportunity will be automatically reset at the beginning of the next month, so there is no need to keep it. Jiang Huai chose to use it without saying a word. You used summoning. Congratulations, you are so lucky that you summoned an epic dragon egg in the vast sea of dust. Epic dragon egg. An extremely rare item. Hatching can get a lot of rewards, and you will definitely get rare items. Epic dragon egg hatching conditions. You need a heart of an ancient beast that has been dead for no more than 3 days, 10 liters of true blood, 1 liter of brain marrow, and 6 internal organs. Throw them all into the cauldron and stew them. After boiling, put the dragon egg in and continue to steam for 7 days and 7 nights to hatch successfully. You actually need the heart, true blood, and brain marrow of an ancient beast to hatch. Jiang Huai's heart sank slightly. It's not that he can't afford to offend the ancient beast, but this thing should be something that is not easy to find. If the world he lives in is really based on perfection, it would be even more so. Although there are countless fierce beasts in the great wilderness, most of them are just ordinary blood. The ancient relics are different. They have the blood of ancient fierce beasts flowing in their bodies. Although this blood power has become very thin after a long period of baptism, there is still a trace even if it is thin. And this trace is destined to make the ancient relics extraordinary. Jiang Huai read the novel Perfect World in his previous life, but after a long time, he has forgotten most of the content, but he still remembers the classification of fierce beasts in it clearly. In the great wilderness, the blood power of fierce beasts determines the level of a fierce beast's future achievements. The more precious the blood, the higher the purity, the stronger the growth, and vice versa. According to the level of blood, the fierce beasts in the great wilderness can be roughly divided into ordinary fierce beasts, ancient relics, ancient fierce beasts, pure blood fierce beasts, and 10 fierce beasts. The 10 evils refer to Kunpeng, True Dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, Thunder Emperor, Sky-Horned Ant, Cricket, 9 Nether Beast, 9-Leaf Sword Grass, and God-Beating Stone. They are the collective name of the 10 taboos of the ancient times. They are terrifying and terrible. Each of them can easily destroy the entire inheritance. Even if they face the immortal king, they are not afraid. They have the potential to step on the path of the emperor. Each of the 10 evils has a powerful innate magic, which is born with them, called the 10 evils treasures. The 10 evils treasures are extremely powerful and full of mysteries. They are not inferior to the immortal king's method at all, and they can still exert 100% of their combat power when practiced by other races. Therefore, all cultivators want to get them, which has caused countless bloody storms. The second is pure-blooded beasts, such as the fearless lion, the vermilion bird, the vermilion yan, the peacock king, the dapeng, the white tiger, the suani, the bifang, the pixiu, etc. The third is the ancient beasts that have the opportunity to evolve, such as the 9-headed lion, xiaobai, etc. The second is the ancient species, such as the big red bird, the fire crow and the suani obtained by Shikyun, all belong to this life level. Suani. Jiang Huai was suddenly stunned. If he was really in the perfect world, then there was a suani nearby. That suani was about to die of old age and chose his cemetery in the depths of the wilderness. Suani is not only an ancient species, but also the best among them, which just meets all the requirements for hatching dragon eggs. An epic dragon egg may contain something very precious, and Jiang Huai could not refuse this temptation. Regardless of success or failure, he has to give it a try, which can also verify whether this world is really perfect. The most important thing is that according to Jiang Huai's estimation, the time is very likely not yet when the Suani will die. The noise made by an ancient relic before dying could shake the mountains, and all beasts would flee for their lives overnight. There would also be golden light shining on the mountains, but he had not noticed these changes so far. Ellipsis. The next morning, as the daily worship ended, Jiang Huai directly used the Wangliang dream spell to pull Lin Laodou, Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen and other key members of Lu village into the illusion he carefully compiled. Except for Lin Laodou, this was the first time that Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen saw Jiang Huai transformed by the illusion. The shock in their hearts lasted for a long time. The body that supported the sky, surrounded by stars, like dust, each leaf exuded a brilliant light, and the divine light covered the sky and the sun, as if imprisoning the gods. Jiang Huai did not waste time, and directly told several people about the ancient relics and stated his own requirements. The huge words of the gods were like thunder falling into the netherworld, resounding in everyone's hearts, deafening. Lin Zhuang and others nodded hurriedly. It's over. Jiang Huai warned Lin Zhuang and others not to be greedy. If they really found the ancient species Suani, they should not snatch even the precious bones of Suani. Once they got what they needed, they should leave immediately. Ellipsis. The previous part was slightly modified. I will tell you that the tempering body realm was changed back to the moving blood realm, and then the following parts were changed back to the normal cave heaven, transformation spirit, and inscription realm. I didn't pay attention to it before. I wanted to write some changes, but I didn't consider that it might feel a bit out of place when reading it. It's really wrong. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 42 WTR Lab. Number 45 Chapter 45. Fighting for the ancient species. Please read on. Jiang Huai warned everyone seriously. There are ancestral sacrificial spirits in Shikyun to protect them. If his followers do too much, they are likely to arouse the anger of the other party. Although the opponent's current strength is completely gone, and his foundation was cut off by the two immortal kings in a sneak attack when he was in his prime, and he was knocked down to the lower realm, he is still strong. If he goes too far, it is likely to be counterproductive and prone to bad things. After receiving the instructions from Master Lu Shen, Lin Zhuang and others did not dare to delay at all and rushed to the vicinity of Shikyun. They did not show up rashly, but lurked around, carrying enough food with them to survive in the wild for more than a month. What's more, there are abundant food resources around here, so you don't have to worry about going hungry. That Shi Kun is so virtuous and capable that he was able to obtain a corpse that existed like Suan Ni, and even obtain the Suan Ni treasure technique. Beside a stream, Lin Zhuang and others were a little surprised. They did not doubt Master Lu Shen's words at all. They were just amazed that everyone in Shikyun could be so lucky, especially Lin Chen, who looked envious and resentful. Suani is an ancient relic. There is a trace of the blood of ancient ferocious beasts in his body. He is born to be extremely powerful. He also possesses powerful and amazing treasures. Every part of his body is a priceless treasure, especially the ferocious ones. Beast blood is a good thing for body tempering. Its effect is more than 10 times that of ordinary ferocious beast blood, which is beyond expectation. Boom. Just as Lin Zhuang and others were talking to each other, in the distant mountains and forests, there was suddenly a violent riot, which was deafening and resounded through the sky. Next moment, the point where the horizon is touched. Countless birds and beasts had frightened faces and rushed out crazily. The shaking earth was shaking, dust was flying, boulders were shattering, and ancient trees were breaking. Brother, what's going on? Lin Chen looked shocked. It is very likely that the Suan Ni, as Lu Shen said, is about to die of old age and is looking for a place to bury its bones. Lin Shintong said. Her mind was delicate and she quickly guessed the reason. Everyone followed the sound and climbed over 2 kilometers of mountains as fast as possible. Behind a dense forest, a ferocious beast that was more than 10 meters in size suddenly came into view. This ferocious beast is very extraordinary. It exudes golden light all over, and has a large ring of dense golden hair around its neck. It looks like a divine lion, with dragon horns on its head and golden scales all over its body. It is slowly walking from a distance. Even though they were far apart, everyone could still feel the overwhelming power emanating from that creature. It was filled with golden light, directly tearing apart countless ferocious beasts. The aftermath alone shattered the trees for several kilometers around, turning the place it was in into a forbidden area for life. It's really Suani, an ancient relic that is about to die of old age, Lin Chen exclaimed inwardly, recognizing the identity of this ferocious beast. It was very strong, and its body was flashing with primitive runes. It was dazzling, but like the afterglow of the setting sun, it could not last long. Moreover, as time goes by, Suani will become more and more old, until he will eventually die of old age. Even so, Lin Zhuang and others still did not dare to get too close. The power of the ancient relics is too terrifying, like the sea. Even if the opponent is about to die of old age, they can be easily killed. A few days later, this Suan Ni really seemed to have died of old age, motionless and, sitting, deep in the mountains. Brother, this Suan Ni seems to be dead. Lin Chen breathed rapidly and looked at the Suan Ni with red eyes. Not just Lin Chen, but everyone is like this. They just want to rush forward and kill this ancient relic that is about to die of old age, and bring its body back to Liken to serve as Liken's heritage. But they finally endured it. Master Lu Shen said that this ancient relic was probably cheating his death and wanted to kill all his old opponents before dying. At the same time, Ishimura, the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, had a solemn look on his face, and beside him stood a stone forest tiger and a stone flying dragon. Listening to the sound, that Suan Ni should be really about to die of old age. Once it really dies of old age, if its original remains can be obtained, it means that our village will have another kind of magic, and it will be even more terrifying. In the future of Shikyun will be stronger. The stone forest tiger held his hands in his arms and was eager to give it a try. He wished he could go to the mountains right away and dig out Sueni's precious bones. That was Sueni's treasure technique. The technique of killing ancient relics was far from being comparable to Shi Kun's treasure technique. Once obtained, Shi Kun would reach a higher level in an instant. Don't be too happy too soon. As a primitive relic with a proud bloodline, Sueni will never allow the clan's secrets to be leaked. The opponent will most likely destroy the primitive runes in his body before he dies. Lose. Shi Yun once tried to break out of the wilderness when he was young. Although he was seriously injured in the end and has not fully recovered even now, he has the most experience and knows when to wake up. But from the sound of it, I'm afraid this Suan Ni will really die of old age in the next 2 days. If the blood of this ancient relic is pure enough, it can be used for the baptism of a child as young as 5 years old. Shi Yunfeng's mind was spinning and he was thinking a lot. The little boy's talent is the best he has ever seen in his life. Even some genius disciples from big families are far behind. Not only has he mastered a treasure skill at a young age, but he is also very powerful. He needs to use the best resources to cultivate him. Although Shi Yunfeng was cautious and didn't like to act recklessly, but seeing an ancient relic about to die in front of him, he couldn't calm down. As for the other young people in Shi village, their eyes were red with anger, their breathing was short, and their eyes were full of autumn water, wishing they could set off immediately. That ancient relic died, buried in the Green Mountains, killed many fierce beasts, and found a suitable cemetery for itself. 1 day later, a tribe member sent back the news, and the whole Shi village was completely boiling. That day, Shi village took action directly. Led by Shi Yunfeng, Shi Linhu, and Shi Feijiao, a group of Shi village people rushed into the depths of the wilderness. Little Bit also followed. His strength was not weaker than that of an adult, and he also had a terrifying magic learned from the green scale eagle, which might be of great use at a critical moment. The people of Shi village were very fast, and they arrived near the fall of Sueni in just a few days. However, they did not continue to go deeper, but climbed a high mountain to observe the scene below. As soon as the group of people from Shi village arrived, Lin Zhuang and others found them. At the same time, they also found people from other villages, and there were quite a few of them. Obviously, they were attracted by the old dead Sueni. Lin Zhuang didn't pay attention to the people from other villages, but he was only concerned about the group of people from Shi village. Lord Lu Shen said that this ancient relic was finally obtained by the people of Shi village, and they needed to obtain the materials they needed from the people of Shi village. He didn't quite understand why Lord Lu Shen valued a small Shi village so much. But since Lord Lu Shen valued it so much, he should do the same. Number 46 Chapter 46, Killed with One Punch. While Lin Zhuang and others were secretly keeping an eye on the people in Shi village, a direct collision occurred in the valley below. Nearly 100 people suddenly rushed out from all around the dense forest. They were people from other villages. Some of them came from a long distance just to snatch the body of Sueni. Sueni's lifespan had been exhausted, and he had completely sat down and buried in this vast mountain. His precious blood and precious bones would become ownerless treasures. As long as they got one of them, they would have great fortune, which made them surprised and crazy. These people emerged from their hiding places, confronted each other for a moment, and then rushed towards both sides without any signs and fought together. At the scene, shouts and killings were heard continuously. Just as the people in these villages were fighting fiercely, 5 terrifying beasts suddenly rushed out from all around the valley. Each one was comparable to a house, huge in size, exuding a surging fierce power, roaring and coming with a tiger's eye. At the same time, there was also a flying beast circling down in the air. The moment the 6 beasts appeared, they rushed directly to the place where the crowd was the most dense. In an instant, more than a dozen people were bitten to death. The dazzling red blood and ruptured internal organs were scattered all over the ground, dyeing the surrounding emerald green into a scarlet red. It was violent and cruel, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which became more and more intense. This is not the end. More and more beasts rushed out from the depths of the dense forest. The several meter-long spotted mountain cats had sharp horns on their heads and were strong and powerful. There were also huge kui beasts that looked like a small mountain, and their voices were like the beating of war drums. Not far away, an 8 or 9 meter long pangolin directly broke through the rocks and smashed several people into bloody and fleshy mud. The dense beasts came from all directions, and their number was more than the people in the 3 villages combined. They were all intelligent races, bathed in blood, like crazy, and had powerful lethality. These beasts not only attacked the humans in the village, but also other beasts. The corpse of Suani is not only extremely attractive to humans, but also a rare treasure and blood food for beasts. The violent turbulence quickly attracted the attention of Lin Zhuang and others. They frowned and turned their eyes back to the burial place of Suani. Those beasts were not too scary, they were just strong in the flesh, and they did not even have treasures, so they were not taken seriously by them. If it was simply a comparison of blood and qi, they had the confidence to kill any of them. What frightened Lin Zhuangmeng was that there were too many beasts. They kept coming from all directions like a tide, and they were madly fighting for the corpse of Suani. Lord Liushan was right, the corpse of Suani is even more tempting to the beasts in the wilderness. Chu Dequan was scared, and the animal robe on his back was wet with cold sweat. After all, he was only 8 or 9 years old. Although he was mature at a young age, the scene in front of him was too brutal. Those beasts were desperate for their lives. Even if their bodies were bitten to pieces, they still wanted to fight for the corpse of the ancient species, which shocked him from the bottom of his heart. I don't know if it's my illusion, I feel that there seems to be a terrifying beast hiding in the shadows, observing in secret. Lin Zhuang frowned and observed in all directions. In the dark, he felt a very strong sense of oppression, as if a more powerful beast was rushing here, ready to seize the body of Suani. Lin Chen also had such an illusion. The few red fruits they accidentally took in their early years not only made them quickly temper their bodies in a short period of time, but also strengthened their sixth sense invisibly. In the direction of Shi village, they were attacked at the same time as the beasts poured in. 2 beasts stared at them, rushed out from the shadows, and attacked everyone in Shi village. That was a leopard, shaped like a tiger, but more slender, with a pair of huge fleshy wings on its abdomen and a ferocious appearance. This is a beast that was abandoned by the tiger when it was born. Logically, it is almost impossible for it to survive in the wilderness, but once it grows up, it will become a beast that is much more terrifying than the beast. The 2 leopards made everyone in Shi village panic immediately, and 2 tribesmen were ripped open on the spot because they failed to dodge in time. The little one was so angry at this scene that he rushed up with the magic of the green scale eagle and killed the 2 leopards alive. What a terrifying child. Although Lin Zhuang diverted his attention, he was always paying attention to Shi village. He watched the whole scene of the little one's action and was shocked. The other party looked only 3 or 4 years old, but he had already learned to use the magic, and was so skilled that he killed 2 adult leopards in a rage. Such a talent seems to be more terrifying than a country boy. Just as Lin Zhuang was thinking, a blind beast stared at them. It was the pangolin, which had drilled through the mountain after slaughtering everyone and came to kill them fiercely. Looking for death, Lin Zhuang's eyes were slightly cold, and he rushed forward with bare hands. Although this pangolin looked scary, it was still an ordinary beast, relying on the hardness of its flesh and the sharpness of its claws. Bang! Halfway through, Lin Zhuang jumped up directly, then made a fist with one hand and slapped it hard. A loud noise was heard. Under the full force of more than 100,000 kilograms, the pangolin's skull was smashed to pieces, and its brains flowed out, white mixed with red, scattered all over the ground. Roar! A wild cat beast that was preparing to attack wailed at the scene and turned around and ran away. Fierce beasts are intelligent races. Although ordinary ferocious beasts cannot be compared with humans, they have also gotten rid of the low-level taste of acting on instinct. They know what to provoke and what not to provoke, and have a certain ability to think for themselves. The human in front of him who can kill a ferocious beast with one punch is obviously an existence that cannot be provoked. The body of this pangolin can probably be brought back to temper the bodies of many children of the right age in the village. Lin Zhuang knocked on the huge figure beside him who was already dead and could not die anymore, and his mind suddenly became active. The beasts in the valley are fighting for the corpse of Suani. When this storm is over, there will be countless corpses left. The corpses of beasts are not like those of fierce beasts. They are all good treasures. The meat can be used to satisfy hunger, and the blood, internal organs, spinal cord, brain marrow and the like can be used to bathe the children in the village. Given the current tragic situation, the remaining blood, bones and other materials will probably allow all the people in the village, regardless of gender, age, to take 1 or 2 or even more baths. There are too many corpses. In just a short period of time, no less than 10 beasts have been killed, and the corpses have fallen to the side casually, like garbage that no one wants. Thank you for the monthly ticket and reward, thank you very much. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 44 WTR Lab. Number 47 Chapter 47 Brothers are not bad people. Lin Zhuang was somewhat tempted, but now was obviously not the time to clean up the mess. After killing the pangolin beast, everyone moved to a more secluded place. The purpose of their trip was not to kill the beast, and they did not want to waste their physical strength in vain. Above the valley, there were constant roars of birds. A huge green figure flashed by. It was a green-scaled eagle, its feathers flashing with the cold light of metal plates, as if it was made of fine gold. I didn't expect that Shi village would have such a terrifying beast as a companion. Lin Zhuang never forgot to secretly observe Shi village, and the appearance of the green-scaled eagle surprised him again. This ferocious bird is very extraordinary. It seems that it is not an ordinary bloodline, it has a unique treasure technique. When it is used, it can transform into a disc-like green moon, which can easily cut the beast in front of it in half. It is so terrifying that even he feels frightened. If it was just a competition of strength, he was not afraid of this ferocious bird, but if the opponent used magic, he alone would most likely be defeated, and it would take the brothers and sisters to work together to suppress this beast. Time passed, and the battle in the valley seemed to have finally come to an end. The number of ferocious beasts decreased greatly, and the remaining ones were some outstanding ones, each stained with blood. They dug out the corpse of Suani, and were completely stimulated by the original rune phantom floating on its body and lost their minds, and were fighting for the final battle. However, at this moment, accompanied by a roar, a black giant shadow suddenly appeared, like a peerless demon king, with a fierce power that seemed to be materialized and kept talking. As soon as it appeared, the valley was instantly silent. It was a demon ape, with huge wings on its back, thick and ferocious, falling directly from the sky, with extremely noble blood, like a king, even better than the Suani, directly frightened all the beasts at the scene and dared not move, all trembling. Moo, this is not over yet. At the same time as the demon ape appeared, not far away, a roar of a wild bull suddenly sounded. The next moment, a beam of fire shot up into the sky. It was a huge red bull, with fur like silk, huge and thick horns, more than 20 meters high and more than 30 meters long, 4 bull hooves running wildly, stepping on the blazing flames. The arrogance was very amazing, not inferior to the demon ape. The same amazing blood, divine power, just like the king of the wilderness. It's the Lihuo divine bull. In the direction of Shi village, someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of this beast. This is also an ancient relic, which appeared in the wilderness a long time ago, but is smaller than the Suani. Now, after so many years, everyone thought it had died of old age in the wilderness, but it is still alive and energetic. As soon as the two kings appeared, they fought without saying a word. In an instant, the mountains shook, the ancient trees collapsed, and the boulders flew. Many beasts that had finally survived were directly crushed to death by the aftermath. They are too terrifying. All of them are like kings, with runes flashing all over their bodies, and possessing extremely powerful blood treasures. But just when the two sides were fighting hard, in the air, a burst of golden light shone, and the light fell, covering the mountains. It turned out to be the Suani, which suddenly jumped up, with a fierce power, and turned into a 9-day golden thunder to rush towards the demon ape and the fire god bull. The divine power of the Suani was terrifying, and the dazzling golden light soared into the sky. The divine power shocked the wilderness, and the whole body was wrapped in golden lightning. As the Suani really resurrected, Lord Lu Shen is really as good as a god. This Suani is really not dead, and it is alive again. Since seeing the Suani come back to life and fight against the demon ape and the Lihuo Shenyu, the terrifying power even shattered the mountains. Lin Zhuang's inner shock has not subsided for a long time. Although he subconsciously believed in Lord Lu Shen, he still couldn't help but be amazed when he saw it with his own eyes. Lin Chen, Lin Xintong, Tu Dequan and others were even more so. Their mouths were so wide that they could even fit a fist. But this Suani is really too old. It is no longer at its peak. Even if it faked its death and set up a sure kill situation, it failed to successfully kill those beings. After a while, the battle gradually came to an end. Suani was terrifying, with earth-shaking divine power. His Suani magic was even more terrifying. The mysterious rune veins intersected with each other, the light was blazing, and the golden lightning turned the entire valley into a sea of thunder, as if the world was about to end. In the end, the demon ape lost his arm to survive, and the fire god bull was also seriously injured, smashing a mountain and stepping on molten magma. However, they all escaped successfully and did not fall. The injuries on their bodies were not fatal and could be recovered. Although Suani was invincible in divine power and could be called a beast master, and his cultivation had already broken through the realm of the master, he was too old to reverse the destruction of time. The bottom of the huge valley. Suani stood there alone, his body was huge, and was shrouded in divine light. Its eyes were full of loneliness. Even if it pretended to be dead and tried its best, it could not keep all its old opponents. Now it can no longer hold on. The golden light in Suani's golden eyes gradually weakened, golden blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and finally his whole body burst into light, and he fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Old Suani was really dead this time. The people of Shi village surrounded him, and after carefully verifying it, they were instantly covered with surprise. The same was true for Shi Yunfeng. Originally, he led his people to leave this troubled place, but the way back was blocked by a pile of ferocious beast corpses. He was also worried about Little Bit, so he turned back halfway. With the protection of God Lu, I didn't expect that it was our Shi village that got the corpse of this ancient relic. Shi Yunfeng was excited, and his dark face was rosy at the moment. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you, village chief Shi, here. A deep voice came from a distance. The next moment, Lin Zhuang and Lin Chen and others no longer hid, walked out from the side, and rushed to the people of Shi village like a dragon and a tiger. Lin Zhuang was the leader, looking at everyone with a smile on his face, especially when he looked at Little Bit. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times, his expression was meaningful. People from Lu village, why are you here too? Shi Yunfeng looked over when he heard the voice, his brows frowned, and a bad feeling flashed through his heart. It's been a long time since we last met. You are still so strong. Lin Zhuang clasped his fists, smiling. Captain Lin, don't be polite. You have been watching from a distance, and you only showed up now. I think you didn't come here to say hello to me. Village Chief Shi is quick-witted and straightforward. Well, let's not beat around the bush. Since this Suani is ownerless, it should be given to everyone who sees it. Lin Zhuang didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. The people of Lu Village are so shameless. They don't do anything, but they want to have a share. Why? What if we don't agree? Shi Linhu and Shi Feijiao had the hottest tempers and jumped out immediately and said in a deep voice. You bad guys. In the crowd, the little guy finally understood what happened and couldn't help but angrily said to Tu Dequan. He didn't forget that it was this greedy little brother who took a big tripod from the village last time. Brothers are not bad. They are all good people. They never do bad things. What they like to do most in their lives is to help others. Tu Dequan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the white, chubby little kid, revealing his iconic big white teeth. Little brother, you are a bad guy. Don't quibble, I want to challenge you. Little Bit was still not satisfied. He waved his little fist and wanted to fight Tu Dequan. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Tu Dequan glanced at Little Bit. He had no interest at all. It would be no honor for him to win the fight with such a small thing. Little Bit had a baby voice and was very unconvinced. In the end, Shi Yunfeng grabbed him. The young man in front of him looked careless and casual, but he knew very well how terrifying the opponent was. A beast could not even withstand a punch from him, and his brain was directly smashed. At present, it was difficult for Xiao Budian to be his opponent. If he was hit by that punch, even if Xiao Budian had a supernatural physique since childhood, he would not be able to bear it. Especially, Lin Zhuang and others were standing next to the young man. That was what really frightened Shi Yunfeng. Although those figures did not attack from beginning to end, just standing there made him feel breathless, which was more terrifying than the beast. What's more, he had not forgotten that there was a beast of unknown origin, a giant python, behind this group of people. It appeared and disappeared, and even a beast as powerful as the fierce ape king could not survive for 10 breaths before being crushed to death. Its strength was extremely terrifying. This chapter is almost 3,000 words, please read it. Number 48 Chapter 48 Return, please read it later, today's seems very important. Shi Yunfeng was very afraid in his heart. Now that they are far away from the ancestral land of Shikyun, it is very likely that they have no time to pay attention to the worshipping spirits in the village. In addition, the green-scaled eagle was accidentally injured in the fight just now. If the group of people in Lekan really want to attack them, it will be difficult for them to resist. The opponent was too strong, with strong vitality and blood, like a furnace volcano about to erupt. Even the cold air around them can evaporate, and each one of them is like a ferocious beast walking around. It can crack the stone monument at will, and killing them is a piece of cake. People from Willow Village, how do you want to divide it equally? Shi Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. The corpse of an ancient relic and the treasure bones containing magic runes were undoubtedly the most precious treasures. He suspected that most of the people in Lu Village were looking at this thing. The bloodline treasure technique of the ancient relics is extremely precious and cannot be found. Even in some big clans, it can be regarded as a clan-suppressing technique. Only the core disciples of the clan can do it. Once it spreads to the outside world, it will inevitably cause a bloody storm and bloodshed. Flow into a river. In the vast wilderness, no one can resist such temptation, even he is excited. But if the other party really asks for the treasure, what will he do? The old village chief of Shikyun looked sad, thinking about how to deal with it when the time came. The treasures of ancient relics are too precious. If you miss them, you will probably never meet them again in this life, but the opponent is too strong. After thinking about it, if something bad happens, Shi Yunfeng feels that he can only fight hard. His old body is broken. Having made up his mind, Shi Yunfeng couldn't help but straighten up a little. This was an opportunity that could bring about some kind of sublimation to the village, and he didn't want to let it go in vain. Don't worry, what we want is very simple and will not touch the magic of this Suan-Ni beast. Willow Village is bathed in the glory of the great Willow God. We advocate civilization and have a broader future. We are very interested in the Suan-Ni magic. Not interested, Lin Zhuang said loudly. In fact, he originally planned to snatch it away along with the Suani treasure art, but the people in Shikyun seemed to have a determined attitude that forced him to change his mind. Lin Zhuang didn't want to make the matter too big, and Master Lu Shen specifically told him that everything must be focused on completing the task. You don't want treasure skills. Hearing this, Shi Yunfeng couldn't help but be stunned, a little doubtful whether he heard it wrong. Can anyone endure the temptation of a bloodline treasure from an ancient relic? We need this Suan-Ni's heart, 10 liters of true blood, 1 liter of brain, and one of its 6 internal organs. Before he could be shocked, Lin Zhuang went straight to the point and listed what he needed. Except for these things, the entire body of Suani belongs to your Shikyun. We will not fight for it. We will do what we say. Lin Zhuang and others swore to everyone in Shikyun. This, Shi Yunfeng pursed his lips, it was really unexpected. He couldn't believe it and felt that the people in Lekan were deceiving him. However, Given the strength of the other party, there is no need to use any small tricks. Just grab them directly. They have no other choice but to fight for their lives. Do you really only want those things? Shi Yunfeng repeated uncertainly. Although the true blood of a ferocious beast is one of the most precious things of a ferocious beast, as famous as the brain, this Suan Ni is not small in size, and the amount of true blood is estimated to be more than 20 liters or more. The other party took away 10 liters, and there should be about 10 liters left. If you stay tight, you can temper your body with medicinal bath. After all, you are not that big, but other people in the village do not have this blessing. You can rest assured that the people of Likan always say the same thing. What's more, you and I from the two villages are close neighbors. We can't see each other until we look up. Lin Zhuang nodded. That's it, then you can take it. Shi Yunfeng sighed. He didn't want to agree, but he was afraid of angering the group of visitors from Likan in front of him. In the wilderness, the jungle favors force, and even if the other party tries to rob him, he can't do anything about it. If the other party can really do what he says, it's not impossible to agree. Although there are still some losses, he can still bear it. In the range. Thank you. Lin Zhuang and others clasped their fists and quickly took out their weapons and got busy. After a while, 10 liters of Suan Ni's blood, 1 liter of Suan Ni's brain, a heart and a pair of internal organs were all obtained. This Suan Ni had just died, and everything was still steaming, with light patterns flowing, and it was very fresh. Other than that, Lin Zhuang and others did not touch anything. I won't have any more pleasantries with village chief Shi. You are welcome to visit Likan someday. After tying everything securely, Lin Zhuang and his party turned around and left. On the way back, they brought some well-preserved corpses of ferocious beasts with them. Likan. Seeing Lin Zhuang and others walking away, Shi Yunfeng's face was dark. He became more and more curious about the village that suddenly appeared next door. What kind of existence could it be that was not interested in such a terrifying magic as Suan Ni? With the strength of this group of people, if they really wanted to snatch it, they would not be able to resist it. But the other party actually kept their promise and left decisively and simply after getting what they wanted, without any hesitation. Not even a moment's nostalgia. It seems that if I have time, I, Shi Kun, really want to visit this close neighbor. After murmuring a few times, Shi Yunfeng quickly recovered his mind and led everyone to carry Suan Ni's body towards Shi Kun. Ellipsis. 2 days later, the sky was bright. On the earth, everything seemed to be covered with gold, reflecting dazzling brilliance. 2 beams of light from the blazing sun passed through the forest, like 2 transparent golden belts, with tiny specks of dust shining inside and mottled shadows of trees. In front of Lu village, Lin Zhuang and his party returned safely. First, they handed the corpses of the beasts they brought back to Old Man Lin for processing, and then they went up the mountain to pay homage to Jiang Huai. Lord Lu Shen, these are the materials you wanted. We have fulfilled our mission and brought them all back. You are not wrong. There is really an ancient relic that died of old age in the depths of the mountains. Lin Zhuang bowed down, while Lin Chen and others placed the blood, heart and other items of the Suani neatly on the altar. Very good. You put these things into a cauldron immediately, add an appropriate amount of ordinary beast blood, and when the things in the cauldron are boiling, put these things in and continue to steam for 7 days and 7 nights. Remember, you must not turn off the fire in the middle. Thinking that he had actually come to a perfect world, Jiang Huai directly used his magical power Wangliang Yaimeng to pull Lin Zhuang and others into the illusion and handed the epic dragon egg he had summoned to Lin Zhuang and others. The size of the epic dragon egg is not too big, more than half a person's height, covered with colorful scales like agate, and weighing several tons. Ordinary people can't lift it at all. Lord Lu Shen, please rest assured. Lin Zhuang said solemnly. He had made plans to stay awake for 7 days and 7 nights. It seems that this day's follow-up reading is particularly important. Everyone must read to the last page. If you have a little bit of coins, you can also reward Bagua with a paragraph. Just press and hold. It should be 2 cents each time. Thank you all. Rebirth is a willow tree, building the strongest tribe in all of eternity. Chapter 46 WTR Lab. Number 49 Chapter 49. Design of Utopia. Please read and support. Jiang Huai's orders were sent out one by one, and the entire Lu village suddenly became busy in an orderly manner. For Lu Kun, Lord Lu Shen's order is a big deal, and it is the action guide for the entire Lu Kun. Led by Old Man Lin, everyone first chose an open and sheltered place, and after deliberately rearranging it, they immediately carried the bronze tripod that had been delivered from Shikyun. In an instant, the flames were fierce, like rolling fire snakes, and the liquid in the cauldron quickly began to boil. After it was completely boiled, Lin Zhuang carefully put the dragon egg into the cauldron. Afterwards, there was continuous cooking for 7 days and 7 nights. This is the most energy-consuming and time-consuming part. In order to ensure that there are no mistakes in the process, in addition to Lin Zhuang, Lin Chen, Lin Shintong, and Tuozi, Old Man Lin specially arranged for a dozen people to take turns guarding the big house. Tripod. Moreover, he also arranged for his 5th son, Lin Rui, to come over. He was the first to bear the brunt, setting an example and being the first firekeeper. Fortunately, the 7 days passed quickly. On this day, the night was hazy and it was just after midnight. Under the bronze cauldron, flames lingered, and the firewood made a crackling sound. At this moment, the epic dragon egg in the cauldron suddenly made a faint clicking sound, as if it was about to break out of its shell. The next moment, before everyone in Lekan could react, the dragon egg turned into a starlight, emerged from the bronze tripod, illuminated the night, and rushed towards the towering mountain top not far away like a stream of light. The dragon egg has hatched successfully. Congratulations on getting a copy of the design of the paradise, 10 jars of monkey wine, a tree seed, and a rare item, a heaven-level character summoning card. On top of the mountain, Jiang Huai was drowsily asleep when the Golden Finger's voice suddenly rang in his ears. It hatched so soon. He quickly woke up from his sleep, and he was slightly surprised. He didn't count the time, he just felt that in just a short nap, the epic dragon egg had been successfully hatched. Jiang Huai quickly opened his personal panel and checked item by item. Utopia Design Plan, a one-time use item that can isolate everything. Unless the owner agrees, it can never be perceived by the outside world. In addition, the life in the Utopia will receive an additional bonus of calmness. The paradise is a growth item, and its area can be increased with the level of the host. The current size covers a radius of 50 kilometers. Within 50 kilometers, non-Lekan personnel will get lost in the endless maze that comes with it. Quote, friendly reminder. If Xanadu leaves the opened venue, it will need to be restarted a second time. Monkey wine. A relatively precious wine. It is said that monkeys in the mountains gathered hundreds of fruits in a cave to store food for the winter. However, if there is no shortage of overwintering food in the season, the monkeys will forget that they have stored a hole of fruit. Then the fruit in this hole will gradually ferment, so it is also called fruit wine. Drinking monkey wine can enhance chi and blood, strengthen the body, and prevent all diseases. If you drink it all year round, you can be as light as a swallow, which has miraculous effects. Quote, Huai tree seeds. It can grow into Huai tree in 1 year. It grows very fast and ranks 382nd on the list of exotic flowers and rare herbs. The tree is shaped like a tang pear and can grow to hundreds of meters in size. When mature, its leaves are like a full moon. It bears fruit once a year and can produce 960 fruits each time. The fruit is red and green and is as big as a papaya. Eating it increases strength. Taking it for a long time can prolong life and prevent all kinds of diseases. Quote, Heaven-level character summoning card, rare item. After use, a person with unparalleled talent can be summoned from the vast sea of dust to join the host's force. The loyalty of the summoned character is full, and he can also be like other people. To increase the host's experience. This character card is a growth character card. The summoned character will not be more than 10 years old and does not have any initial level of cultivation. The introduction of all the items was not too complicated. Jiang Huai quickly understood everything at a glance. It had to be said that it was truly an epic dragon egg. Although the rewards offered were not as many as he had imagined, each item was enough to be considered rare, and each item was extremely extraordinary. Just the design of this paradise made Jiang Huai feel like he had earned his money back. Once the blueprint is opened, no existence can be detected unless he obtains his approval. This ability is simply a must-have item for the development of wretchedness. In addition, things like monkey wine and mulberry wood are good things that can enhance the overall strength of Unagi village in a short period of time. Of course, what attracted Jiang Huai's attention the most was the last rare item, the heavenly character card. Although I don't quite understand why the rare item is a character summoning card, since it can only be obtained at an epic level or above, it cannot be an ordinary item. Jiang Huai looked at it twice, especially the last sentence, which can also increase his experience. He read it several times emphatically. There are a lot of things, let's take them one by one first. Jiang Huai recovered his mind. His mind moved, and the next moment, the design drawing of the Utopia at the top of the queue suddenly appeared in the void. It is said to be a design drawing, but it is only the size of a walnut, and it is boxy and angular. Instead, it is more like a miniature sandbox model. If you look carefully, you can see birds flying and fish jumping, vast tracts of fertile farmland, and even waterfalls flowing down from the mountains. The design of this paradise should have the ability to forcibly change the terrain. Jiang Huai's mind moved. This walnut-sized sandbox model suddenly soared into the sky, emitting a fiery glow, and the starlight flowed, and with a whoosh, it merged directly into the surrounding air. The next moment, the surrounding terrain suddenly changed wildly, visible to the naked eye. In the distance, there were mountains rising from the ground, one after another, 9 bends and 18 turns, and the wasteland turned into fertile fields. Nearby rivers gathered and merged into an ocean. The tall trees hid the ancient village, the withered vines took the tiny paths, and the flowing water was long smoke, so ethereal that it seemed like heaven and earth were not human. All this happened in an instant, and some kind of earth-shaking changes had already taken place around Lu village. Even the use of magic was not enough to describe what was happening before his eyes. But what shocked Jiang Huai was that even such a change did not make a sound from beginning to end, and did not alarm anyone. The whole world seemed to have fallen into a silent ocean. Looking far away, the buildings of Lu village are scattered all over the place, just like waves in the vast sea of smoke, lingering on the shore of time, turning the vicissitudes of life into indelible traces. After another half a quarter of an hour, the design of the paradise was finally completely integrated into the world. I don't know if it's Jiang Huai's village, he feels that he seems to feel the changes around him more clearly. For example, now, he can clearly feel that the cold current in the air is retreating rapidly and is replaced by warm warmth. This coming winter, or more cold winters in the future, Lu village may be like spring all year round. After the design of the paradise, there are monkey wine and linden, both of which are relatively simple. One can be taken out and drunk, and the other can be planted in the ground, and you only need to wait for germination, flowering and fruiting. The first three things have been tested once, and the only thing left is the heaven-level character card, the only rare item. Thank you for your rewards and monthly tickets. Your support is Baigua's motivation to continue writing. This book has many shortcomings, and Baigua will work hard. In a few days, Baigua will list a special work related to thank you all, thank you.